up temporarily, also saying that he doesn't think anyone has taken rate increases off the table. So definitely some hawkishness coming out of Fed's Kashkari, and some names to keep an eye on here as we head into the rest of the session, including NVIDIA holding up pretty well here. A little bit of resistance, but up almost 5%. General post-earnings strength, and also some reports here coming out from the information that Elon Musk's XAI is planning to build a supercomputer with some of these NVIDIA H100 chips. We also have DraftKings continuing to the downside, down over 12% right now. The Illinois Senate approving this 2025 budget, which includes a pretty significant sports betting tax hike. So a couple interesting names to keep an eye on as we head into the rest of this short and trading week, guys.
Yes, sir. And speaking of names to keep track of, AMD for a second just there was red again. We said we wanted to wait for VWAP in there on AMD. This is it tagging VWAP. It then broke 167 down. I just scalped some 80 to 50s, looking for a reload off of VWAP and then a play back into the low. While that was happening, Apple bounced off like 190 and a half we mentioned. So 190 never came into play. 190 and a half just bounced, looking for a play back into VWAP. Apple is trend down with two lower highs, lower lows, and potentially another lower high coming in here on Apple. So despite the good news, Apple heading in to the downside. NVIDIA just double topped as well. So watch out for anybody in the longs. With NVIDIA carrying a lot of the strength today, it just double tapped. And if we break VWAP in here, the trend upside breaking in NVIDIA could bode poorly for the overall market. Still not in GameStop. It got pretty close to 21. Why do I see 19 as a low? That can't be right. But 21 coming in, incoming for GameStop. I said I wanted a test of Virgin Galactic at $1. It's just bounced off 102 like 5 or 6 times here. So it looks like the resistance going to be, or the support's going to be at the 102. I might try to grab 3s in here with the 99 stop on Virgin Galactic. Up 22%, but they're just trying to stay compliant at this point.
Yeah, I heard that. I saw that story. That's a good one. All right, so we just got filled up on a reload of Amazon at 50 there. So let's take some out at 40, as that just came in real quick. Upside, and then now we'll see if we can take advantage of the downside. So there it is, another take for us right there on Amazon. Let's see. We wanted to stick with what's been working. So I just went back to the well, and honestly, like, hey man, if it's not dry, let's just keep doing it. But if it does take this 180.50, then we're gone. Look, I mean, we like the stock to short it, but if this market's going to sort of reverse back to the upside here, fine. We did get a good number there from Adair Consumer Confidence, 96 versus 97. So you're saying, oh, that's probably bad. But again, remember, we're in that different area right now where I'm not sure if good is bad or bad is good or what to think about anymore. So we'll wait to see about this one. We're almost out. If this takes out, I should tell you the stop 70s. So if this takes out 70s, we're gone. I'm going to take a piece out here at 60 if we can. Obviously, it hasn't been working right now. We'll see if we can take a 10-cent hit because we took some profit for 10 cents. There it goes. Oh, no, Amazon. So it looks like we'll give a little bit back here on our Amazon trade from the early morning, but oh, no, don't. There it goes. Okay, so we will slap a fail on the reload of Amazon there. This not all stocks are the same, but right there, Amazon, nice move back upside right there. Generally, I'll try to take it off the 200 period, especially a name that I thought was weaker, but the market is really starting to go. That Apple, what a good move off 190 there. It's too bad. We're still up on it, but we couldn't hold it that far down. And then right now, the bell of the ball.
That was a strong number.
Is Tesla. I mean, right now, $2 in the money. Starting to go back upside. We nailed this one. We should have bought that 174 again. That's that sticky note level, but we're pretty happy with the performance so far here today. As DJT, that's the last. So today, I think, is the closing case or arguments or whatever it is today. I believe they can just, I don't know if they're actually.
Oh, was that?
Yeah, like, I don't know if they're deliberating today. I don't know anything. But other than I heard on the way, I heard on the way in today that it's potentially finishing off today or tomorrow, latest this week. So we're going to wait to see. Keep your ears posted for DJT coming through as well. I still want to short Amazon, but not yet. I don't know. DraftKings is still going down, right? Alibaba is trying to break through 80. Alibaba's been, again, a good name. Like, I really like this name, but it's not at 80. It's at 80.50. But again, like, that's 80 would be the better level, yeah.
I want 80, nothing else on this week in Alibaba. It's 80 or bust.
I still think I like this short.
Unless it's breaking out 83s, which obviously you guys can see it's not breaking out 83s anytime soon. Just trying to reload Intel. If we get 31s in here, that's not a New York stock. But if Intel takes out this top, I mean,
exactly is that?
I haven't really thought longs in Intel for a while, but if this is breaking 3110, Intel looks like a long above 3110. So I'll reload this one. The high of the day is like 3106, as I mentioned before. Apple's trying to get back into VWAP here. Obviously, it trending to the downside, but the market catching a bid on a good consumer confidence number ultimately. If we reject VWAP, then I jump out of Apple and look for another re-entry. Just got to be patient with it. ARM's getting close to 120, but it's not at 120 just yet, so we want to give it a little bit of space. And Virgin Galactic, might have missed, you probably had the take twos in there. I missed a chance at some threes. It's stair step up, but I'm not chasing Virgin Galactic. There will be a dip in this stock that you can participate in, I think. I mean, it's going to pull back some point, and when it does is when I'm more interested. I'm not chasing any highs on this name. GameStop, I had one shot in it. It didn't hold on to the quarters. Now it's making some higher lows, so a bit of a double bottom and a rounded bottom. We'll take another shot at this if we get those quarters, but I like it tighter to that 21 even level. So we'll see if we can get that one on the bid. Starting to wake up a little bit on GME. And ARM is getting really close to breaking 120. Wow, 20 cents away here on ARM.
I just want everyone, so right now today, so we already got out some at 22. We talked about that on GameStop. So already that's a hot dog gun. We tried to buy more down here at 21. Honestly, I was at 21.10. It went to 21.13s. 21.15s, so that's a missed opportunity. Still want to get some back in on GameStop. If we can get some lower bids, we will take it. But so far today, just to show you what real trading's about, Apple, 1 for 1, right? Amazon, we did give some back. We're back into it. We don't want to give our whole day back, but we'll short the same area we were before, 2 for 2. GameStop, you can see that take right there. That's only 40 cents, but trying to get more on that one, 2 for 2, 3 for 3. And then Tesla. Still upside right now at the 50-period moving average. Let's see where that one wants to go. So, I mean, right now it's been a big day for us. We're going to go 4 for 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4, and then just wait for a better opportunity. And I think on Amazon, look, I mean, we had a huge move up. We had a huge move up in the futures, fine. I'm actually talking myself into taking some more. There we go, we took some more 88s there. So we're taking some more up here, futures upside right here. If we do fail back, I like the chance to put Amazon on the board again. So we'll just put that in and see if we get a fill on that one. And then after that, it's pretty simple for me. Not much else. We talked about BABA down there. On the sticky note, we have GME, Apple, and then, I know you just mentioned NVIDIA, but let's just have a quick little look here to see if anything is indeed happening with AMD. So AMD gets down to, we wrote down 164. We wrote down 166. What am I even doing? Okay, so we should have been long already. Oh man, I thought we wrote 164. All right, but AMD, good buy opportunities. We should have had that down there at 166. So let's now pay a little more attention and try to get that. So far so good, man. Yeah, SPCE. I know some of you guys are talking about that. Neil was or is looking at it. I
mean, it's making power moves. Like I said, I'm not chasing Virgin Galactic, but it's now up 33%. Remember, it's a penny stock, so percentages they're not meaningless. But you're going to be chasing this all the way to, I guess it looks like 130 is a big level here, 1/4 to 130. But I do like this over the dollar. We'll get back to it at some point. I just don't want to be up at the top. I still think there's a chance at the defense of a dollar. ARM broke 120, and I didn't get the fill on the break. Just to be clear, I am long ARM, but I did not get the actual breakout on ARM. I had to get the dip back in there. I crossed to 22, and it filled to, I guess it went to like 30 or something. So I chased it to 31, scalped the first dollar. There's a chop zone from here to 122 even. And if it gets through that, that's this area here. When it died, it was at like 122. So 120 to 122 is one level. And then I think 22 to 25 is another on ARM. This is where everything fell apart. So I think it's a key price. Nice battle's going to get waged here. Now that it's gone to 21, my stop is underneath 120 even. But it's a rocket ship to the upside for ARM. I thought it was going to be NVIDIA that was leading the way today in the chips. I didn't even have the 120 that we talked about last week on ARM set. And then all of a sudden, everyone's like, ARM, ARM, ARM. I'm like, oh yeah, 120 going to be in place. So NVIDIA's not even through its high as ARM continues to rally to the upside. Intel still holding underneath the high. It did this little wick underneath 3110. I tried to get short on the way back down in. As you can see, I missed the fill. I'll still short it, but if this breaks 3110, I think Intel's even a long at this point.
All right. Yeah. No, I like Intel. I mean, we talked about that. I think they're going to have a computer super cycle coming up soon, and Intel is in that. So I like that. And yeah, Adam, don't. I'm just upset that I missed the AMD trade. I'm not even upset. I didn't realize it had gone all the way down there. Obviously, it's a trophy day. We've talked about that. So you got to be happy there when you're on that podium at some point. But 181. We just took another reload up there. So I am going to take another fill down here for that like 15 cents. We just got another 95, and Amazon's right back. So like we just got that 81 and 82 down there on Amazon. So I don't know, man. The market. Remember, we made a lot of money short early, and now we're just in the $2 winner on Tesla and 40 cents now on GameStop. Hopefully that continues to rip through 22, but the market could flip on us now. So we have to be careful with some of these positions. But again, I love the new style. More chilling out, waiting for those best opportunities. And look what we've traded today. Tesla, sticky note. Apple, sticky note idea number 1. DraftKings, just couldn't get into it, but that would have been a moneymaker. And then GameStop long as well, which we're in. So far so good here, but the day can turn around on you very, very quickly. So with that being said, we're going to watch out for Amazon. We already have our stop up here at 181.40s. So if we get, is that right? Yeah, well, that's 40. Maybe I should put it a little bit higher. That is actually 40. That's 36. Let's go. So 40 is fine. So we're going to be up there at that level to see if we get stopped out or not. But if we do, then we're gone. So let's put that in right now. 181. Mine was at 36. We don't want to be right there. Let's just go to 42 and then mark it out of 100% of it if we're wrong, because we've done that too many times where you sit there, and we've talked about that. It was Lucy. There was another stock for me on Friday as well, where you sit there and you're like, I like this trade, but I don't want to overtrade it. So I think for Amazon, we could get into that realm where we start over trading it a little bit because of this first success. So I think psychologically, and by the way, we just reloaded Amazon again upside there at O's. As we come back in, let's take another profit spot. And this is just what we do. We always talk about different styles. Well, I mean, if that's scalping right there, we just got in at O's, out at 15s, and it's just stacking it up right now. So it's only 10, 12. We're very, very comfortable. And I'm going to hit Randy up for another cup of Java because this is very, very cold. And I could get another one. So you let me know, because I'm going to hit up.
I'm good. Actually, you know what? I am going to need another one. I was about to say I'm good, and then I just picked this sucker up, and it's like I got like 2 gulps left. Although it is still warm because my heater, thank you, Obi, works perfectly well. So we got a couple of movers here. Obviously, Apple's going, chips are going, ARM is continuing to hold its strength. But I just saw, wow, I wasn't even, we were talking about Ford, but kind of just because Randy had brought it up when he was sitting in your desk, and the context was, if Ford can't hold $11.80, it would look pretty nasty. I had no reason to think that could actually happen today, but Ford just lost a 200-period moving average, and the market, while being flat, this is down 2.5 points. Not looking the best here for Ford. I might favor the shorts here back in that 200-period moving average, so that would be VWAP for them. Apple needs to get to that 123 level. Oh, and we did not mention this. I know we mentioned Coinbase was at the high. Triple top for Mara up here. If it gets there, Mara once, twice, thrice, 21.75 here on Mara. Talk about levels that you didn't think would come into play. But that looks like a nice breakout there for MARA. Coinbase couldn't do it. This is Coinbase trying to break the 240. It's trying to get back up there again. But Mara says, no, we're good. We'll just go ourselves. And remember, maybe a little bit of sympathy with this Bitfarm, potential deal with Bitfarm and Riot. So let's go into the upside as well.
All right. See the latest post. That's right. I had to edit it because I said, what's up to Mondays? Again, so we'll go to the moon. Will we? Hit the sirens. You shouldn't be apes riding rockets. I mean, you got to hit the sirens when you see that. There's something wrong. All right, there goes GME right now. We're in the money pretty nicely as it's starting to go. And by the way, remember what we said, tisk on me for getting out. But well, not really. I was happy to get out where we did because it just allowed us to do exactly what we just did right there. Go right back to the well and reload our number one stock right there, Amazon. And now we're really starting to get going, man. This has been, again, I mean, I'm just glad. I'm not glad that Sharif's not here, obviously, but I'm glad to have Obi filling in. So he'll be all over a lot of these names here today. I don't know if he's trading Amazon or not, but Amazon right now, by far, it's not even close, the number one stock here, Amazon for me. And then Tesla's getting up there too because, I mean, look, I understand maybe $1 is not great for a lot of you, but how does $2 sound? How does $2.50 sound right now on Tesla? So far today, just some of the picks that we've been giving you. It's 4 for 4 time. It's Apple, it's a monster. It's GameStop trying to go still. I don't know. Take it out if you want to. I'm already going to hold it for a little bit on GameStop to be there. And then Tesla, of course, one of the biggest ones here. So far, so good. And then we did miss. We missed AMD on Friday. We still had a huge day. We missed AMD today. And we've already told you the day it's been. So unfortunately, AMD will be sort of the thorn in my side because if we just had those, we'd be a little bit better off. But you know what? We're not going to complain about the day that we've been having. So it's been an absolutely fantastic one. We had a great weekend full of everything, practices, games. We have another practice tonight. It doesn't stop over there. So we're just going to keep on pushing forward, man. No rest for the wicked, but just wicked trades. So right there, I hope you enjoy it, man. $2.50 in the money, Neil, for Tesla, 50 cents in the money for GameStop, $1 for Amazon, and Apple's PL1. So we're putting on a show here.
No doubt about it. The longs are actually still right back into play. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, man.
Well, Apple could pull back in. Remember, okay, so lower highs in here on Apple. I'm trailing this now because it's still trend down. I know it's been bouncing off the levels that we like, but it's lower highs. And unless it holds VWAP right in here, this could head right back into the bottom. I just got a reload on Intel above that 31 level, so it's just wicked the top one more time. I still say if it breaks 31.10, this is a reversal long with a bit. It's like 2% up if it gets to 31.6 from 31. So that's a pretty sizable gap that Intel has above 31.10. So I am reversing into a long on that one. K-Debs just said, any thoughts on Rivian? I hadn't looked at Rivian today until just now. It's in the middle of nowhere. I think if you had this stock, it needed to already have been the first breakout, and it just bounced off the breakout price at 10.45. So, you know, maybe you can get to this fresh high at 10.75, and then you can go again. But I'm not chasing that. At the end of the day, I think you want to be in them early. That's why you pay attention to the key levels. ARM just bounced, headed back into the high of the day. If it doesn't hold 120, I think you can go to VWAP. So I'm now getting out under 120, and I'm holding for 125. If we get to VWAP, we get to VWAP, and we'll talk about that one if and when it does get there. Virgin Galactic, I only chuckle at Virgin Galactic because remember I said there was going to be a dip? Thank you so much, Randy. I said there'd be a dip on Virgin Galactic. Well, there was, but it didn't get to $1.
Randy, I have to show you something,
110
Randy.
only on Virgin Galactic.
Randy, this is a buy, my guy. Thank you for warming up the chair. Much appreciated. It's now almost $3 in the money and your trade of the day.
Buy those dips.
Thank you for the good vibes here today on the chair. So there it is. Randy, this guy's too much. I love Randy. Here we go. All right, so Amazon. So again, cash is out at the 200 period, right? But we are starting to go back up to the upside. We did talk about where we're trying to get out, 181.40. So we do have a reload coming up here for Amazon. It's in the 20s. Let's try Amazon-ish. I mean, how high did we get up before? I mean, now that we're kind of cruising up here, a little bit nerve-wracking. I mean, I didn't expect this. And when something happens that you don't expect, you gotta rewind and figure out what you're doing. So we're gonna wait a little bit here on Amazon before averaging into this one. Not great rate there. You want me to talk about Palantir? I mean, I love Palantir, but Palantir's down at 20 bucks. Well, not anymore. All right, was and is still in the penalty box. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Palantir these days, but it's just not performing that well. We had a little bit of a moonshot there in DraftKings and Palantir and some of these other names as well. But for right now, I got it. Palantir in and around 20, 20 half. I like the stock there, and I think it's worth a buy. I love the long-term possibilities here on Palantir. And before we go to small cap recap, Snowflake 155. I always think about them together. Snowflake moving around on earnings a little bit, down 1%. Small cap recap, kill them with kindness.
IW making a nice little recovery here off of the low of day, slightly positive on the day and seeing a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see if it can continue with this doji candle on the 3-minute chart, but decent volume for the Russell 2000 as we start this holiday shortened week. INSM Insmed still to the upside here, falling down a little bit, but still up over 100%. This is a bit of a larger small cap, market cap of around $3.5 billion and put a $45 name right now, but trading higher after announcing some positive top line steady results. So nice look for INSM. We also have predictive oncology here, POAI. This one, again, petering out a little bit, but it's trading higher initially after some positive ovarian cancer-related results here. Last but not least, Virgin Galactic SPCE. Neil was mentioning this one earlier as well. Nice look for this one. No catalyst, but we do have 25.5% short float for SPCE to the upside here, guys.
Yeah, we were just wondering about the catalyst there, but
Well, it's because I was like, what's the catalyst again? And then I was looking for it.
Float.
There isn't one, and that is the answer to that question. I did take the break.
Amazon
wanted to get an order on Virgin Galactic, but I'm gonna back off. Like I said, I don't want to chase it. I thought there might have been some kind of a catalyst, but there's literally nothing with that. So maybe we'll actually let it get back into $1 instead of chasing 110. So I was gonna bid 12s and 13s. I've just canceled them, but we got into MARA on this triple top the last 3 days. Bit of a breakout here, trying to form there on MARA. We already had a big move up on coin that faded the high. MARA trying to do a similar thing, and then BIT. I hadn't been into BITF in a bit, but if you remember, for anybody that was following along, BITF holding 2110 or so, that bottom, this bottom here, 2110, corresponding to last week's highs, but it's a $2.30 potential offer here, and that's, to me, a bit of a cap on the stock. So I'm going to be scalping it long. I don't think it breaks 230 unless something crazy happens, but I'm trying to get this at VWAP as it's trying to catch a bit of a bid here on BITF, but everything's going to be scalp trades on the stock.
All right. Look, we created these little GIFs because I thought they were really fun and really funny. So we're just going to keep hitting them because if you just sit here and listen to me talk all day, it's going to be a bad experience. So we're going to start to hit some of these things and start to clean it up a little bit. Look at Amazon. Nice move to the downside, but not really. We just covered some there in the low teens. So again, we are pretty nervous about it. I'm starting to get out some. We're out of half already of this brand new position. So if it breaks through 181.40, we're gone. Amazon could go here. There is no doubt about that. And look, a big shout out to one of, again, the original, if I can find it, Hydration Nation members right here. So shout out to Shakib. I know you've been here for 5 years, and this means a lot. Followed your improvement for over 5 years now, Sean Daly. You were a sensei, now a professional. So I hopefully I can still be both, but at the same point, we're just here to trade, man, and I'm just trying to improve every single day, and I'm glad that it's noticeable. And I mean, I hope that a lot of you are seeing what we're doing, and that's why I keep telling you what we're up on the day or down on the day. Like we're 4 for 4. Here today, even though we just lost on Amazon, we'll go 4 for 4. And the reason why we're doing that is so you could see the continued improvement, and you could see that it's possible to put up some numbers here, make reasonable trades, be a little more calm. And Shakib, I mean, you know that we used to trade a lot of names, a lot of names. And right now, I'm just working on trying to find better ones and just trying to find the best spot for me to be in as a trader. And again, that's why you like to trade Alibaba and some of those names. A lot of traders will Alibaba, come on. That's going to be a big name for me, I hope. At the end of the day, it's like trade the best way you can and try to be part of that 2%. It's very, very hard. What's up, Hydration Nation? Jarhead, there's another one. Jarhead it's been in the house, so. What?
Oh yeah, I muted myself because I had to get up. That's the other thing too, and Jar, we appreciate all of you guys, but you have to trade your own style. Like I'll take different stocks in different setups. Like I have 2 breakouts that were levels we like that weren't even close to where they were. One we had mentioned all week last week, which was ARM at 120. That didn't seem all that likely when we're at 115, but it came into play. We're still in it. Just an update. I now have a trail at the $0.50 the half dollar 122 half. Bit of a push up just now in ARM, but look where the future just got to on the NASDAQ. Right into overnight, there's your overnight support levels. So if we turn here at like 18.9, 18.9, 10, I could expect a little bit of a dip, and we're now in that bigger pocket of the breakout trade. So if we don't hold on to 122.5, it's getting a little bit extended. If we hold it, I'm just going to hold the 125, consistently moving the trail higher and higher as it continues to go. So for myself, like AMD, like we'll be up significantly more than anything we lose on an AMD short. Took a couple of shots, but you just get out of it. That's a failed breakout short off a VWAP trade that I like on AMD. So I'm going to take that setup when it's there. Only going to take it when that stock sets up. But essentially, you got to keep that tight to the vest when you can. Apple is still holding higher, but just barely. So Apple, and again, putting in a bit of a lower high. And it's giving me that caution. If it gets underneath 191.5, I'm going to jump out of Apple as it looks like it's starting to run out of steam a bit. I mean, the market is doing exactly what Apple is doing, pulling back into prior support, and Apple doing the same thing and running out of steam just a tiny little bit. So we just jumped out of ARM. I said I would trail it to 122.5. It's getting a little bit extended out there. So the 120 breaks, scalp the first dollar, then we get 2.5 on the rest. Waited all week for that to happen. Whether or not Mara can do something similar on a break, I would say Mara's move, pretty tepid. ARM went right away. Mara took out that top. It's just kind of dancing back and forth. So I think the wide stop's not going to make as much sense, and I'm just going to move it into 2160 now. It might still go, don't get me wrong, but when it takes like 5 minutes now for it to even get to 85, which is 10 cents in the money, I'm going to tighten my stop under 65. It's just not flying the way I would like to here on Mara. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Some more comments coming from Fed's Kashkari here. Earlier in his comments today, he did say that he thought that rate increases could still be on the table. Now saying that he thinks the odds of the Fed raising rates are, quote, quite low. However, the current rates could stay on hold for, quote, an indefinite period of time. So some more generally hawkish comments here coming out of Fed's Kashkari, guys.
I don't like to hear the hawkish comments because we are now in what I gave as a trade idea of the week there in our market recap. You can go find the market recap, week ahead, that is posted up on the weekend. Adara does that. And I gave Shopify. And Shopify today is up 2% for that trade here today. So this was a trade that, I sort of highlighted there in the week ahead video. I could go find it. I guess I have to go find it. But there's a little chart there that I sort of drew some funny lines, and it looks like a 60 break higher on Shopify is definitely a trade that I like. So we'll go long now. I'm just trying to get it. Look, I'm not getting out of this anytime soon. This is going to be a trade. Maybe we might be in this all day. I don't know. But you just broke higher. You're breaking above the 50 period. You're trying to go on Shopify. It's up more than the market is here today. I like this name. It's trying to break out. If we can get anything back here, a lot of love waiting for it, back into this range. If we can get Shopify back into 57, I just put, again, like a comfortable amount of shares for me, uncomfortable for others, down here in and around 57. So if we put that position on, we're going to have to wait for it to come through. But for right now, I have this on. It just went 9 pennies in the money. That's not going to be good enough. We think Shopify can get a lot higher. So Shopify into this area, 57.70, 57, yeah, I mean, that would be good. But I think even higher than that, 57.80, 58 was the top on Friday. That'd be nice if we got a 58. So where's the first stop zone? Maybe 65, 77. So I think 77 something for Shopify. But there it is right now. It's another. So we'll, like Neil said, again, look for your best opportunities. It's 5 for 5 right now with Shopify. So we found another one for you.
That's what it's all about, everybody. The market's still going. I'm out. You'll see I only have 2 positions. I am now out of Apple. It did not hold 191.5. It's still trending down overall. That's the thing. Like, Apple's been a good long, but it's a stock which is putting in lower lows and lower highs, although now it has a chance to put in a higher low. I would love to see it hold VWAP, and then I would jump back into this on some potential strength in the overall market. GameStop we just put on as it came right back into the lows. So there's your dip. It's a higher low this time, so forming a bit of a wedge. It never broke 121, so as long as it's above 121, I like the long in the stock. So we're back into this one at the 21.5. That's been the level pretty much all morning long. I did say I was going to get out of ARM, but ARM holding that 120, 122.5. If there is a big dip into VWAP, it would be 120, which is the breakout price on ARM that we like. So we have to be patient for it. Just looking back at this one, it's up 7%. So I feel it's a little bit overextended. That's why we got out. Virgin Galactic, after I pulled my bid in front of $1.10, $1.10 is now held a couple of times. So if this gets back through 12, I think I'll try to take a 12 long on Virgin Galactic. I was going to wait for VWAP or $1 even, but the stock is being uncooperative with the levels that I happen to want, and that's going to happen. Everybody wants to be long at $1 on these things, and if you don't get it early, sometimes you have to find a new level to get in. So Virgin Galactic up 30%. There is no particular catalyst here, just a big short float, and sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, a lot of the.
Oh, sorry.
Dara?
Yeah.
All right.
Crypto update.
Interesting note here from the global managing director of JP Morgan saying in an interview with The Block that he does not believe there will be SEC approval for some of these other crypto ETFs, including Solana, saying that he actually already thought it was kind of shocking that they approved Ethereum. So basically, JP Morgan's global managing director saying that while the Ethereum approval did come, it was unexpected. So unlikely, in his opinion, that we will get some SEC approval for some other crypto ETFs. So interesting note there. In terms of Bitcoin itself, we do have that continued rejection of that 72,000 level after a little bit of chop and churn here last week on the daily chart around that 68, 69,000 level, falling down a little bit here, just clinging on to that 68. Ethereum still above that 3,800 level, edging towards 3,900. So nice look for ETH, though it is down in the day. Solana, nice look here, up almost 2% right now. Chainlink also positive, up about 4.33%. But the rest of these crypto names generally pretty weak. Dogecoin down about 5%. Cardano down about 2%. Avalanche down about 1 2/3%, guys.
To everyone over there hodling some of those coins. Coinbase really going nuts. All right, so I just canceled my offer at 176 for Tesla. It's $2.50 in the money, but maybe we can get even higher. We were just at 176.50. Let's see a 200 period. If we can get that, then I think that's pretty good. We're now trying to break above VWAP. Look at this, what's happening on Shopify. We've already gotten some good outs there. That high is 173. Let's see if it can take it. GME still doing nothing. So I don't know. This has been, we've topped out here a couple times at 176 on Tesla. I feel pretty responsible taking it here. We only have 20% left. I feel like this is a good place to do that. So why don't we just do it? 176, basically. So let's see if we sit here. 10 more cents, and we will ring the register here on Tesla, and then just put $2.50 in our pocket. I mean, that's going to be a good trade for me. So we'll do that if we're able to. Hopefully it doesn't go down too far from here. Shopify is having a little bit of a problem at this level. Maybe we should take some more out. I don't know. We're long at 53. We only have out 10%. There it is. We'll take some more out as it comes back up to the upside. But for right now, we'll hold out hope that Shopify wants to go a bit higher. I have an offer at 76, and that's it. And then I have lower bids. I mean, you know what? Let me just put an offer even higher than that just in case it gets into the 90s again, because I think that would be a pretty good trade. But so far, not the greatest mover, Shopify, but we have it, and it's in the pocket, and it's making us a little bit of money. And there's Tesla. We can end that trade. This is going to be, for me, the trade of the day. Tesla right there, in and out for that name. We bought the dip. Remember I said we were going to buy this dip? And I was like, we didn't do it on AMD. We didn't do it on AMD on Friday. We hummed and hawed about it. This time we stepped in front and took a trade there on Tesla. So that makes a lot of sense. We like that one. Now only down 2%. Was down 3% at one point. And then the other big trade that we had today, well, we've had a couple big trades. But the other real big one was Apple, and that was just early. So we had got that early, and then it lost to 191, and we got out. So for right now, we'll just hold that. We'll be at our highest spot as soon as I get out of all of these trades. Shopify pending. So that is what that is. And AMD. AMD, I know I wrote down 166, so we should have a $2-3 winner on board. But I thought I wrote down 164, so I should have double-checked my own notes there a little bit more as we go. But there it is, 166 holds. It goes down to 165. We would have been out of some, but probably bought it back. Not that this would be a huge winner. Trying to slow down at 170, and I know Nvidia's pulling off 25, right? So, yeah, 20s actually. Didn't even get to 25. So, yeah, a little bit of a fun day here, highlighted mainly by Tesla.
Finally catching a waking. Still good. Still going to get a bounce here on GameStop. I still think this one could moon, but it might be a late day moonshot. We've seen this pattern before multiple times on GME where it's like, it's not doing anything. It's a dip. It can't seem to break VWAP. It's just holding lower and lower. And then late in the day, the longer it holds onto that bottom, you get the big runner. So I still think that could be the case. I'm going to wait for VWAP for any ads. It's either long off this bottom, but if we get above 22.5 and start doing any of this type of action where you break out and start dipping, then we'll go into it a little bit more. So for now, it's in the pocket. I just scalped them out because if it's going to be 20, 30 cents off this bottom and off the same 21.5 level, we'll just go over and over with it and continue that pattern. Apple, it's a good one. Obviously, ARM ended up coming out of nowhere at 120 for me, but Apple still can't seem to hold this VWAP. As the market starts to roll over, I'm going to go back to the well. We're either going long 190.5 or going long at 190. If you like a dip buy, you wait for it to get to that price and then only engage there. Intel still wants to hold 31 even, just barely. But ARM, it got to 123. If this is now the opportunity for a dip, we're going to look for our dip into 120. That's also going to be VWAP, but this market's starting to come in here a little bit. So I do want to be locked and loaded, ready for a VWAP dip on ARM. Looks like Apple might not be holding out after all.
Yeah, we're, and again, see, like, so just so everybody's on the same page here, you know, like when we get out of Tesla at 176, I look back and when I see this name at like where it is now, I almost think to myself, we just made 20 cents. So sometimes you gotta take profit where it lies, and if you like it, you can always get back in. Like, you know, that's the one thing. We just said, like, we get out of some more Shopify. Shopify scared me there, started going to the downside. So we did take some more profit there on Shopify. We took some more out right around here, 67, 68. Unfortunately, we don't have that 69 fill. But if we can get back up to the upside, I do have a 76 offer, and then nothing else until the 90s, as we talked about that. So that's going to be a trade that we're going to look at right now as well. And some days aren't like this, but today will go perfect. And hopefully be able to hold this throughout the afternoon. I'm going to go for the walk. We're going to chill out. But the most important thing is what is for lunch. All right. So again, everyone's favorite segment is about to hit. So pay attention, everybody out there. Today, not super excited for this. Although yesterday we had some really, really great butterfly shrimp, which were fantastic. We had that and then some chicken wings. We put those in the air fryer. Those were really nice last night. Herb and panko crusted. I love putting panko when I make my own burgers. Herb and panko crusted salmon fillet. So, I mean, we'll barbecue that up. You don't want to, if you barbecue salmon, you got to put a steamed guy down. Steamed basmati rice with steamed broccoli. So, a couple words of steamed being used right there. Broccoli. So, what's up, Hamster? What's up, Alex? And everybody else right there. So, people liking the choice of salmon. I just hope it's tuna on the salad. But wow, what a good day, man. 10:40, and we've had ourselves a day. So tomorrow I will be walking in again in and around 8:40. If we can put up these kind of numbers, we maybe will be late every day. Was really relaxing to be stuck in all that traffic, not really. And then I had to show up on my phone stuck in traffic because that's how we roll. All right, next thing to trade here for me would probably be DraftKings, but I'm just going to wait for a little bit of a pull higher on DKNG in and around 37.
I just saw someone put in the chat like Moderna. I'm like, I haven't looked at Moderna since I sold half. Down 8% mRNA. So look, sometimes you get relatively lucky. I'm going to say, okay, thank you, chart, for loading up even further. Just remember, like if you go back further on the daily chart, big level, 150, 160. So I took some out on the way up. So that's your top in there at 160. And Moderna pulling back in. I'm leaving the rest. We'll see what happens. If it holds on to these major moving averages, I think it could go even higher. But Moderna taking one on the chin a bit today. Let's see what else is going on in sectors that aren't just the chips with Adara and Sector Watch. Wow.
It's funny that you mentioned Moderna there. That was one of the ones I was going to talk about as well here with that significant weakness. Not seeing any catalyst on that, but it could be a bit of weakness after that strength we had last week for mRNA, sorry. Health technology generally pretty weak here alongside finance, producer manufacturing, commercial services, health services, process industries, transportation, consumer non-durables, and retail trade. So a lot of weaker sectors here. With regards to consumer non-durables, with regards to retail trade, keep an eye on Lululemon here, getting a pretty steep price target decrease from Stifel ahead of its earnings coming in this next week. So keep an eye on LU here. We also have some positive sectors to talk about. Energy minerals, pretty strong amidst some strength in oil prices. Also, NVIDIA and the semiconductors leading the way in electronic technology. Tech services, a bit of an interesting look as well, a little bit weaker, but PANW, Palo Alto Networks, significantly weaker, down about 3%. Zscaler, another cybersecurity name, getting some downgrades this morning, so that could be part of the explanation for this move to the downside, guys.
I like that. I mean, I was just looking at I was looking at Lulu, but I was looking at Eli Lilly on that board there.
Yo.
It's back up to 802 right now. I had a nice move down and then a nice move back up. And then I saw someone in the chat say, what about Lululemon? Yeah, I mean, this stock has been an absolute nightmare. If you, that falling sword there on there, we have to send when their next earnings report is. But right there, 390, not great. And then now you're starting to make lows. So this probably going to get to a spot now where it's about time I might step in on some of this and start to pick something up. There's also Ulta Beauty is really low down, and I really like that name as well.
I thought you were...
So if Lulu... Well, no, I already got in trouble for not buying e.l.f. because, again, smartest one of the group is my wife. She nailed this one at 140. That was about 3 days ago. Now it's at 190. The other name is Amazon that I want to buy on any downside moves. Although we made money today on Amazon, we did not pick any up in our own personal account, but I definitely like that name. But yeah, ULTA also reports this week. Ulta Beauty, Sephora eating their lunch a little bit. We don't have Ulta Beauties around here, but trust me when I tell you, Sephora,
they do okay.
Gets a hell of a lot of my money, and I have a daughter, and she's going to be using a lot of Sephora, doing a lot of Sephora shopping. I imagine she already does. So right into this area right now, that's the market. But for Ulta Beauty, they're reporting. Again, we've already sort of pulled this back. There's some nice support down here in and around 380. I don't think it's worth catching something heading into earnings, but if it is a good earnings report, you might have seen the bottom here in ULTA, and that could be something to be bought for the long term. So I think my next couple buys, although I'm not ready to do that yet, would be probably, I like Lululemon down here. I'm already into Nike. I want to buy some more Palantir. I like Amazon. And I'm probably holding back on some of that Uber. But Tesla's been really good for me. So I have some of those other buys that we've made. Baba in the low 70s again. We talked about that.
It just bounced 80 again.
It bounced 80 again. So, all right. I don't have much going on right now other than, Shopify. Actually, we must have got something out there, 70. No, we didn't. So it just went to 73s again. I'm at 76. So a little bit of a downside mover here would be nice upside for Shopify would be nice. But other than that, it's 10:43 and we're ready to put some more on.
Yeah, again, you just got to be patient. So 80, I just mentioned Alibaba at $80 because it bounced off 80. We waited for the $80 level. The low of the day is $80.04. I got long 10s and then a little bit more at 12, so you can see my price is 11. So if it changes to 12, it's just because I got in twice. But next level up, we just took some out of quarters, 80, 50, and then VWAP. Alibaba's trending down 1%. But remember, on the daily chart, this is the support that we like on BABA. The 200 period sitting underneath there. $80 held on Friday, $80 held on Thursday. If it holds again today, I think we could at least see VWAP, if not the $81 level. Still think Apple could be in play, but it's doing its best to hold up the higher low. Go back to the 3-minute chart for you guys. If it can get back into VWAP, I'll go for that. It's still in the pocket where I'd be looking for the actual bottom that we got last time, which was $90.50 in front of 190 even. So dancing in the middle and diddling, let's just say diddling in the middle a bit, is Apple. GameStop, probably should have reloaded this one in the 50s. I got greedy and thought, if it's going to dip into the 40s, 40s better than 50s. But it just bounced at $21.50. So it's only better if you actually get the fill, right? Like it's a better price, but if it doesn't get back down there, then it's of absolutely no use. I don't want to move just yet because this is still going asleep. And then Virgin Galactic, there's a dip into VWAP, 106, now trying to hold higher. Yeah, I'm going to go for this over 105. So first things first, move my stop, which I already have at like 98 cents. I'm not going to be trading it down there. Move it down into VWAP, and then see if we can get a little something on a dip buy in Virgin Galactic. The one without the catalyst. And as I said, you see me in and out of BITF. So I'll just go over here. It's just doing this dance at VWAP, but it's holding higher lows with a top at 228, offers at 230. I am not shorting the stock. It's just when you put multiple offers out there, like some get coded as short, so I don't have a single short trade on the stock. I've only been going long here. The last ones in 16s and then some at 15, getting out 17, 18, 19 on the way to the upside. Well, Alibaba's the newest position. We said we liked that 80 level. It was my trade this week, bouncing off the 80s. So we'll see if it continues to hold the same support that it has for the last couple of weeks now, at least.
All right. Lots of positivity behind us, man. We have like 2 or 3 negative traders, which is amazing. So congratulations to everyone behind us putting up those numbers today. Good one on all of you back there. So look, I'm still in GameStop, and that top has been 22 and change. We already have one out, but I'm still holding 2/3. It has been slow and boring, but I'm waiting for that play. So hopefully we can get going, man. And if we can get back up into 23, I think that's worth it. That's 22.80s, 22 and change. So that's a trade definitely that I'm waiting for and hopefully being able to get into almost immediately if it pops up, and then back down to the downside in and around 21. I mean, you want to talk about a rocket ship, and again, I'm not going to look at the chat because Adam's going to say, don't worry, Sean, you're still up and you're having a great day, but that is true. But look at AMD, though, 3% and really going like insane right now. There has to be some kind of an upgrade or something that just hit on this name. I mean, NVIDIA's doing nothing, and AMD, although I just pushed back and it went to GME, AMD, just going AME. Hey, what's up, Amy? Going straight up to the upside right there, 172 and change, ripping right now goes AMD.
Still
172, 172.50. I mean, this, where do we stop? Nobody knows. It is the carnival ride that is AMD, 172.20. Wow.
It's the behemoth.
It is just going. And
it's the Leviathan.
Yeah, it is definitely the Leviathan. You probably did not go on that, did you?
No, because, yeah, my daughter's too short to go on that.
Well, obviously.
I mean, yeah, like, what are you going to say?
God.
We basically only go on what she's ever watched.
Okay. So 170, 172.50, maybe the stop zone there, but AMD is really starting to go off. Congratulations again. Wish we would have done that. Got some more out there. I might just take some GME here. Oh, there we go. We just punched them out at 22. Spin it. That's it. We'll take another 50 cents, or sorry, 40 cents on GME. It's not another 40 cents. It's the same 40 cents, but we'll take it again. We've already got out once. We already got out twice. Shout out right there to Alex Enzo, man. Thank you so much, because without you guys, I didn't see it. So good job right there. Now we'll wait to see what happens. Thank you, Alex, for that trade there as well. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and make sure you share this stream. We're working on more podcasts. We're working on a lot of stuff. I told you we had that week ahead video that went out. That was doing really well. We've got the market recap show later on today, and then we've got the midday show coming up with Obi and Adara. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I expect it's going to be even though it's a holiday shortened week, it's still a great one because at the end of the day, NVIDIA's move has been giving you everywhere else to look. Whether you trade NVIDIA or not, you saw AMD rallying today. You saw ARM going absolutely ham. And it's not even just those two guys. We talked about Dell already, but guess what's back at load? What's back at the $900 level after a wipeout bottom today. Like SMCI was getting its butt kicked, and now it's back at $900. So there's a wipeout bottom. This takes out the top. We don't usually trade this name, but I know a lot of people play options on this bad boy, looking to close above the 50 period, which it's been rejecting over and over again. And a stock that's rejecting the 50 period that is breaking out today that could have a similar pattern for SMCI is look at AMD. AMD is like 1 day ahead of that SMCI, rejecting the 50 on the daily, rejecting, finally gives you strength above, and now looking to take out the top. SMCI looks exactly the same, but like a day behind on compared to NVIDIA. So if it closes above this 900, you could see this one potentially breaking out. My trade this week was just the $80 support level on Alibaba. I just got some out at 40s. I want this to get into VWAP, as we've taken 80 to 80.25, some out at 40s. Now we're holding for VWAP on Alibaba. Down 1%, but it's a level that we like as we go to Adara for Money Talks.
DXY in its third straight day to the downside here, just slightly below that 104.50 level. Not a ton of economic data coming out today. We did get that consumer confidence print coming in higher than expected, 102 versus 96 estimated for the month of May. Not tons of economic data as stated, but lots of Fed speak, specifically coming from Fed's Kashkari here. Kashkari saying that there is still strength in wage growth, and that there are some ways in which this policy is sufficiently restrictive, but it's not restrictive by all measures. Also making some kind of inconsistent remarks here with regards to rate increases, saying earlier in his speech that he doesn't think anyone has taken rate increases off the table, and then saying that the odds of the Fed actually raising the rates are going to be quite low, but the rates could stay where they are for an indefinite period of time. So generally lots of hawkishness coming out of Fed's Kashkari. We do get some comments from Fed's Cook coming in around 105, so definitely stay tuned for those. Also worth noting here, I have the Euro to USD relationship up here as well. Nice strength for the Euro for the third day in a row. Some comments coming in a little bit hawkish here from some ECB speakers, including Centino, and not saying that it looks like there will be, unfortunately, a little bit more of a hard landing scenario for the European economy. So move up here for the EU, the Euro, guys.
All right, I feel like I just got filled somewhere, but I did not. We do have, 88s. Yes, I did. Okay, so we'll take this right there. AMD, we are short off that top. Let's see if it wants to make some moves down. I'm starting to cover a little. Okay, okay. Oh my. Wow. Okay. I mean, I didn't think, we just put this trade on 6 for 6 right now today. So there it is right there. That's another, honestly, we're just sticking with our guns, man. There's Apple, there's AMD, there's Amazon, there's GME, there's Shopify, there's Tesla. I mean, let's look at what AMD is doing. Thank you, Amy, to the downside right now as we continue to go lower and lower and lower there on AMD.
Chart.
As we go. Yeah, that's Tesla right now. Here's AMD right there. Nice move down on this as we just loaded it up on that upside, 172 and change. So there it goes again. It is another one. And right there for AMD. So I don't know if it's going to head up or down. We're now at a half of that. Our stop was 25 cents. So we're now in the money 50. So let's start to take some more profit there on AMD. Shopify, we're in the money now. We're not in the money now, but we've already taken profits out. We have half of this position left. I don't know. Maybe it's not going, but I still think there's a chance. So we're going to take a little bit more here at the 50 period, and then we're going to give this to 57.15s. That looks like I got to change my stop order on that one because it's getting a little tighter right there. But this could be, we already said Tesla could have been the trade of the day there. We got out a little bit early. Now I'm almost thinking that this AMD, if we fall back in here, this could be the doozy that we're looking for. We might have missed the bottom, but maybe we had gotten the top right now. I don't know. We're out of half right there of AMD. And man, what a day, what a day. Hit the like and hit the subscribe. AMD to 220. Could be true, just won't be today.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually, for sure.
I think we always hear this like, oh, this stock to that price. I mean, come on, if it's a good company, the answer is usually a resounding yes. Everything just comes down to your time horizon. It's no chance it gets there today. But 220, of course, being the highs on the daily. It's super strong on AMD today, but it's not the only chip name rallying. We talked about some of these other ones to the upside. I still favor a dip by an arm, but I just don't know if we're going to get what we want out of this stock and down into the 120 level. I'm out of BITF. I'm going to get back into the scalp trade. I'm looking at like 14s and 15s. So maybe even VWAP starts holding in there. Just going station to station on this bad boy as it continues to go up. GME still at exactly 22. So 22.20 on GameStop, like once, twice, thrice. It just can't seem to get through this price. So what I'm going to do is listen to myself And if I said this stock is boring until it breaks VWAP, this time I'm going to get out, look for a reload at 21.5, and then go long only above VWAP or back down at 21.50. So we just had 50s long and took it out at 22.10s. If it gets above 22.50, then we'll go for that long one more time. Alibaba still off the 80 level. We'll look to reload that one as well. So just trying to keep things in the pocket. I still like an Apple long, but Apple still downward trending. We're not going to get the bottoms, doesn't look like. Maybe a little hold of VWAP or a 192 break could be in play for the afternoon, or through lunchtime, I should say. As it's 10:55, this is where you want to lay back, only take the best levels, which you should always be doing, but a little more patience required at this time of day. Speaking of which, I've had too much patience with Virgin Galactic, because every time I like a level for a dip, I'm not really getting it. It's right back at the high of the day. I'm definitely not chasing this. I feel like the best opportunities might have come and gone in Virgin Galactic unless it's retesting one or breaking out the top and going ham again.
All right, welcome back. Only 5 minutes left, and look what AMD just did. I cannot make some of this stuff up. I mean, we just went all the way back up, then we got filled, and it came all the way back down, and we got some 70s. My stop is 30s. The high of the day was the stop, and we just took a 21 short, gave it 10 cents, and then made 40 cents. So it's now 10 cents in the money if you want to go 1-to-1, but we are very light. We're getting out here, like a little bit more of a break. We only have like probably now maybe 15% left, something like that. There it comes back in again. This is just getting to be a little maddening to trade higher level shares, honestly. It's too much. It's just a little bit too wild, so we'll hold back on that one. I mean, NVIDIA's really not doing anything. It's AMD that is really, it doesn't look like it's doing anything to like some of you that, maybe you're just on the sidelines looking to say, hey, it's not moving. It's going from like 172.25 to 172. True, that is what it's doing. But at the same time, that's a scary proposition. Like I just took it out right there for 20 cents. And I'm happy as you know what to take that trade right there. So that's another dub for us, and we'll put that on the board. But looking for lower here, I'm actually going to cancel my 80s. See if we get lower. Let's see if we get into the 50s again here on AMD on that reload. So we'll end you. We'll end you on the day here right now, going 6 for 6 with a monster day. So. All is good there, and now GME. I mean, again, GME brought to you by the Sticky Note and by all of us talking about it here today. We're long GME right now. Almost every trade we've put on today, besides Shopify, still waiting for that to move, has pretty much printed you $1. So there it is right now. GME now 80 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get $1 for that one. We're still holding out on AMD, although we've already taken that to the downside. And then at Shopify is the last one standing. Although you're at the 50 period now, we could probably get a little bit more in here, but we're going to hold off on that. And then there goes AMD. See ya. But again, keep that money in your pocket and just drip it in there. You just saw me cover some at 02 for 25 cents. There's the out, and we probably got a good fill. I just use market orders. Yeah, we got 32s. So the break was 31. We got a 32 fill. So far, so good there. Only 2 minutes left. I'm back at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we're right back at 2 o'clock, and we're right back to what I hope is brass tacks. Like, just focus on your key levels. Don't overtrade in the middle of the day. If you see something running, try to figure out why. Like, I just saw a couple people mention HIMS in the chat.
Wow,
we know this from last week. It's up another 8% today, so a bit of a squeeze play, 15% short float on HIMS. I don't know if it has any other catalysts today, but if you remember this from last week, it got to 20, dipped, held on. I mean, it doesn't really hold on to 17 even. Which is a previous high in the daily, but it is back above that 17 today. So a trend back into 20 could be reasonable. Just understand, when this got to 20 last time, it was a pretty big reversal as well. Wow, and NVIDIA is taking this one. It's weird to call it like taking this one off when it's up 5.5%, but it just made another fresh high. I'm gonna get over here because look, Alibaba's trending back down into 80 as the market's going back up. So it did bounce successfully off 80, but I don't know how much I'm gonna like a reload in here if this stock is gonna be this much counter trend. So unfortunately, it only really gets halfway into VWAP or just a little bit better than that. And it's gonna have to show me a good double bottom for me to like going back over to this, because this market is super strong right now. I thought we'd get an arm dip buy And ARM's like, what are we talking about? We're not going anywhere near VWAP or the 120 level. So we'll have to find my way in, but I'm not chasing these tops. Let's see how NVIDIA does with this top break. If it holds it, I think there can be re-entries into all of those chip names as well. But yeah, it's been a fun one this morning. I don't think we're necessarily dead yet. Apple's trying to climb to VWAP. So if that gets back above VWAP, this market is going to do better than the 0.25%. It feels like we're up more than 0.25% on the NASDAQ. I guess really it's because Apple's been underwhelming mostly. That said, it's 11. It is time for Learn to Trade. We've got Obi stepping in for Sharif after his birthday turning 25 years old, or 50, whichever one you want to believe. We have Obi filling in. Sharif getting that time.
Yeah, it's much closer to one than the other. But
I think it's obvious which one, but that's okay. I'm not that young myself. But let's get Obi and Adara. It's Learn to Trade. We're back at 2. Go get them.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to How to Trade, FKA, formerly known as the Midday Show. I am Adara. This here is Obi. We are pleased to be with you guys here to ring in I almost said Monday, Tuesday. I'm going to read the names off here to do this roll call. Bears versus Bulls here. Shout out to you. Great, fantastic moderator. Thank you so much for all you do. Kyle Burdett saying, everyone have a great day. Hope you have a great day. Big Kyle Burdett. Darwin, Jason Walcott, Alex Enzo, Easy Trader, Six Toe, V, Draco, Daryl Flinch, The Boring Man, Andrew Chow, Soul Queen, Max, Suede, Fiddleback, people coming in here. Chucky saying, Adara. Yeah, hi, great to see you guys. Brad Gober, Michael Kern, 1320 Wolf, Derek B, Day Trader Cut. So many people rolling in here. DJ Marshall, Caputi Electronic Music here on a Tuesday morning. How are you this fine Tuesday morning? Obi, how was your weekend?
I'm good. I'm doing well. Weekend was all right. Just kind of just rest and relaxation for the most part. But yeah, nothing too crazy. How about you?
It was okay. It happened, and now it's not happening. A little bit of, stuff getting done. Probably too much sleeping, but we're here. We're alive, and we are ready to take on these markets and also give you guys a lesson. Same program as always. Shout out to Sharif. Happy birthday to him as well. That happened over the weekend, so I hope he is doing well, and hopefully, that was an excellent birthday and weekend for him.
Like it.
What
right
have
off
you
the
been
bat.
Pardon?
I said right off the bat.
Oh yeah, always. What have you been trading so far this morning?
This morning I have been dabbling in a little bit of Apple. Apple was pretty decent. I know Sean was involved as well this morning. Go down to the 1 minute here. A little bit of a long off of the open. Can't really get through that 93. So peace out there. Comes right back in. Took a little bit of a short as well, back to the downside off of the 92. But it was consolidating a little too much for me. A little strong bid that kind of came in and around here. So just covered for that one. Nothing too crazy. Just with Apple, again, they had that catalyst this morning with the China iPhone sales kind of popping back up. We know that when they dropped the sales a couple months ago, a few weeks ago, that was kind of one of the reasons that Apple fell distinctly. And we got a really strong move in the morning. I had like 10 different alerts on Apple that popped up. This morning, I'm like, right after I woke up, I was like, what's going on here, Apple? Slow down. I'm not even in yet. But we took some pieces off there, but nothing too crazy. Waiting for the next trade.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Apple did not want to wait for you. It was like time to go. Yeah. Long weekend's over. But yeah, just a nice look there. I have nothing I've traded. Honestly, a little bit still in, I don't want to say vacation mode, maybe sleep mode, but we're going to try to wake that up. I still like PDD. I've been obsessed with this one as of late. I think that 150 area kind of spicy. I liked 150.25. Should have just done that because then, of course, now it drops like 25 pennies. One thing I'm kind of working on, and I say kind of because I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about it, is holding positions for longer. I do find I tend to paper hands when I do that, which is why I am not super enthusiastic about doing so, but I think it has helped to just have these positions longer, or at the very least have like wider goals than like 2 pennies, you know what I mean? So especially if I'm gonna trade like $100 plus names, that's kind of what I'm working towards. We'll have to see how that goes, how that comes to fruition. But yeah, in terms of housekeeping as well, we do have, I believe, some auctions later today. I'm gonna pull that up. I know we also have Fed's Cook coming in, piping hot there at 1:05 p.m. We had like the Kashkari show all this morning. So lots of interesting, mostly hawkish sound bites coming out of there. Let me see what we have on the docket as we head into this here afternoon. Okay. I know we have, what auction do we have here? We do have the 5-year note auction coming in at 1. So we're going to stay tuned for that. We will keep you guys posted with that info. So let's see how we do here. PDD looking pretty darn delicious. I don't know. Still looking for some opportunities. I'll probably have my eye on Tesla just because I generally do, but I don't have many reads on many things right now. Anything else you're looking at before we head into the lesson?
I kind of had a bunch of names on watch, just waiting for things to set up and align with the playbook there. But NVIDIA, we know what NVIDIA has been doing. NVIDIA, nice little strong push off of the open, holding VWAP as of right now. Look at that. Only about, roughly 2 dips into VWAP, and both of them get bought up, and we continue to make fresh highs on NVIDIA as well. Had QCOM on watch. QCOM, again, pushing fresh highs, but it kind of gave up a decent chunk of the move right off of the open there. Nothing too crazy. Wasn't really involved in that one, but it seems like it's gone back above VWAP, reclaimed and kind of continued. Dell as well. We know that last week we had their event, and it was doing some interesting moves. We made like a strong push both on Thursday and Friday. I was looking for some more of the same today, but didn't really come in that hot off of the open. So I was like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna piece off of that one. Not really too crazy, but the dip off of this 160 was bought up. 161 was bought up pretty aggressively, so kind of missed out on that little piece there. But nothing too crazy for me. Again, waiting for the next trade. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading as well, so we can take a quick look at that also. But what's up with the lesson for today? Yeah,
let's do that lesson. So we are going to be talking about futures. So the future will be pretty bright this week. And today we're going to talk about an intro to trading futures contracts, which should hopefully be pretty spicy and exciting. Let's get into that. So we have done Futures Week in the past. We're going to kind of do a re-up here, a little bit more detail, a little bit more spice for people who were not there for that. So let's get right into the futures, or back to the futures, if you will.
Okay.
And I will, because you got to put a pun in there. So what's a futures contract? I mean, basically, to put it lightly, it's going to be a standardized, not to put it lightly, just what it is. It's a standardized agreement basically to buy or sell an asset at a future date and price. And so futures contracts are traded on exchanges, and they can be for commodities, financial instruments, or anything else. We have some other more specific examples of futures contracts coming in later in this presentation. So certainly stay tuned for that. Do you trade a lot of futures? I know you trade like the SPY sometimes, or?
Yeah, I do dabble in the SPY every now and then, but futures, not yet. But again, like I do watch futures very closely for when I'm trading like large caps, especially tech names. I'll be watching the NQ. Again, like you can go on. I think the site I use is like Slick Charts. It shows you what the constituents are for each of them. So like every day it's kind of changing based off of market cap. So if I'm trading anything that's like a larger constituent of the futures, I'll definitely have the futures on watch for sure to kind of guide me in the trade. Yeah,
that's smart. That makes sense. And I will say as well, like I've noticed having the futures up while you're trading these mega caps does help a lot as someone who wasn't like regularly doing that for some reason earlier. So shout out to that, and thank you for going over that for us. Key concepts here to talk about include leverage, which basically allows traders to control a larger position with a relatively small amount of capital, and this can magnify potential gains, but it's also a double-edged sword because it can also magnify your potential losses, which no one wants. That is not a fun time. What about margin? This is basically the collateral required, or that can be required to open and maintain a futures position. So the initial margin is going to be what you use to open the position, and then the maintenance is also required to keep the position open once said position has been opened. So interesting note there. So now we're going to do an overview of some contracts, which is I think kind of fun. Shout out to Opie for putting these notes together. So we do have the E-mini S&P 500, or the ES. So this will represent a portion of the S&P 500 index, which is basically going to be those larger US names. So it's a really popular choice if you want some of that US large cap exposure, or as Obi was just talking about, if you want to see what these names are doing, if you're trading, maybe a major constituent in the S&P 500, you're like, hey, how's that SPY doing? You might want to spy the SPY while you're trading, so you can get a sense if that's moving. Are you seeing any resistance or support? Will this impact your position? Or one thing I've noticed as well can be really helpful, if what you're trading is moving opposite to the NQ or the S&P 500, that's also something worth noting as well. So either trading it or keeping an eye on it, also definitely a helpful time. So each tick for the S&P 5, the ES is going to be worth about 1250. So minimum price fluctuation is going to be 0.25 index points. So for example, if the index is at 4,000, one ES contract would be worth about $200,000. So interesting look there. What about the NQ? I mean, come on, I'm sure you know NQ&A time over here. Let's talk about the NQ. So this one will track the NASDAQ 100 index, which is of course heavily weighted towards these tech stocks. If you have a larger tech name in the NQ and you're trading that, if you're trading NVIDIA, you might be like, hey, what's the NQ up to? You know what I mean? Or Tesla, Apple, etc. These names that are going to be the heavyweights there. You might want to be looking at the S&P 500 and the NQ, but maybe weight it more towards the NQ, right? It's always something worth considering. That is for sure. So each tick for this is going to be worth about $5 with a minimum price fluctuation of 0.25 index points. You've got the index at 13,000, one NQ contract would be worth $260,000. So nice look there. Other futures to talk about here, of course, this isn't like an exhaustive list, but just an example of some other futures contracts to be aware of. Crude oil, which is actually up today, by the way. So CL, this is one of the most heavily traded futures and actually provides a direct way to interact and trade the global oil market. Each contract represents about 1,000 barrels of oil. You also have gold, GC. I mean, shout out to Costco there with its gold bars. But gold, certainly one worth noting. This is actually used to hedge against inflation and currency fluctuations, each contract representing 100 troy ounces of gold. And agricultural futures, of which there are aplenty, there are several, but some to keep in mind here. You've got ZC, which is corn. It's about 5,000 bushels of corn per contract. Soybeans, also going to be 5,000 bushels per contract, and this is ZS. And you also have cocoa, 10 metric tons of cocoa per contract. That's going to be represented by CC. So these are some of these. There's so many futures contracts out there, man.
Yeah, for a lot of commodities, and there's currency contracts as well. I know euro dollar is a big one that gets traded as well. But definitely interesting. It's funny that for some of them, it's cash settled. So when the contract kind of finishes, you settle in cash. But some of them, you have to take actual delivery of product. So I think one of the examples might be cattle. So it's if you hold that cattle contract maybe a little too long, you might have to take delivery of a bunch of cattle. So you might want to watch out for that one.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that actually when I was doing the e-courses before starting. I remember that, and I was thinking oh yeah, that's kind of really odd to feel oh, you might want to sell some of that ahead of time. Okay, what a time. But yeah, so let's talk here as well about some basic strategies. So, of course, some of these are going to be a bit more self-explanatory, but worth talking about them, especially in the context and through the lens of futures trading, right? So you've got day trading, so buying or selling contracts within the same day. Of course, the goal of this, as we do a lot here on Trader TV Live, is going to be taking advantage of these shorter-term price movements. What about swing trading? Shout out to Michael Noss, the Noss boss. So this will involve taking positions for several days to weeks, and this the goal of this will be to take advantage of longer-term price movements. So this is especially interesting with regards to futures. If you think about it too, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, of course, can have these wild swings, and they can move on a whim with regards to things like bond auctions, Fed speak. Kyle Burdett was talking about crash Kari earlier in the chat. So you always want to be very cognizant, especially for holding these positions longer in general with swing trading. But swing trading futures, I think, certainly could bring an extra element of risk. So I thought that was kind of interesting here. Also hedging. So this is actually going to be used more by producers and consumers. And you can do this to lock in prices and manage risks. So let's talk about some other tips before we wrap up this here futures lesson. So risk management, of course, always going to be important, but especially as we mentioned, you can have these massive swings in futures, and it can be kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg situation, right? Let's say you have a big move down in NVIDIA, and the futures move down. Did the futures move down because of NVIDIA? Did NVIDIA move down because of the futures? Either way, you have a move down, right? So you want to be really cognizant of these types of moves. Stop losses are great. and make sure that you have those ready in case the position goes awry. Also diversification, especially with regards to futures. You don't want to be all in one specific asset or market. Spread the little the seeds throughout the acreage instead of all in one plot. That analogy worked better in my head. Let's also talk about resources, right? So you might want to consider certain websites. Investopedia is a great resource, especially if you're first starting out. The CME group, shout out as well for a little bit more info. Or we also have some previous how to trade sessions on the futures as well. So you can check those out as well on our channel. But yeah, that is, futures looking pretty bright. Actually, yeah, the futures themselves are doing okay. I said that. I was like, actually, how are the Qs doing? Qs are okay. Have you been looking at or involved in any names over here right now?
No, not right now. I'm kind of still watching eyes on Apple. It's still consolidating. I don't necessarily want to get involved in the consolidation at like too much. I guess again, what I've been kind of repeating to myself is like consolidations tend to be continuation patterns, but if it's going to kind of chop in the middle of its opening range, this little move up to 193, 190 and a half right now, I kind of want to just stay patient. Let's see maybe a break of the range, or maybe a little distinct move. We are around VWAP as well. Another name that I'm watching is INSM. They were up I think over 100% overnight, kind of closing in around the 20s, made a high in the 60s this morning, and kind of fading off, made a shelf on in and around that 50. But again, I think they have positive news on their primary trial for lung disease. So I do have that on watch. Definitely an interesting move here on that good news for the company. But other than that, I do have a long list of other names that I do consider in play, some technical, some catalyst-driven tickers, but nothing really that's really come to fruition. I was watching Procter & Gamble as well. PG been selling off, a little bit of a technical breakdown, and I kind of missed the move there. As here, I'll pull it up while I talk about it and show you guys what I am talking about right here. So we did a nice little flat, not really flat, but consolidation on Friday. Again, consolidation continuation pattern right here. Strong selling on Thursday, consolidates pretty much sideways all day Friday. Coming in today, wicks the low of that, and then look at that, 165s to 162 halves, straight selling to the downside. Now, what do I mean by technical breakdown? Again, now this is a trade that I missed, so of course it looks great in retrospect. I'm not too happy that I kind of missed it as well. But you can see right here, since earnings, it's been on quite a strong uptrend, right? So technical breakdown right here. Bing bang, right there. So it's nice little trend. It's holding multiple lows. And then as of Friday, we consolidated beneath the break of that trend, and now we're getting that continuation back to the downside here. So I definitely did miss that. Pretty clean trade. Again, looking back at it, it does look nice. But again, I was not necessarily involved with it here. Seems like the opening range low as well. Break held quite nicely, and it's continuing to make fresh lows as we speak right now. And you can see in the pre-market, doesn't really do too much volume, but definitely RVol is there in the pre-market, and a little bit doing above 1 RVol as well off the open. So I am kind of watching this one on the sidelines, but it's already done the move. It's kind of a little extended to the downside. I don't necessarily want to punch short at the lows as of right now, but again, another name on watch. Nothing too crazy. I know there was some earnings from last week that I do have on watch. There was Deckers Outdoor Corporation, again, kind of strong and held a consolidation. It's continuing now. It's a $1,000 ticker, so I don't know. As of right now, it needs to make like a distinct movement in order for me to really get involved. Another one I was also watching was Workday. Workday strong sell-off on Friday off of earnings day one, and I was like, I'm looking for that continuation. But take a look at what happens right off of the open. It continues pretty hard. It goes from 220s down to 210s, or 211s is the low right now. And yeah, about a 9-point wash right off of the open. So missed out on the continuation trade there. Had to be there right off of the open to really get involved. But other than that, I don't really have too much going on. Just kind of, again, waiting for the next trade. Let's see what Apple does in and around VWAP. Apple was one of my top ideas, along with INSM. And of course, I know that a lot of people are trading AMC and GME. GME also on watch for me. It was attempting to push. was attempting to push prior kind of consolidation highs that we've had off of the craziness that we had a couple weeks ago, right? So we dropped back down below 30, nice little flush, and holding above 20 with the highs at 24 halves, 24 40s, and in the pre-market. And I think the news was they were done with their note offering, or they're done selling the shares or whatever, and it got some nice volume on Friday as well as this morning off of that. And I was looking for that continuation or pullback, but again, it did pull back off of the open. Now just pretty much sideways here, pulling back up as of right now with a little bit of volume. But again, you can see that it's doing some RVol right now over 3, kind of pushing back up to that 24. So you know what? I'm just going to put an alert over here to see if it can kind of come in and push that level as of right now. Pre-market highs, 2440s, 2430s as of right now. So let's see, it's only about a point away. But other than that, I don't have too much going on. Let us know in the chat again what you guys are watching today. What do you got going on?
Yeah, shout out to that. Definitely let us know what's going on here. Tesla, I'm looking at. I mean, this is actually a line that, no joke, I had drawn on, I guess, previously, and I just opened it up and it was here, which was nice. But we're weirdly bouncing off this level that I clearly thought was a level at some point last week, this 174.80-ish. And that's always nice when things bounce. I think also, too, we had that chop and turn earlier. So I think this could be an interesting look. I'm not only saying that because of a level I drew last week. I'm just saying that it's interesting that we came into confluence with that level previously. Also, I find this area of resistance to be deeply fascinating, that 176. So I want to see what we do here. We have these failed wicks to break above it. I don't want to stand in the way of a Cybertruck. So we're going to have to wait and breathe and see. Shout out to B. Calberdette saying in the chat, I believe he was in a short on this at some point. So TSLA working out there. Also, this AMD trade, I think sometimes it's not about, like, you know, you say it's not about the journey, it's about the destination. It's not about, like, the winning trade, it's about how you manage it. Yeah. Because, I mean, look at this AMD. This could have been an AM disaster. I got out of this right before we had that big break up into 172s, right? And I'm not trying to be like, oh, like, look at this. Like, no, it's still a losing trade. But I said if we have that decisive push towards 80s, I'm getting out. We had the decisive push towards 80s, got out. Pleased as punch would be a strong word, but I am not displeased either, and I'm proud of how I managed the trade, which I think sometimes is worth noting. This could have gone better had I just scalped out at 30s, but I was like, no, I want 22s, which is like, just get what you get, don't get upset. So I'm going to learn from that AMD trade. Not an AMD disaster. You know, I made an AM decision. You just got to live with it. Got to keep going, keep pushing. Tesla, what will you do at 176? Let's find out. What else are people looking at here? Kava. They report tonight.
Oh, yeah.
CAVA. So let's see. Take a look at Kava. The glitch, looking at this one over here. So, okay, yeah, I mean, volume actually pretty good here. 2.5 million shares. I love this VWAP bounce. There is something in the water here at VWAP. We did bounce off this twice. We had that break, I don't want to say double bottom, but kind of near those pre-market low level of 83.20. We bounced back up. We aren't able to break above these pre-market highs, mind you, but we do kind of come into that 86 level, a bit of support, becoming a bit of resistance. Let's see what we do here at VWAP. We are kind of on a downtrend here since making the 86 level around 10:30, but we are still holding VWAP. So CAVA could be an interesting one. Let's take a look at the daily chart and see what's shaking here. This is a great daily chart on Kava. Wow. Yeah, I have no words. I mean, uptrend. Yeah. We do have a bit of a move down here to that 58 area, April 22nd. But look, we bounce off that previous resistance, and we kind of form a pretty clear support level around that 58, 59. And since then, the uptrend has not stopped. So great look for CAVA. There could be this could be an interesting report to digest. Food-related pun intended here as we get that tonight. So Sean and I are going to bring you those on the Market Recap Show. But CAVA, interesting. And I think one of the bigger earnings looks that we do have today, though later this week we have some massive ones. How are you doing over here?
Nothing too crazy here. That Kava does look quite interesting. I didn't know that it was bidding up like that on the daily here. It kind of reminds me of ANF. Another earnings name I think we have this week, right? Abercrombie is reporting later on. But yeah, look at this day chart over here. Again, quite crazy. I was like, okay, well, maybe we're pulling back as of April, but look at this right here. Since the beginning of 23, kind of very, very strong. And I think it was something like they had a few years of just like missing on earnings, and then all of a sudden you can see that they started reporting quite aggressively in terms of above expected. Look at that, 7,000% above expected. Again, 500% over expected, and then 52. So it's like we've been in a nice little trend action in both their earnings and doing much better relative to the past few years before 23 and 22, it would seem. But yeah, look at that. ANF pushing fresh highs along with some of these other names in the market as well. So there goes the NQ. NQ kind of held that 18.9, and I'm watching this Apple here as well. ES, and I think you were talking about earlier about how we look at the futures for either a strong connection or even a disconnection, right? So is there like an inverse kind of effect going on there? Is ES going up and one of the constituents going down? So something I noticed this morning. Now again, it could be just a little bit of maybe just my perception, but I was just like, Apple is dancing a little bit more to the tune of the ES than it is to the NQ. Again, the NQ being pulled along a little bit more by NVIDIA, I would say. NVIDIA quite strong. Let me pull up NVIDIA. I don't have it on watch here, but yeah, NVIDIA kind of strong off of making more fresh highs this week. Start of the week, kind of gap up above this. Prior day's levels, 1060, and then we're pushing 1100 right now, 1124 being the high of day. So a nice little trend. And again, we can see that since earnings, it's held this trend so far. So it's only day 3 of earnings right now. But since earnings, it's held this trend over the past couple of weeks leading up into earnings as well. We are holding trend. You can see the strong volume that did come in on this flush down to 750s. And since then, we've only been bought up since then, again, giving a continuation to the bigger picture trend that we've been having over the past year or so. We know that 24 was definitely the year of AI. 23 was a year of AI as well, and 24 a nice little continuation to the upside. Now, again, I'm seeing a lot of memes online and a lot of different things saying that, yeah, it's kind of like the gold rush, right? And then these guys, NVIDIA is the one who's selling shovels, so they're making some of the most money right now in this whole process of discovering what AI could bring to the world and to technological advancement. So yeah, definitely an interesting time we are living in here with, again, NVIDIA pushing all-time highs. And another one that's pretty strong, and I know a couple of people in the chat are talking about it as well, is AMD. Can't stop, won't stop, also making some fresh highs on the day. We know that last Thursday, quite a strong quadunk off of this 170 attempt, and it only took about a couple of days, but we're right back at it here. The high being 173, only about a point off of that. So let's take a look at a higher time frame here on the hourly. Again, kind of a similar story here. Post earnings kind of sold off, but now we're holding above that earnings reaction high here at that 160, trying to push for more highs there, multi-month highs. As we can see, a bit of a consolidation pattern happened in April, and we're kind of struggling with it, but attempting to push that level as well. So I do want to take a look at it on the weekly. Look at this beautiful chart. Wow. So it's absolutely to the upside, pulled back in 23, but we are holding some of those highs there off of the 22 run up there. So we're holding some of that, 150 being the low as of right now. Look at those multi-week run right here. So a little bit of a wick through the 50, holds the 140. Now we're pushing right back at 172 on AMD. So yeah, some of these chip makers definitely leading the way for these markets making all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, really nice. So speaking of, these all-time highs and the strength in the market, I want to go long the DQs. I say want to. I am involved, but the plan is to build this position. So I am aware getting involved in your highs of days, A, something I would not have even considered doing a while ago, and B, I mean, there's some inherent risk here, right? But I have a strategy, and I think it could just be crazy enough to work. And my plan is, So I didn't get involved right at highs, right? I said I initially liked 86s. We didn't get to 86s. I said to Dara, be like a little bit chasey, just a skosh of chase, just a dash of tonic, just like a bit of Coke, a bit of Sprite there to add a little bit of chase to this market. So I want to get out. I wanted to get involved at 87s instead, so I ended up chasing like one set. I can live with that. I'm going to get out part of this position, 65.93s. I'm aware that's like a 6-penny winner, but the plan is going to be to continue to add and subtract into this. I want to utilize my scalpier nature to take advantage of a pop that we might get on this. If we get a pop, great, I can take advantage of that. If not, then I still have my few pieces or dreams I've collected along the way. Basically, the plan is if we fail this 65.70, that's a hard out, but I'm going to be adding if we find support along the way. I do want that flat top breakout. I do want all the smoke, and I do want to build a position that I can live with. Couple names being mentioned here. ARM, Brad Gober mentioned, and a couple other people. Yeah, this one's a rocket to the upside. So when arm wrestling short sellers over here, this is a great look. Hopefully no one is short in this name and everyone is thriving here. But this is a really nice look. These bounces off the 90 MA are great. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 straight green candles here to the upside on the 5-minute. This is a really nice look here on ARM. Let's look at the daily because we know this one has had quite the performance since that earnings we had in January. Oh, okay, this is nice. It's a really nice look. So we had that big earnings move. We never fully filled the gap, which is nice. Even when we had that move to the downside, recovering pretty nicely. However, we're kind of approaching, or not approaching, we're basically, in that previous pre-market, this previous support level of that 125. So I think breaking decisively above that 125 could be a nice look for ARM. Let's look at HIMS as well, because HIMS and hers, this is the NY. Has been mentioned quite a few times here in this chat. So let's see how HIMS and hers are doing on the day. Up about 10%. This is another really rocket shapey kind of look, much like ARM. Both of them just continuing to the upside. HIMS, though, giving you less dip buy opportunities. ARMS gives you those dip buys on the 90 MA. HIMS is like, I don't need to do that. I'll just keep flying. GME as well. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, yeah, this is a great look here for GME. And I also love this area. Look at that rejection, not once but twice in the pre-market, also below VWAP. We try again, and GME's like, I don't think so. Continuing to the upside, great look. I love this look, yes sir, but I do like rap music. I do talk fast. I do try to keep up with these here markets. So shout out to you. Shout out to everyone here. And shout out to the Qs, because they are moving, and I got my first out here. How are you doing?
Yeah, Apple kind of broke out of that consolidation underneath VWAP as of right now. The tape is speeding up a little bit here if you guys want to follow along on the screen. Yeah, 192 coming in. I took a short here in and around this 192 earlier. We did consolidate right underneath VWAP, and we are pushing to the upside here. If we do look at a 15-minute chart on Apple, we can see here, that's AMD, Apple. So we can see how much of a shake and bake we've had off of the news. So we kind of rip up in the pre-market, 194.81 being the high. You kind of flush off of the open, maybe a little bit of capitulatory action there. It holds prior day consolidation high. I was slightly disappointed not having the long in and around here. I was watching it and I was like, this is giving me about 20 pennies worth of risk. Could I get involved? Yes, potentially, but I did want to respect a little bit of the overall trend that we did have off of the morning flush. We already did test that 195 on a significant R-vol here. You can see that it was doing above 5 R-vol in the pre-market, and then kind of fading off with that volume, not only with the relative volume, with the volume off of the open as well. You can see how distinctly different this is right now. Opening volume obviously going to be high, but look at the next few candles as well, quite high as well, printing above prior days kind of average volume as well, right? So the first, these are 15-minute bars, so the first hour or so printed a lot more volume than the average volume that went in on Friday when we had that nice little bid up into this 190 half. So I am watching this right now. I do want to get in on the right side of the V here, and it seems like this 190.50 is quite a strong bottom as of right now with a strong wick to the downside. But again, I do want to respect this trend. This was off of a catalyst, right? So this action happened off of a catalyst, and market kind of, I guess we digested a little bit of it, and that's kind of what I'm looking at here in terms of a trend. We push up into that 193. I was involved with that 193 push, right? Because I'm like, is this reverting back up? And in 193 gets slammed right back in. I'm like, oh boy, I don't want to stay involved here below the halves right there. And then look at that, it comes right back in, makes a fresh low at that 190 half. So as of right now, we are attempting to push back up. So the question I always ask is if the bid is real on what may seem like a strong catalyst, and we start to pull back, when does a bid catch? When does a bid catch back on? And it seems like that 190 half may be the place. 191 kind of holding right now. And again, when we put that VWAP back on, we are still kind of holding in and around this VWAP underneath this 92. Again, 93 gets slammed, 92 gets slammed. Now we're attempting to push right back into that 192. So with the futures kind of dancing around with this 18.9, I am staying patient and watching. But something that is still going strong in its trend, again, is AMD. AMD making some fresh highs here as of right now. We talked about that 173.13 being that high of last week. So last week's high, again, pulling it up on a weekly chart here. We are about to break prior bar high on the weekly. Now you can see how strong that's kind of been here off of this consolidation breaking the 160. I got a couple anchors in there that probably not too relevant as of right now, but again, you can see a little bit of a potential 3-bar happening here on the weekly where you kind of bid up, you have a little bit of a consolidation, maybe an indecisive kind of candle here, and then we're pushing up, continuing the move back to the upside. So maybe a larger time frame reversion of this little move that we had off of the 227 here. So we pulled back quite aggressively from 227 highs into that 150. Now consolidation break back up. How much further are we going to go? We've gone about 31 points here. So over the past, about 4 or 5 weeks or so after a bit of consolidation. So AMD quite strong on the day. Let us know if you guys are trading AMD on the day. I know people are talking about, Tilsterville is talking about Lucy. Now we know Lucy was interesting last week, so we can take a quick look at Lucy as well. What that is up to. Did quite a bunch of volume last week on Friday. Again, attempting to push that $1 mark. Didn't really come in, and we pulled back quite nicely, about a 50% pullback off of some of those highs from Friday. So yeah, definitely interesting. Is it doing volume again today? It is doing about 34 million. So, but again, distinctly lower than prior days volume, where again, if you take a look at this, it did almost $1 billion worth of volume, 944 million shares traded on day one of this move on Lucy. So definitely know a lot of people are watching it. Again, sub-dollar stock. I don't really partake. I don't really participate in it. But again, definitely does not mean that trades are not there, does not mean that it does not have liquidity. There's a lot of dollar volume, especially last week that was going through this name. And yeah, definitely something to watch for. Again, price action is king in my opinion, and it definitely has a lot of opportunities based off of price action as well. But potentially a liquidity trap if it's going to do so much volume on the initial day and then kind of die off on day two. Let's see what it does. Maybe it's setting up for something similar, which reminds me, let's take a quick look at FFIE. Now I know a lot of people have had that one on watch as well. FFIE did a bit of a similar kind of trappy action here. If we go on the daily, you can see it a little bit better. So attempts to push that $1 mark, can't really get there, blasts off the next couple of days all the way into the $4 mark. Is that the actual high? Yeah, exactly. So 390 is the high, and we've been kind of pulling back off of that, consolidating, can't really get back below that $1 mark. So definitely something interesting to keep an eye on, but again, not necessarily my cup of tea as of right now. Again, I tend to kind of lean a little bit more towards larger caps here. So we are pulling back off of this 18,940. We can see this pre-market consolidation on the NQs that we just clipped on this 15-minute candle. How much time is left on the 15-minute candle, you may ask? I am asking. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left, and we are pulling back. So distinct distinctly kind of past the halfway mark on that 15-minute candle right now. So let's see if we're gonna print a little bit of red here. But again, we have been bidding up since the open here. Again, pushing right back on top of this 18.9. We wicked that 18.9 on the NQ, and we are making relatively higher highs as well. So I'm gonna stay patient here. I am continuing to watch Apple for the next trade. What is the next trade for you guys? I'll be watching the chat to find out. What do you got going on, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching the cues like a hawk over here. Speaking of hawks, Kashkari somehow still talking. That was not a planned transition, but it really worked out for me. Kashkari is still apparently talking. Shout out to Day Trader Cut for putting this in the chat. I certainly won't pencil in more than 2 rate cuts for 2024, so thank you to you, Day Trader Cut. Feds Kashkari continuing to talk about rate cuts. Also, though, I want to say on the TQs, we get to 65.80 every time, and we see this massive bounce. So that means if this falls, I think it could fall pretty viciously. Right now, though, we haven't fallen, which is why I haven't panic sold yet. I'm very proud of myself. Progress, growth, personal improvement. So nice look there. That being said, I'm not going to sit here and be like there's no possibility of these heading down. I think there is a pretty strong possibility, but for my purposes, I have no reason to leave the trade yet. Initially said I wanted 70s. Now, just because I've noticed how clear of a resistance the support, the 65 has been, that's the level I'm watching. I did add to the position around 91s. Should have probably added a little bit lower, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. I did what I did. You got to live with that. I think we could be turning a little bit. I just want to see what we do around these 65.86s because this has definitely been a level and a half. Let's look at the SPY as well, which I think another one to look at. Shout out to both Joanna Brewster and Kyle Burdett in the chat. I know Kyle is short the SPY, so I guess short the spile, if you want to make a pun. And then also, I know Joanna Burdett, or no, I'm combining names now. It's a day. Joanna Brewster, shout out to you guys, saying as well, we did have this, topping tail candle coming in the future. So this hasn't really materialized yet, but it'll certainly be one to keep an eye on. Both the S&P 500 and the NQs doing certain things here. P to the D to the D as well. Still on my eyes. Initially, I was like, I want to go short. Happy I didn't go short because PDD has not looked back since then. If we bounce off the 90 MA, that's a nice long, I think. I think it's a nice long. I like that it's off the 90 MA. I like that it's kind of near VWAP. I like that it's off that previous area of resistance. There's nothing I don't like here. Gaurav mentioning, and PDD just popped off, so I guess it does not want me involved, so shout out to that. Nice look. Gaurav here mentioning Dell. Let's take a look at Dell, continuing to bounce off the 90 MA here. It's a nice look. Heading into earnings, making higher highs, going from its VWAP. Yeah, I think so too. I think this is one that it's a little bit hard to time your entry, and I say that because we're not having, I want to pull up ARM as a comparison because ARM is giving you, or at least, it still is. ARM's giving you these clear dip buys to get involved in, right? You have your move, then you got a dip buy. You have your move up, dip buy, right? I think with Dell, it's a little bit harder to find a perfect point of entry because instead of these dips, at least in the 5-minute, what you're seeing is kind of these intense plateaus, these intense flat tops, then a big move down, then a big move back up, right? So I think it's a little bit harder to have a read on where you want to enter this. Furthermore, we're kind of struggling with the 90 MA here, so Dell could get interesting. I think this will be an interesting one to keep an eye on here, but I did want to put out there, that I think this one is a little bit harder to find entry points, though. We're also finding a little bit of resistance here at that pre-market chop and churn area, a little bit that 167.70, 168. Shout out to you though, Gaurav. I think this one definitely has more upside opportunity. I just find it, for my purposes, to be a little bit harder to gauge a point of entry than something like an ARM. Lucy Live apparently says Bob Curran in all caps. So let's take another look at Lucy. Shout out to Obi for covering this one. Yeah, I mean, continuing to move up here. I still think there's some resistance. Okay. I just realized too, I was like, what was resistance and support, an interesting level last week on the 5-minute? That 70 area, where is it? There you are. That 70, 75 area was really interesting last week. So the fact that that's also where we're seeing a little bit of resistance this week, 70 cents could get spicy for me for LUCY. Right now, though, I am still chilling in the futures. How are you doing?
I just got an alert for GME, and just a couple seconds ago, Sean was like, yeah, GME, he is long on the GameStop, and we were talking about that 430 being the high there. So now we have made a little bit of a higher high than the pre-market high. So it did push up. It is kind of strong. Look at that expanding. Oh, there we go. Expanding volume going into the break. That's really nice there on GME. So again, I'm going to be patiently waiting. I may or may not have a little bit of a bias on this name, but again, bias does not matter. Just got to follow the chart and the price action. The price action in the chart is kind of telling me that we are pushing these pre-market highs with the volume increasing. So I'm going to kind of watch that right there. And yeah, I guess the long was definitely the trade to be in off of some of these lower levels there as we're pushing up in towards these highs. Let's see if it kind of continues. Taking a look at a bit of a higher time frame on the hourly, we were just talking about this. We can see that these highs right here, just underneath 25s, and there's pretty much air up into 26. So this could potentially have a move up to the next stop there, which could be 26. But again, let's see how much volume it's doing on the day. It's doing about 38. The average 30-day volume is 40 million. So yeah, it definitely could. It's not even hasn't even been half of the trading day just yet. But yeah, so, and we've already done about the average 30-day volume as of right now. You can see the volume bars kind of picking up here a little bit distinctly higher than some of those days from last week, with this volume being sustained and volume coming in to GME as of right now. So yeah, it is on the rise, Sean. So yeah, nice little long there. What's your average there? On 21.59. Wow, that is an entry. Nice. That's absolutely solid. Nice trade there, Sean. Okay, that is, you're out. It's $50. All right.
I'm more impressed with Shopify long.
Okay, Shopify long. Let's take a look at that one as well. 57.40, you said? 57.40. Okay, yeah, that's nice. Right on the dip. Wow. Okay, so you pretty much Sean made the bottom right there at that 57.40 as we kind of accelerate to the upside there, but over half a point in the money right there. But Shopify very, very strong. Did this thing have a split recently, or no? I think I'm used to. Yeah, I'm used to looking at Shopify on the TSX there, but a little higher priced on the Toronto Exchange, I think. Yeah, okay, so 78. Yeah, okay, so cool. But yeah, nice little push on Shopify into some prior levels here. So nice look there, Sean, on strong ticker on the day. I am still kind of watching this Apple. I'm also watching Boeing as well. We know Boeing's been on the news. Again, another technical trade. For me, I was like, look for that continuation. It'll be in the morning, and was not really watching it. Why was I looking for that? Friday we had, so Thursday actually, we can start off with the story on Thursday. Strong flush to the downside with some RVOL. We attempt to break lower, 170 holds, and then we reclaim that, closing at or near high a day. So I'm like, that dip got bought up real quick on a higher time frame, just slightly. And I'm like, look for that continuation off of the open. But oh boy, does that continuation happen real fast, and then pulls right back in off of that 178, 174s on Boeing. On the Boeing company, and yeah, so that trade is kind of gone for me. Dell continuing to push higher there. So again, looking similar to that story on Boeing, where the dip kind of gets bought up, and we are getting a bit of a V-shaped recovery happening off of this 161 low. Oh boy, what a reversion! It's pushed almost 7 points off of this low, 161 to 168. Here, 170 being the highs right now on Dell. Again, we have their earnings coming up as well this week, I think. So nice little action that we've been having off of the event that they had going on last week. I think a 3 or 4 day event that happened. They were presenting some products that are, again, AI related products, and we've been seeing some nice volatility in the name since then, Thursday, Friday, and again today. Nice little V-shape moves day after day on Dell.
Yeah, I mean, Dell has certainly, Yeah, it's hard to quell Dell there. Dell continuing to the upside. Great look. TQs also just gave me another out, so please just punch about that. I still want to add to this position because I'm not like adding and holding, right? I'm adding and scalping, so that's been kind of the goal. However, I like this because it actually won't give me my fill, which is like good, I think, in a way. Or in terms of like adding to the position, because I wanted 65.88s and TQQs, which earlier could get to 65.88s in 2 seconds flat and then pop right back up. They don't want to go below 90s now. I'm like, okay, do your thing, 21. I see you, TQs. I'm okay with that. So that's what's happening here. I still think we could have that breakout. I'm still saving some shares for that breakout, but I do love scalping as well. So that's why I've been kind of piecing in and out throughout. That 66 area is kind of spicy to me as well. So I do want to get out another part of the position there. Whether or not I'm able to add here, it's not about the share size for me. I'm just adding because I feel confident in the position. I want to express that by having more shares. But I mean, I like the position no matter what. I'm going to execute it in the same way, no matter what. If we break below 80s, bye TQs. Can y'all take a look at Meta, says Vin. Yeah, you're very welcome. I think this is Meta's an interesting look. There is a dark pool wick doing things for me for some reason. But yeah, shout out to Kyle Burdett, who was mentioning this one earlier as well in the chat. I think this, as kind of a range, I think this 9 EMA rejection is pretty nice. This is a level we know that I love a lot. I was trying to see if the 1 minute chart makes this any easier to see, and it doesn't really, unfortunately, but I mean, you can still kind of see we are below that 9 EMA. Every time we think we're gonna kind of crack decisively below it, we don't, which I think is kind of interesting. Or I mean, not the 9 EMA, I mean like to make a lower low here. So I think Meta does have that chop and turn. I should fix the wicks on my chart, but I've noticed from just for what it's worth, what I'm doing on the book here, what I'm seeing in the book, because I've been trying to read the book more, that 476, 24, 25, kind of an area of resistance here. So keep an eye on that level for Meta. I'm not seeing a lot on the chart that's making me think this will continue to push up. I think a claim of the 9 EMA on the 5 minute would be a nice look, but right now, continuing to duck below that 9 EMA, a little bit of a, ping pong type action there. A pun coming here from Compass RX Moderna. So let's take a look at Moderna, mRNA, with that in mind. This was my worst name of the week. And you might be like, how can someone have the worst name of the week? You can if you revenge play Moderna. So that was very much my mistake. But this is an interesting look here. We had that kind of move down here into 154s. We have a bit of a chop and turn. Further move down. Try to break above 154s, not so fast. Now we're seeing this continued kind of consolidation. Not exactly what we saw in Apple, but I think certainly this interesting chop and turn as we find a direction that we want. I think if this does end up materializing as a flat top break at 154, that could be really spicy, especially because that was an area of resistance we saw a little bit earlier, but I don't have a clear read on this one right now. But yeah, I liked that pun. Shout out to you, Compass RX. So shout out to PDT. Which I know I keep forgetting about in favor of these like flashy TQQ plays and my weird AMD short decision, which actually I'm still proud of the management on this, case in point. But that PDD, I don't know, these wicks I don't love, but I think there could be something here in PDD that I still want to keep an eye on. How are you doing?
Sorry, just taking a sip of coffee there.
No apologies for
again, I'm watching Dell. Dell's on my radar. Thank you for pointing that out. Again, that push is coming right back in towards day highs there at that 170. So I want to see if we're going to kind of push that 170. Are we gonna rip right back up? Again, a lot of selling that went on off of this level here. So if we can kind of push right back up into 170, we're kind of maybe potentially putting some shorts in a sweaty state there on there. So nice little workout potentially for the shorts. Getting sweaty over this 168 level here, 170 being the high. So I am looking at this. VWAP hold was quite nice, 165 and 165 halves up into 167. Just waiting on that. Apple still kind of churning this VWAP. Again, we talked about a potential break of this little move here, but comes right back into this 192. So maybe we are building into this. Again, we talk about that 15-minute chart, and I put this trend line here from the pre-market, very aggressive trend. strong selling coming off of the open, and then we are holding underneath this this trend as of right now. Again, it's just a line on the chart. Doesn't mean too much unless and until something distinctly happens with the price action here on the chart. But I can't really get too much of a read on it as of right now, as it is just trading sideways. Again, it's kind of the midday session where things might be digesting, things might be cooling off before they make a distinct move there. But AMD also watching. AMD on watch as well. Sean saying he's $3 in the money. I'm going to assume that is on GME, right? So GME, yeah, I know GME is still kind of going here. Let's take a quick look at that, but I do want to pull up, oh wow, okay, so 25 coming in there. So we are pushing up into some of those levels. Again, we talk about the break with expanding volume. We are slowly pushing higher highs as well. Let's go to a higher time frame right there. Look at the 15-minute. We've only been bidding up on the 15 since about 10:30, 10:45 being the break of this lower consolidation here on GME. So quite some strong action there. We saw that they are done. They're done their offering. Some of the selling that they were supposed to be doing kind of finished on that. So maybe that sell pressure is off the charts as of right now, if you know what I mean. Apple coming right back in. So okay, so let's see what's going on here. Maybe a pullback in on the NQs as well. But again, still well within this range. If I were to put a line over here and another one over here, what's okay? Well, that didn't work out too well. But okay, so right there. Right there, a bit of a range going on, kind of a chop happening there on the Apple. So not yet. I don't think I don't want to get too involved as of right now. If it's just going to do nothing, go sideways. But again, on the break, if we have a distinct move on the NQs, again, I'm being patient. Something that I've been working on as well as of recent is trying to just wait for the setup to come in. Maybe kind of get involved, kind of pinging the action there. Is it ready yet? Maybe not yet. Here with this short. I get out quite quickly when it's like, all right, well, it's not ready for me just yet. But if it's going to break this, if and when it does, I will get involved with the Apple there. Dell still pushing, and GME almost at 25, only about 20 pennies away from that 25 mark. So maybe I should be pulling up the tape on this trade here just to see what GME has in store for us at that 25 level. So we can take a look at it together here on GME. So let me pull that. Sean is saying his newest position is short Tesla.
I just got short Tesla.
Okay, nice. So Dara short Tesla as well.
176.93. 180 or 177, 180.
You're like, not
177.
bad. What's your price?
177.25. 177.20.
Okay, all right.
177.20. Yeah, shout out. Sorry to cut you off there. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Got distracted by the short Tesla. But yeah, this Tesla short I took because I am still long the Qs. I do want to acknowledge the kind of potential hypocrisy of taking Tesla short while I'm short the Qs. I want to see what we do at 20s. I like that Sean kind of said that was his entry point because that's where I want to see what we do here. Took a small position, but I got involved because I was watching to see what we did here. That was definitely an area of support earlier. I was like, hey, this could be resistance. Then we get what I can only describe as a topping tail candle. And then we go down. I initially wanted 177.99s, realized I wasn't going to get it. I was like, okay, Dara, take your 93s. I think Tesla's probably going to be like a Dara get out now. So that's fine, but you got to take advantage of the opportunities. I also like that we did just have a Scotia rejection here at 177.20s. Also, I counter shorted AMD at the same time. I noticed that we did have that support earlier at 172.20. So I said if we fail that even a little bit, I want to try the short. I was going to take it into 30s. We got up to 27s. We dropped. I said, great. Shout out to Joanna Brewster. I can do names, right? Joanna Brewster saying that, just shout out to myself for, verbal typos earlier, but good times. I got involved in the short because I did, I know you mentioned it might have fallen off there, and I did like that. I think at least temporarily that could be a move down. I think the more that we fail this 172.20 as we just did again, the more confidence I have that this could fall a little bit lower highs on AMD.
Yeah, GME's still going there. 25.30s coming in, so we are very close to that 26 mark that I was talking about earlier, a bit of a bounce level there. So yeah, I was like, if it kind of breaks, we've only got a bit of air up into the next level here at that 26. We can see that selling came in pretty aggressively with that volume in and around off of this 30 mark. So yeah, GME kind of pushing right there. Let's take a look at the weekly here just to see what we are up against. Again, that 64 getting slammed down last week. We know what happened with Roaring Kitty kind of coming out with the tweet, and we got a strong little push up into a double top of 80s in the pre-market and a nice little flush off of that. Oh boy, was that a bit of a trade on some of these meme names here. Now I know that along with GME and Friends definitely moving as well with AMC. So let's take a quick look at AMC, not AMD. AMD still going, wow, nice. AMC, so yeah, okay, so we know that $5 mark has been quite interesting over the past week or so. AMC still hasn't really gone past some of its highs, so a little different than what GME is doing. But again, I think this ticker trades a little bit more volume, so it might have some more chop and churn along the way to get past before it can kind of break through some of these levels here. You can see a lot more consolidations and a lot more chops along the way on the flush. But again, GME distinctly different, where when and if some of these levels break, it has a clean cut flush into these 20s. So yeah, there it goes. 25 is 60s coming in on GME. So when will it stop? I have no idea. But I am kind of watching this trade here. Look at that expanding volume. We talk about that expanding volume going into a breakout, and this is a perfect example there of continuation with that expanding volume coming into that 2430s right there, over a point in the money, and again, Sean being over 3 points in the money right there on GME. What is the ATR on GME is the question that I'm asking right now. So let's take a quick look. 5.5 points almost on GME being the ATR. So it has not done an ATR just yet, but if we do take a test of, yes, the dollar club, Sean in triple dollar clubs right now, almost pushing into 4. He's already at that 4. Yeah, you said 22s, right? So, 2150. Okay, so yeah, definitely 4 points in the money on GME, Sean. Great trade off of some of these lows there. Consolidation breakout and a full-on V-shape on the day on GME. Again, memes running, memes still hot, cannot stop. I wonder if Roaring Kitty is tweeting anything as of right now. Maybe I should check the Twitter.
Over there, but yeah, right now. Shout out, I heard Sean saying Tesla, and I will also echo that and say Tesla, and I'll also say Yesla. This has been a fun short. Also, I'm even more surprised that I can exist in this short and also be long the Qs, and I'm not finding a huge conflict of interest in terms of like, obviously just like the positions, you know what I mean? Because I was really worried. I've been long the Qs actually for the better part of the morning, which is not something I normally do. Now though, Tesla's trying to be like, oh, Adara, you thought you could get away with that? Like, I don't think so. I'm like, okay. I want to see what we do here at 20s because we rejected those 20s harshly
26
earlier. So let's see what happens here. 26 on GME?
Yeah.
Pardon
Straight up.
Huh? That's nuts.
Literally straight up.
That is crazy. I'm also going to add to this Tesla position a little bit. Not a huge amount of shares, but I didn't have a huge position to begin with. And I do like this 177.10s level that we keep rejecting. Again, I'm still going to have the same, like if we break above 20s, I'll get out. I'm aware that this position is becoming increasingly risky, but I think if you believe in something, you do owe it to yourself to commit to it. Also, GME. Is the GameStop ever going to stop? Thank you so much, Sean, for the kind words as well in the chat, as well as a shout out to the Market Recap Show, which we do. And we do that every evening that the markets are open, not on Sundays or weekends, 4 to 4:30. How many dollar clubs is that right now? $5 club for GME there for Sean. Great look. Tesla now kind of dancing above this area. This is going to make me sweat just a little bit, but I still do like that 177.20. Are you still looking at GME?
Yeah, I'm still watching it right here. Again, full disclosure, I did kind of borrow some shorts in the morning, looking for that extension move. And again, I would be on the other side of the trade of Sean, but again, I got to wait for this move to kind of slow down and really look distinctly different here. Don't want to step in front of a freight train here. As it pushes up, again, I said there's only air till 26s, and it goes right to 26, 26, 30, 26 halves right there. So as of right now, just holding that 26. So it could definitely go a little bit more. Again, expanding volume there, going into some of these levels. Definitely people are sitting short on this thing. I don't know what the option chains are looking like as of right now, but definitely there's a party going on for sure in the options market here. I'm looking at a 5-minute as well. Prior bars have not been broken since about 11:35, where we got a strong little candle right there. Again, breaking through this pre-market high as well. So 2430s was that level, and we did push quite extensively off of that. Look at that volume that comes in just back to back, increasing volume candles, RVol pushing just above 3 as of right now. So I am waiting for a little bit of change in behavior, but again, don't want to get involved. Again, just how they say, you don't want to try to catch a falling knife. You don't want to try to catch a flying rocket as well. Kind of, you don't know when that. I don't know. Maybe, I guess. Yeah.
Like the AMC rocket?
Yeah, the AMC rocket, GME rocket. These rockets are definitely flying. Look at that, 2630. So yeah, I was like, all right, well, 26 halves coming in, 27s. What's the next stop? Let's take a quick look at the chart on GME and see what the next support or resistance level might be. Like I said, this selling started off quite aggressively. If we just look left here, in and around that 30 level, right? So we were making lower lows again during the day, in the pre-market session, in the after-hour session there as well. Nice little downtrend here. Kind of broke above that on the 20 hold, consolidated, can't really get back below 17, and we are pushing for some fresh highs here as of right now. So let's see where this volume takes us. GME quite strong on the day. Are you guys involved? Jerlu is saying, talk to me nice, GME. Oh yeah, talking real nice on that GME push. 26 halves is the high as of right now. Flushing, Sean is out, he is saying, and out at a nice time as we are starting to look a little distinctly different. People smashing the bids right there on GME back through that 26. So is this the backside? Can we see a little bit of a pullback? I have no idea, but I'll be waiting, watching, seeing, being patient for the next trade. What is the next trade for you guys? What are you waiting for?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was such a great send off there, or not send off, transition words. I'm gonna go to the TQs. We initially held those 85s really, really well. The fact that we can't now, I don't necessarily love. So you know what? We're gonna. I don't know. Like I said, I really want to see us break below 80, so I think I do owe it to myself to stay in this a little bit. We are having some wicks that make me go, huh? But I don't have a definitive reason to leave, like I said, until we break below 80s. That was really the level I'm interested in, and I'm pretty sure TQs are going to give me that in a moment anyway, so let's see what we do. Go down to Tesla. I think a lot of that was just my initial entry was not the best. I got involved 177. You're nothing compared to, shout out to Sean there in that like 177.20 area, which is a great entry area for that short for TSLA. So nice look there. I did get pushed out, but I'm happy I didn't panic sell. I'm also happy I added because you learn a lot from just living in the trade. I've learned more from every trade that I've toughed it out in, as long as I liked the position, mind you, and I wasn't just like, adding in out of fear or something. I've learned more from those trades than I have from panic selling. Because what do you learn from panic selling? You learn that you were scared and you were looking for like a quick out. So I think I'm trying to find ways to learn more from every trade, even if every trade is not profitable. I am down in the day, but, and I know this is a cliche, I am always bullish positivity. I'm bullish learning. I'm bullish next trades. I'm bullish new opportunities. Tesla pushing even higher here. This could be kind of interesting. I don't really have a huge read in the stock right now, though, unless we reject 177.60s, which it looks like we're bouncing around right now. Look at that. Previous high in the pre. I think this could get a little bit spicy here for Tesla. I also like the concept of a SPY short, which I realize is kind of ironic because I just got out of that. TQ was long, but I do like that 530 area. This is an area I know as well. Shout out to Kyle Burdett that I know you were looking at. We are seeing these higher highs and higher lows a little. No, we're not even saying higher highs. We're seeing higher lows, but we cannot get above 530 decisively on anything other than a wick basis. So that 529 mid 90s is kind of interesting to me. I tried to get involved in the short and it didn't work out. So all eyes on the prize. TQ dipping down, and you are seeing where the pardon. But we're going to have to wait and see how the game will go, because now we have Neil at his lesson of the day.
Welcome, your lesson of the day. I actually teased that there's always going to be something that moves that day, or that we learn that day, or sets up that day, and I'm not going to change from that today. So GameStop's loosely going to be the theme here, but it has to do with, hey, what do you do when you get that roundy face setup? And we talk about this all the time. Everybody knows what a smiley face looks like, or rounded face, or whatever it might be. What does it mean? Why do we like it? Ultimately, it's a positive look on a weak stock trending. So GameStop was the perfect example of a stock that a lot of people wanted to be long today because of the gap up. On Friday, you would have seen in the aftermarket show, like 5 minutes after market close, there was the offering. It gapped higher. It then held the gap this morning, so lots of excitement around GME and a possible short squeeze again. But it just couldn't break out the top. And so when you have a failure for a squeeze name to take out tops, oftentimes there's people taking profit at the open, and that's exactly what we got. So there's only one level that I was interested in for the dip buy. It was the $21 level. And you're trending down in, but we're waiting for it to make a base and a wick bottom, which I got wicked out of. But you'll notice here, I take the long the first time it holds 21, but then I don't get back in when it's at the 21 level. And the reason is it's still trending down with lower lows. I'd rather look at the smiley face. Like, have it do this, lower lows, into the bottom at 21, and then when it starts rounding and puts in the higher low, then look for the long. So we wait for it to put in that higher low, and that's your rounded bottom. So there's lots of different ways you can look at catching that low. I find if the morning is showing you a trend into the downside, especially in that first 30 minutes, and there wasn't the quick bounce at the open or during the opening range, then you're looking for a little bit more calm on the other side, which is that higher low setup. It's always good when it hits. The other thing that I want to consider here when you get this kind of a dip buy is the rounded bottom. It's going to be the smiley face, but that means there's going to be an upper lip here. And at the open, that top was at 22.5. And you're going to notice I'm in here long again at 22.5. So you get your nice little rounded face, but when it consolidates and breaks out, that's a re-entry into the trade. Because I'm respecting the fact that you have a consolidation underneath. So you look at this level in here, like that 21.5, you have a consolidation to the downside. When it breaks out, I'm willing to get out of that trade, look for the reload at the bottom of the channel. If I don't get it, it's holding above that price, go into the long again. The beauty of being able to actively trade, especially at real trading, is you don't have to just sit around in the one trade. You can take it another time if that's your strategy. So if we're trading station to station, we get back in at the 22.5. When it breaks out that rounded bottom, I think there was one miss. I'm going to show you where I missed an opportunity. That's the high of the day breakout. So there was one more long, because at this point you're looking trend up, right? It's shown you the wipeout bottom, trapping shorts, shorts here of one, but trapping shorts here, trapping shorts there, trapping shorts essentially everywhere. But they probably trapped some shorts at 22.5 as well, looking for the VWAP pullback. That did set it up for a high of the day break. At this point, when you get the rounded bottom and you trend it to the upside, you're looking for multiple places to get in long. So this little dip into 24 should have been better than this consolidation into 24.5. When you look at something like this, and you have to be delicate when you're looking for a rounded bottom, it is going to be a stock that's trending down. I'll give you an example where I probably got anchored to the actual dip price instead of looking for the rounded bottom setup, and that's going to be Alibaba. Baba bounced off $80. You can see here I only took the trade at the $80 level that I liked. Great, that's fine. But it does set you up with something else. There's your lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Then it finally hits the bottom at 80, which is a level we're expecting. You then get the higher low. This is where it holds on to that opening range bottom at 10.25, but not once, twice. So now you've got a series of higher lows. There's your rounded bottom. I would like this next time. This is where I should be getting an entry. If I would trail this to 80.20, why not add to it at 80.30 here? Give it the 10 cents, pop into VWAP, and then you've got your rounded bottom trend. So there's lots of ways to try to dip buy. A lot of times you'll have a level in the sand that you absolutely love, and you can be catching that falling knife because that's your level, like the 80 level was for me in Alibaba, or maybe the 21 was for a lot of people on GameStop. What you can also look for is when you get those rounded bottoms with those lower highs, then hold that higher low. Look for an entry off of that. It gives you confirmation. Maybe you'll have a little bit more confidence in the trade, but it's just another arrow in your quiver when trying to dip by a stock that you like. Sometimes you're just going to sit and say, this is my level, I'm taking the fill. There's other moments where it's trending so much to the downside when you're looking long that you want to see an extra confluence in there. And whichever one you happen to choose, just make sure you backtest your strategies, make sure that it fits your risk parameters. But I think that rounded bottom, it's not just something you can look at on a daily chart to find a trend reversal. I think when you're looking at the intraday, it'll give you some setups as well. GameStop was a good example of it today. Alibaba gave you a little bit. You can even look at Tesla. Tesla gave you an example of that as well. So shout out to everybody that bought some of these dips in the market. They were all great today. Just a matter of finding the setup that works for you. And I like that smiley face to give you just one more. That's your lesson of the day. Buy that smiley face if you like them. Joining the trend is always good, but if you can catch bottoms, even better.
All right, thank you, Neil. Yeah.
Shout out to that lesson too. Like, just buy the smiley face, get involved, see what you like. I think that's definitely a great lesson. I know you have a trade that you maybe want to talk about. Are you still? Yeah,
I'm
you're
still in there. Yeah. I'm kind of just watching it here, giving it some space. Again, trying to see if this is the backside of the move here on the GME. It is kind of holding trend, so I do have to kind of stay a little nimble there. But I did try a shot at it here into that 26 level. We were talking about that 26 being in and around that area, that potential stop right there. And then we can see that strong flush that did come in, but we did hold that 25 as of right now. Adam saying, love the shades, Neil. Thank you for the super chat there. Yeah, Neil's got some pretty cool shades there with the orange tinge. Those are really nice.
Yeah, they're great.
But yeah, no, this GME kind of pushing right back up. Let's see what we got in store here. Apple still holding in and around its kind of VWAP, so not really ready just yet. But again, if people are kind of holding on to that trade, it is coming in and around that time where it may be starting to time out for those players as we've been going sideways into this downtrend for quite a while here. So if I just take a quick measurement here, so over 2.5 hours, we've been consolidating sideways on Apple. So maybe I am looking for the participants one way or another to start kind of piecing off of that move, whether they be shorts, whether they be longs. I'll stay kind of on watch for that. Again, futures haven't necessarily made a distinct move there. We're still kind of chopping in this range here, and then 520s, 530s on the ES as well. So 18.9 kind of being interesting. We did attempt to push that 19K mark last week, and we did get a little bit above it, but we did pull back as well quite distinctly. Okay, so we are coming back down in off of this 120, that 26 mark here. Where is my chart? So okay, I do have to keep a close eye on this one and potentially look for places to add on to this trade. Aura Alpha saying, Obi, why not join the trend? Oh boy, that's something I'm kind of, I guess I'm working on. Not too great with joining trends, but again, it is a pretty nice trade, trading with the trend. But I do like my reversions. I find that I tend to do a little bit better with the reversions. I do have a little bit more data for my reversion trade as well. So again, it's whatever you're comfortable with, whatever your playbook aligns with, whatever your personality kind of aligns with. And I do like a little bit more of the reversion. Long or short, doesn't matter, right? If something is a little overextended and starts to kind of show some sign of weakness, I do like to get involved there for the backside trade. Again, I like it as well because, again, you have fresh players that may be potentially offside, and that is who we are playing against in a sense, right? So That's what I'm kind of looking for whenever I'm looking for that reversion trade. Let us know what you guys are trading. Let's go. Caught that dip on NVIDIA, says Rivian Millionaire. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess you made some good trades on the RIVN. Let's take a quick look at Rivian here, see what that's up to. Okay, so right back above that $10 level. I got a couple lines here as well. So nice little 1074 high from last week. Last week, is this what was this? This is previous Wednesday. So okay, so 1074 high from last week. We are pushing right back up. You know that EVs kind of have been on watch as of late with a bunch of news coming out all over the place. So $10 level holds on Rivian, and we are pushing back up again today, being strong on the day. We are holding that VWAP as well. Nice little hold of that 10 halves as well on Rivian, pushing fresh highs on the day, which reminds me, what is our friend Tesla doing right now? We know that it was doing a bit of a V-shaped move there earlier. Did we get past it? We did get past this opening price here. What is the opening price, you may ask? This is a 15-minute, yeah, so opening price was 176.42. So we are trading over a couple points above that mark right now on Tesla. So Tesla quite strong. Maybe that's giving it a bit of a push there on some of these other EV names. Now let's take a quick look at NIO as well. NIO, yeah, a bit of a V shape on NIO. Let's see what Fisker is up to. That's not Fisker, FSR. I'm forgetting what Fisker's ticker is.
FSRN?
Yes, thank you. Oh, right, it trades on, yeah, it trades on the pinks now. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Rivian, okay, yeah, Rivian very, very strong on the day. So whoever is long and strong on Rivian, congratulations with that trade as of right now. Who is this? Venus asking about, how about BA? Yeah, I did have Boeing on watch, and Boeing is kind of strong trend to the downside. We were talking about reversions earlier, reverted that strong move off of the open and pretty much V-shaped to the downside, now making fresh lows on Boeing, kind of recovering back to some of those closing prices from last week on the Boeing company. So again, reversion trade gone for me. But again, if you're taking the trend there, it is breaking some fresh lows as of right now. Apple as well, potentially breaking that low. There goes the NQs to the downside. Can we get a test of that 18.9? I see that you are short both CELH and AMD. How is that going for you?
Yeah, I'm short 2 NQ names, which is why I was like whooping there. I do want to shout out Joseph for pointing out Celsius. This was one that I traded, I don't want to say aggressively, but I was trading it like a decent amount off of earnings. That was a fun time. We had some W's, we had some L's, and I learned a lot from Celsius as well. But I want, turning up couple degrees higher here. Because I did want to get involved in this name. Yeah, so I really want to shout out Joseph for that, saying that your old friend Celsius to the downside. And I mean, yeah, like this is a massive move down. I am cognizant of that double bottom, but I'm also cognizant of these lower highs. I built to the position because I initially wanted the 79.50 entry, realized I might not get it, started the position at 79.30s with a plan to add at 79.50, so that went out without a hitch, which was nice. If we break above 79.80s, that's where I'm going to get out. I do have a planned beak wetter set here, 79s, so that would be great if I'm able to get that. Of course, I do want to see that 78.70s. That could be pretty sweet. But I'm noticing for whatever reason, 79.20 is kind of a level. I don't want to get out that early because that would, it'd be a cool 10-penny winner for part of my position. I'll take it where if I need to. But the point is I want to be, what I've been trying to do today, albeit kind of not even on purpose, it's just kind of how the trades have been, is I'm trying to build in positions. I don't want to get everything intense all at once. I don't want to panic sell. That's what I'm working towards. Win or lose, you want to play the game to the best of your abilities. You want to learn while doing so. That's the goal. AMD 172.40s, that's going to be the area to watch. Look at this rejection here earlier. That's pretty sweet. I do want all the smoke. If we keep rejecting that area, I will stay in this trade. Now, you might also have the very valid concern or question of why did you get short at this at the bottom of this channel? That's kind of was intentionally part of my trade because I realized getting involved at previous support could mean this holds up as support, but we were kind of curving down here. We had that a little bit of weakness in the cubes. That was like a Dara. The other way to play this might just be like what I did with Celsius, building the position, starting at the bottom of the range, and just adding in if you have clear levels you like, which I do in AMD. I added around just shy of 172.20s because that 172.20s was where I had that really quick scalp short earlier because that was a level of resistance, right? So just playing levels you like, flipping, dipping, and ripping, and well, I don't want to rip because I'm in the downside. I'm short, so let's not rip. But yeah, you just want to play trades you like off levels that could work. So that's really what I'm trying to do here. So I want to shout out Kyle Burdett, big Joanna Burdett. Again, apologies for that weird mix up there. Wants a SPY flush. Let's go get low, low, low. Yeah, I mean, this SPY, I also have my eye on a potential SPY short, but I don't want to rush into it. Every time it looks like the SPY, and actually for that matter, the Qs are going to get their little pop up. They're like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. And they go to the downside. So I think there are some short opportunities here. It's about finding ones that make sense. Bit of a VWAP bounce here on the S&P 500. Around 80, so that could be one for my own purposes. I'm kind of interested in scalping and playing, but there has been certainly some interesting levels here. As we head into the lesson, how goes GME?
It's still kind of consolidating here above 25. We did break the trend just a tad bit there, but again, I think it might need some more time. Volume has been dropping off a little bit there, so I do kind of like that. Let's see what we do with 25. Again, 25 being a bit of a psychological level as well, bit of an interesting level, so participants potentially coming in, but I don't see much size there. I was talking to Sean about this earlier as well. When we did get through that 25 on the initial push, there was not really too much size as well, so kind of just went through it just straight like butter, and then coming right back in. I'm not seeing too much size at that 25 level here. So let's see what we do with that consolidation. VWAP is at 23.47 here. You can see that red line right here is at the VWAP. Let's see if we can kind of come back down onto that pre-market high, 24.30s, right? 24.30s. Let's see if that resistance turns into support, or does that mean nothing? And we are kind of done with the move here, a little bit washed up, and the game has stopped on this name here for now. To the long side, again, the game's always running as, again, it's always an exchange between longs and shorts and longs. But let's see what we got in store here on the GME. Again, we did drop down on the NQ down towards the 18.9s, and then we kind of bid right back up as well quite aggressively. So it seems like that's kind of keeping trend. I'm watching Apple as well. Apple goes to the low of the range there, in and around that 191 and some change, and then look at that. It's catching a bit of a bid, so not really a distinct break in my opinion as of right now. Still chopping and churning in terms of the consolidation that we've been having for over 2.5 hours. Again, if it's going to continue to not make a distinct move one way or another, again, I was thinking about a potential continuation short here because I did see the 93 slam and then 92 attempt slammed again, and then we weren't really getting through VWAP, so maybe these entries here were pretty nice, but again, I didn't go for it twice there for the push down for the break of trend to the downside. So again, might have been a miss on my part, but nothing too distinct. Doesn't really necessarily set up with either the price action or the reversion playbook that I am kind of working on as of right now. So I'm not really going to get involved as of yet. But let us know in the chat what you guys are trading as of right now, and we will take a look at him. Innova saying HIMS to $20. So let's see what HIMS is up to. We know that.
Been nuts lately.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Wow, look at that one, straight to the upside. No real relief. We have a bit of a pullback, but again, reclaims and starts making fresh highs as of right now. This is a 15-minute chart. Let's take a look at it on the 5. You can see it only holds VWAP in the morning session, and then breaks out of that opening range high, and then can't stop, won't stop, all the way to 19s as of right now. HIM's making some fresh highs. Actually, let's take a quick look at a higher time frame. I want to take a look at the hourly here. We know that it had a strong move last week. And oh boy, we're only about a point away from this one. What is the market cap? How much dollar volume is this thing doing as of right now? So $19, only about 10 million. Okay, all right, that's not too bad. Market cap of 4 billion. That's not too bad there. But again, very, very strong to the upside, pushing back into this day, which had some strong volume and pushed a high of $20 there. And yeah, you might not be wrong. If it continues to kind of push, that $20 level might be well within the stars there for him and her.
Yeah, hopefully both him and her is getting that move to the upside. No, all jokes aside, nice look on that one. We are going to get the lesson set up. I do want to talk about those trades. Celsius, I was really proud of. I said I wanted that 78.70s, and I'm so happy I was able to get that. So I got out part of the position exactly as planned, 79s. Another 40% of the position out here at 78.70s. Then we bounced. So I had a tiny piece for the dream in case we had to break lower. We didn't. I was able to get that right out at 79s. Please just punch on that. No complaints. AMD, I don't even know what I really should have just been trying to take this short at the clear resistance level and taking it short instead of taking it short into the resistance level. So that was a decision that I made, but it's all good. I think if taking this short at 172.40s might have been the play. Right now, though, we are doing that doji, so it looks like this could actually be flipping. I'm going to stay, actually, surprising myself, I'm going to actually stay in this Tesla short as we head into the lesson of the day. I'm just going to get everything set up for myself on my side chart. So I have eyes on Tesla. It's a really small position. I just, kind of want to see here what we do at 177s. I did like that we were bouncing off the 90 EMA. I like that bottoming tail candle. There were things that I liked, so I thought, why not try it? And that's what we're going to do. And as I say that, I actually maybe don't want to get involved in the sell-off. Well, okay, we're going to stay. I'm having clearly conflicting emotions. So let's take a look at, oh my gosh, what am I doing to this lesson? There we go. I'm just going to sell this Tesla, I've decided, because apparently I'm not decisive enough to keep the position, so why would I? And let's get involved with our lesson of the day. So shout out to that. We are talking about the futures, and I mean, the futures have certainly been interesting today. The SPY and the NASDAQ both doing some really interesting chop and churn related things. So I think it could be a really interesting day to speak about them and just kind of give an intro to futures. And also, as I realized that, wow, I should have really started this at the start of the PowerPoint. So here we are, intro to. Yeah, oh, sorry, did I say I was short Tesla? I meant to say I was long Tesla briefly. That was my bad. That was a mental typo or a verbal typo, if you will, because I was short like everything else today, but I was long Tesla. So that was my bad on that. So thank you guys for mentioning that, because that was an accident. But you know what's not an accident? Trading futures contracts. Or it shouldn't be. So we're going to be talking about futures this week, and we're going to start with an overview of some major concepts and some major contracts. So what is a futures contract? We're going to get right back to the basics there. Shout out to Christina Aguilera. So futures contract is basically a standardized agreement to buy and sell an asset at a future date and price. And it's traded on exchanges, and they can actually be for commodities, financial instruments, etc. Which is interesting because, like Obi was saying earlier as well, and he was mentioning something that I'd heard in the past, where it's like some of these contracts you actually do have to get rid of, or you have to take possession of whatever the thing is. So if it's like a cattle, and you've got like cattle's in the line or whatever, you have to deal with that. So that's kind of an interesting.
Better find some storage real quick.
Yeah, gotta deal with your cattle shipment. But yeah, I think that's kind of interesting, and it definitely shows futures contracts. The contract element is not just a fancy word for show. It is inherently part of the whole ordeal, which I think is kind of interesting here. So let's talk about some of the key concepts involved, which include leverage, right? So leverage will allow traders to control a larger position with a relatively small amount of capital, which magnifies potential gains. However, it is a double-edged sword. It can also intensify potential losses. What about margin? So margin is basically the collateral that is required to open and maintain a future position. Initial margin is what you need to open a position, but you do need to maintain your margin in order to keep the position open, or else, a margin call may be in your future. Futures, accidental pun. And no one wants that. So definitely be cognizant of your margin. And
you ever get a margin call? No? Oh, okay.
But yeah, so margin calls are not definitely something to be aware of here.
Gotten a couple emails.
Pardon?
I've had a couple emails. No, I was telling Sean,
have
you ever gotten a margin call before? And I was like, yeah, I don't know about a call, but I've gotten a couple emails before. But,
margin
fun
emails,
times.
that's
fun times.
interesting time, yeah.
I don't know if anybody really calls anymore, but they're like, yeah, you got to deposit a little bit of money in your account before a certain time.
Yeah, this is a good question from Eclectic Passions. That can be the main difference with options. Honestly, not something that I am as aware of. It's something I want to look more into, the difference between futures options and actual futures day trading. I would assume as well the length of time could be different too, right? Because I know there have been some people in the chat in the past as well, trading Qs or Qs options or S&P 500 options. So I think there are different ways to do that. That's something I want to look into. So thank you very much for bringing that up. So I think that is, yeah, I think that's something I definitely want to research. So I really appreciate that note, because we're always trying to think about like, what are people going to learn from? What do people want to know about here in the chat? So really appreciate that, and I will have to look into that. But what about some specific futures? Which again, I want to shout out Obi for putting these notes together. Words, English. So S&P 500, or the E-mini, which is the ES, this represents a portion of the S&P 500 index, and that actually makes it a very popular choice if you want some large cap exposures, because all your large cap pals are going to be up in there in the S&P 500. You know, you got Lululemon, you've got Airbnb. I don't know why I'm using like recent entries and not like old staples, but you've got your basics. You've got Coke, you've got Pepsi, you've got Apple. The point is, there's a lot of big names in the S&P 500. And each tick in the ES is going to be worth $12.50 with a minimum price fluctuation of 0.25 index points. So, for example, if the index is at 4,000, an ES contract would be worth $250,000. I think that's a nice look. Also, the NQ, or the E-mini NASDAQ 100, let's talk about that as an overview. So this tracks the NASDAQ 100 index, which is heavily weighted towards tech stocks, so your Mag 7, those guys for sure. And each tick is going to be worth $5 with a minimum price fluctuation of 0.25 index points. So if the index is at 13,000, one NQ contract would be worth $260,000. So I think that it's kind of a quick overview there. But here are some other futures to talk about. Crude oil futures. This is one of the most heavily traded futures, actually was initially doing pretty well today as well, so shout out to CL. This will provide you with a direct way to trade the global oil market, and each contract represents about 1,000 barrels of oil. What about gold? I mean, you know, why not talk about gold here? GC, this one is used to hedge against inflation and currency fluctuations, and each contract will represent 100 troy ounces of gold. And some agricultural futures as well, you know, as someone who is from a very large agriculture capital of Canada, you got to shout out those agricultural futures. And some of the agricultural futures include, and there's a variety, they include corn, or ZC, this is 5,000 bushels of corn per contract, soybeans, or ZS, which is also 5,000 bushels per contract, and last but not least, cocoa, which I mean has been having, to put it lightly, a pretty good run as of late. Cocoa, or 10 metric tons of cocoa per contract. So nice look there. What about some basic strategies? I mean, and these are maybe like a little bit self-explanatory, but it's worth noting how they differ when you're trading futures. You've got day trading, which is of course going to be buying and selling contracts within the same day to take advantage of short-term price movements. Another shout out here to Eclectic Passion, saying that they understand that you can trade futures outside of market hours. I want to take a look at that with regards to options. That's something I'm definitely going to look up in between lessons here. So thank you for bringing that up, because of course we always want to make sure that we have the whole scope of everything. So I'm going to take a look at that. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. What about swing trading? Shout out to the NOS boss. So swing trading, of course, when you hold positions for several days to several weeks, and you do want to take advantage of those longer term price movements. However, there are of course going to be some interesting considerations as well with regards to the futures and swing trading, because you could have these massive moves intraday. Imagine the moves you can have with swing trading. I'm sure it's going to be a different risk related element, right? So I think that could certainly be something of note. What about hedging? This can be used to lock in prices and manage risks by producers and consumers. So hedging your bets, something you hear about a lot, and hedging is certainly something to keep in mind with regards to these futures trading. But what about some other tips to talk about here? Risk management. You always want to consider your stop loss orders to protect yourself against significant losses and diversify your trades. So you have not just like all your eggs in one basket, shout out to Sharif, but you've got a couple eggs there, a couple eggs here, a couple eggs over there, right? You want to spread everything out, because that can help with risk management as well. So like, you know, as this is not a futures example. Actually, no, this is a futures example. So, you know, looking at the Qs and the S&P 500, these are kind of moving similarly, right? So it's like if you're seeing that, maybe you want to take them both the same direction to diversify. But if you're seeing kind of different actions in one, maybe you short one, go long the other. Not advice, just like, you know, examples of what diversification could look like in the futures. Also, more research. I mean, what's wrong with research over here? We love research on this desk. You might want to consider some websites like Investopedia, which was a huge research I found when I started delving into the wonderful world of markets. Also, the CME Group website can be great as well, just for more info. Or you could check out previous How to Trade weeks on futures trading, which is, you know, always nice and a good time. Also, I'm going to have to look into that with regards to the futures and options trading. So thank you, Eclectic Passions, for bringing that out. Also, I was long Tesla. I realized I kept saying I was short Tesla. I was long Tesla, but now I feel like short Tesla might be the vibe because we did have that pretty decisive failure of that area you were trying to cling to. Tesla short 177, might have to get back in that saddle. But you are in a pretty notable short here, and it is GME.
Yeah, I'm kind of just like kind of staring at it. It's chopping around that 25 mark as of right now. Again, I expect it to kind of chop around this level. We talk about it being a little interesting level as well. So the volume has kind of died off as of right now. So I'm just waiting and seeing what we're going to do going on from here. So we did pull back distinctly off of some of those highs there, but 25, the chop and churn is quite aggressive on both ways, both the selling and the buying. So just kind of waiting on that one. Apple's still kind of holding on to its kind of range there as of right now, but I don't have too much going on. Again, GME, I haven't traded in quite a while there. I didn't really take part in it last week either when it was going crazy, but again, I do like getting involved in the backside of moves. Again, it did quite a significant move last week already. So I'm just looking for the potential, whatever residual pops that we may have, maybe looking for the failure to follow through of some of them. But again, I could very well be wrong on the trade and not necessarily this doesn't necessarily have to be the backside, right? I think we may just be starting as well, who knows? But as of today, as of right now, it is kind of chopping around this 25 mark. We did a nice acceleration to that 26 half level that we talked about earlier, and I'm just watching this 25 level hold as of right now. But yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. Another interesting, futures markets as well. I'm still kind of learning about them as well. An interesting market. Did you know there are orange juice futures?
Yes.
Yeah, there's apparently that's a pretty big thing. That was like the orange juice, the OJ pits, as they were called. I was watching a couple of documentaries for the CME and stuff. But yeah, orange juice pits. There's also I think there's olive oil. Olive oil futures were going crazy over the past year. If you guys want to pull up the chart on olive oil futures, you can see that that's been pretty, that had a pretty wild move as well. Again, I don't know how liquid those markets are, but definitely, again, just I guess supply and demand. When the markets move, the markets definitely catch a strong move in the futures there. But as of right now, just chopping and churning around some of these levels here. Nothing really has changed in terms of the past hour or a couple hours here on the futures, as we are just holding some of the same levels as earlier here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of top insured, which as someone who likes ranges, I have no problem with, so I'm trying to get involved. Also, I want to address the Tesla situation, and it's not, I made it sound so fancy, it's not fancy. I just know that I was short, and then I got out. That was not a planned exit that I was trying to add, and then I pressed the wrong button. So that's a good sign that I need some more caffeine, so we're gonna sip on that. And also, just looking at this Tesla here, I like this short, as I said, because I think anytime that we have what looks like it's building to be a support resistance flip and we don't really have that materialize, that's when I want to get involved in the short. I am watching to see what we do at 40s, because 40s was definitely an area of liftoff for Tesla earlier, which I know because I was in the short previous. But it's like, if you have an idea you like, also shout out to Sean, because I know initially in that Tesla short he was involved at 177.20s. So that's an area I definitely want to, I'm happy I was able to get involved in. I actually ended up getting a better price through the fat finger moment. So as I sometimes say, fat fingers can save lives. Obviously not something I'm happy to do, but did end up working out because I do think that this entry point is maybe a little bit better. I am very cognizant of that bullish looking candle here to the downside, but I think, the fact that we're still having this chop and churn is to me a sign that I do like the look of the short for the time being. So let's see what happens there. What else? AMD, people keep mentioning. Yeah, I mean, AMD, wow. I wish I had words. This is a crazy look. We did have that interesting 172.40 area that we initially were kind of seeing some rejection at, and then we actually get a higher low. And then AMD's like, yeah, time for blast off to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 5-minute green candles. The whole time we were talking about the futures there, AMD's like, yeah, my future is positive. So AMD up a cool 4+% right now, struggling a little bit above this 173, but nice look. Q's getting rangy, which I mean is something I'm never going to complain about. Look at this. Actually, let's just pull up the Qs and not the TQs. Look at this look here that we're seeing, these 459s here, not once but twice, pushing into that area. SPY is getting something pretty similar, although what I think is interesting with the S&P 500 and this little look is that we are getting that build up, that back and forth, that push and pull. I would say the SPYs look a little bit weaker, and also the SPYs are getting that bounce off VWAP. Playing this short into VWAP is not something I dislike right now. Clearly, I'm short biased today, which has not always been the AMD, but I think there have been, I don't think there's anything wrong if you see short opportunities with taking them. Speaking of which, Celsius got another couple degrees turned to the downside over here, getting some energy in that name. This name also brought some energy to my P&L, so I was pretty pleased as punch with that. Shout out to Joseph as well for shouting this one out for me. But yeah, I mean, if we keep bouncing off 78, 70s, this could be an area. I just think though, with the viciousness of that candle to the downside, Celsius could be looking for a flat bottom break, in which case I don't want to take this long, but I have no qualms getting short at the top of this range. So keeping an eye on that. Pleased as punch with the Tesla so far. Let's see if that Cybertruck can get a little extra push in its step to the downside.
Yeah, Dara. Yeah, AMD, we were just talking about AMD being super, super strong right now with Sean. Yeah, that move is quite extensive. Again, can't really. We broke past that 73. What was that? 73, 18 or 13. What was the high on that candle there? 73.13 being the high of that candle on AMD. We were talking about that being last week's high, and yeah, we are pushing right past that. So quite some strength. Again, if we're talking about relatively short-term players, anybody and everybody who got short on this 173 is a little underwater as we trade a little bit higher here above that 173 mark. You can see on the hourly, a little bit of a 3-bar happening on the hourly with a flat top. So with about 15 minutes left to go on this hour to finish, this thing, I guess, still has potentially more room to go if it's going to be a little symmetrical there. You can see the NQ ripping up to the upside here. So nice little consolidation hold. Let's see if this 18,940 holds as well. We saw the wick happen there, wicking off the 18.9 as well. So pretty much sideways, not doing too much. But again, it is definitely ranging. Shout out to Dara. It is a range trade on the NQs as of right now. We shall see. Again, are you in anything that's ranging? I know you were involved in the TQs earlier.
Celsius has been a range.
Celsius, okay.
That's been a range.
Yeah, no, I definitely like the range trading as well, but again, I've been kind of working. That kind of has to do with mean reversion trading as well, right? Because it keeps reverting if there's like a mean price, and it kind of reverts from both sides. So you can play it either way for a range trade, but I do like that. I haven't seen a very nice, beautiful range for a while there, but again, I haven't been doing as much charting. That's on me. I got to do a little bit more charting there and maybe find some names there. It's funny, when I was trading at home, I would go through I think it was over 1,500 tickers every weekend, just over a list that I kind of compiled over the years. But as of late, I only have this one list that's mainly composed of the major constituents of the markets that has maybe 100, 150 tickers. Those are the only ones I really take a look at, and then I do scans. But I'm sure if I ran through the full list, I'm sure I would be able to find something that is following some sort of pattern. Again, there's more than 5,000, 6,000 tickers in the market. Shout out to Wilshire 5000 Index. I like that one as well. For those of you who know, you know. But yeah, kind of pushing highs on all these indices as well. Great times that we are living in, indeed. Especially for some of the long-term swing trading opportunities as well. Shout out to Sean. He's always talking about how we're still young right now. We should be buying up some of these names as they keep on making fresh highs. And something I recently learned was on average, the spider makes about 16 all-time highs every year. Right?
Really?
Which makes kind of sense because we kind of maybe not all-time highs, but fresh highs every year, right? So. Which makes sense because what is it? It's about 8 to 11%, however you want to look at it, is the average return of the spider, and that would make sense that every year on average we do get some fresh high breaks as well. Is that a real wick on the Apple? It is not. That's just a dark pool right there. All right, GME, let's see if you can come back into VWAP 2350s is what I'm looking for. 25 couldn't really hold as of right now. We are dumping to the downside. There was a stack of size, which I was talking a little bit, and I didn't really get a chance to punch through that size there, but a stack of size got taken out on the bid, and we proceeded to flush a little bit lower here on GME. So let's see if we can come into fruition on the GME trade. About a point coming in as of right now. Now these are pre-market highs as well, right? So we were talking about this level being a potential stop right there, and we are coming right into this level 2430s. As of right now, we are trading 2422s. So nice little baton pass that I had with Sean. He was long off of this move. He got out. We started to dump, and I was like, "Huh, interesting." I'm looking for the pullback move. It has gone. It did kind of set up with my mean reversion kind of trade. And let's see what we got in store here. Can we get that VWAP to come in? Are we gonna kind of mess with the average participant at that average VWAP? Volume weighted average price, in and around, what is this on here? 2360s I have on the trading view. What do we have here on the P Pro? I have 2360, so about the same here. So let's see if we can flush down a little bit more, breaking past some of this point. Again, people definitely getting long off of that pre-market break. So for a flush to get lower, those pre-market breakout longs would be underwater after this point, if this point is to break down further. So I'm watching a couple different indicators here, a couple different things. Again, things that players use to trade, seeing if they're offside or not, trading the chart, trading the price action. Hello, GME, what's up?
Yeah, talk to that stock. Tell GME. Tell GME what's
What was
up.
the super chat earlier? Talk nice to me, GME. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, okay, talk nice.
You're like, it's my turn to talk to GME. I like it. Gotta show, be a little bit assertive with these stocks sometimes. You know what I mean? They're running around. They're doing whatever they want. Nah, all jokes aside, shout out to that trade because that is an awesome look there on GME. Obi is not
lucky.
letting the game stop.
Oh no, absolutely not.
No. Like, honestly, to quote the title of a very interesting Drake and Future album, what a time to be alive. You know, like, it's just such a crazy market here. Tesla kind of proving this area of, actually, no, we're going to go a little lower. I'm really proud of this trade. I got short initially. I was short 177s, and then I had a little bit of a fat finger oopsie moment, but it worked out okay because I still like the trade, so I got back in at a better entry price, which was 177.20s. Then I added at 177.22s because I noticed we kept having that area. Got out some of this at 177 and change, but I'm gonna be getting another piece out here at 176.80s because that was an area that we did have, I would say, some pretty clear support bouncing off VWAP earlier. So it's like, you know what, if I am able to take out a piece there, I mean, I want to see what we did first, but once I noticed we actually were struggling with that area, I said, hey, let's see what we do. The next area of profit taking is going to be somewhere in the range of 176. If we come back to 177 and we say, hi, I want to stay above, then I'm going to have to get out. But if we keep staying below this 177s, I'm going to stay in this position. I have at this point taken out 2/3. Really proud of this. And I'm trying to get a different strategy today, which wasn't on purpose, just kind of ended up being what it is. Having these trades that I'm staying in longer, and I'm also just taking time to build. So instead of saying like love you and leave you to like so many stocks, my blotter used to be like disturbingly full. Now I'm picking a couple stocks with stuff I like and just taking really concentrated positions in said stocks. And I don't know, you know, you have to, I think each strategy is going to work differently each day, but today that has kind of been what's worked for me with this Tesla, with the CELH, which are by far, I think, my best positions, not just P&L wise, though that as well, but in terms of like how I felt in them, how I felt mentally, because I think the mental aspect of live trading, as I've said repeatedly, is the part that I think I did kind of underestimate until you have to do it. And then it's like, oh yeah, that's real, that's different. But yeah, shout out to Tesla, keeping to the downside. But in a very different direction, I want to shout out NVIDIA. Because people were saying, you know, NVIDIA keeps making these new all-time highs. Who would have thought, Obi, at the start of this year, that NVIDIA would be an over $1,100 stock?
I mean,
I have no words. I am speechless. Yeah, Joanna Brewster, we do have that auction coming up at 1 as well. Sorry to cut myself off there a little bit. And that is going to be, I want to say the 5-year? Yes, 5-year note. Right after that, at 105, Fed's Cook is going to be taking the mic. So lots of things to watch out for. We will keep you guys posted. Thank you, Joanna Brewster, for asking that question. But yeah, I mean, NVIDIA is kind of unstoppable. And honestly, the spread for this, Meta, you need to get your life right. Because NVIDIA's spread right now as like $1,100 plus name is like maximum 16 pennies.
Wow.
I want to give a round of applause for
Talk
that
about
spread.
liquid.
Because like, let's take a look at Meta. I don't want to pick on Meta, but Meta is, I think, the mega cap stock that has generally the most frustrating spread. Right now, it's like 28 pennies. So Meta, try to be more like your friend NVIDIA. That's what, you know what I mean? Try to like have more of that spread, okay? But also, I said, what I was saying earlier in Meta is I said, I think if we can break up above that 90 EMA, the short could be over. Really happy I didn't take this one short because now we're pushing back up above not just the 90 EMA, but also VWAP. So apologies for the dark wicks here, but nice look here on META. Tesla, what are you doing? Okay, Tesla is gonna be Teslaing my patience. If we break above that 177, as I said, I'm gonna have to say, deuces to Tesla. But right now, happy I'm in it, and honestly really happy I didn't get out immediately. I just took some profit and I left. So maybe the thing as well is just have slightly larger positions within reason if I like a position, right? So then I can piece out my profit instead of feeling like I have to go hard or go home, because it is really hard to give, 100% when these markets tend to go 0 to 100 real quick. Shout out, of course, to Aubrey Drake Graham. How are you doing?
I like that. A lot of Drake puns there. I like that. Definitely. So just kind of watching this 2430s again. Like I said, pre-market highs might be a little bit of a struggle initially. Again, going back through that level because there may have been participants that were taking that pre-market high break. But we are chopping and churning just a few pennies. So I am kind of closely watching this position here, looking for reasons to exit, looking for reasons to cover. Haven't really seen too much as of right now. But something to note is that the NQs are pushing their consolidation highs. So I need to pull up that Apple and see what Apple is up to here as well. So I know I kind of wanted to trade on that. Hasn't really come in as of right now, but again, this wick is kind of messing with me as of right now. Let me just take that out of the way. What's the low? 193.2s. Okay, so that should be good enough right there. Bang. Okay, so yeah, it's still consolidating underneath VWAP, so maybe not ready just yet on the Apple. Again, may not even be a trade, right? May not even be a trade. I liked these entries here initially. I did get out because there was, as soon as we dropped this range, I got more short, and then it insta rebid about 30 pennies. Excuse me, instant rebid about 30 pennies, and I was like, oh nope, get out of there. That price action, I don't really mess with right there if the bid is going to show up that strong. Again, on a ticker that has day one catalyst. So I was like, all right, peace. But seems like those prices weren't too bad as of right now, as we're kind of slowly just chopping and churning, melting, making lower highs and lower lows on Apple underneath VWAP. So again, was there a reason to exit? Based off of the tape, yes. Based off of the chart, maybe not so much. So I do got to get better at kind of finding the balance between that respect, right? So is the chart lining up? Is the tape lining up? Do they both confluence? Do we have more confluence with some technical levels as well? And again, market sentiment. Do we have tailwind, et cetera, et cetera? Again, reasons to enter, reasons to exit. Coming into play there, got to be cognizant of that as well. But again, it is what it is. The trade is a trade, and I reacted to it. I'm more kind of thinking about this one here. This long that I had, I did get as aggressive as I wanted to, did get in the size that I wanted to. But again, I think I was a point in the money into 193. I was looking for more, maybe expecting a little too much. And then it comes back down, slams about more than 60 pennies to the downside, and I have to piece out of that one. And I was like, well, I might have hesitated 15 seconds too long on that one. I got to go back and check the second chart for that to see what the most ideal out might have been. But I do remember there was a few seconds that it consolidated in the 80s, and I was kind of hesitating. I was like, oh, maybe, I don't know, and it just drops another 40 pennies down into 40s, and I was like, well, damn, I don't want that for sure. I don't want to give it back to break even either. So again, distinct price action coming through on that one for the Apple. But okay, so look at this. Chop and churn, more of the range there. You can see that the NQ kind of clips its highs and comes right back in. So don't necessarily want to take a breakout on that one. But again, shorting near the high of the range and then buying near the low of the range seems like the trade that is on the board as of right now on the futures. So I don't really got too much going on there. What do you guys have going on? What are you guys trading? I see that NVIDIA, we've been looking at NVIDIA. We've been looking at some of the names that are moving, pushing highs as well, AMD being one of them. So yeah, I'd love to take a look at some more movers on the day as I pass it back to Darren.
Yeah, I mean, this Tesla's been really fun. So I know it's like, oh, I'm trying to do the whole like holding things for longer, but it's like, I don't think you can have just one, trick in your repertoire, right? One tool in your arsenal. Shout out to Sharif. You can have a couple things that you like or that you want to try, right? So I enjoy my my range trade still, or my trades off of that previous resistance. So what I decided to do was I got out of my Tesla, happy with where I got out of it initially. It's fine, got it above that 177, whatever. But then I noticed we could not break above 177.10. I said, Adara, I think you kind of want to short this again. And I did, so I did. Got short again. Again, probably didn't take as much as I could have, took about 30 pennies, but it's like, a win is a win, right? A victory is a victory, and you just have to look at these victories and be like, how could I make them better? Of course, I could have helped with the move more. Also, if I had a few more shares, I could have pieced it out. I didn't really have enough where I felt comfortable kind of leaving a piece for the dream. It was a smaller position, so I kind of thought about that as well. So it's always about thinking, what could you do to make the position as good as it could be? I'm not getting short this one again, because I do not want to short into I guess whatever the opposite of catching a falling knife is. I don't want to get stabbed by a falling knife. I want to be wielding the falling knife. So that's why I don't want to get in this short unless I see something good. Also, we're like desperately crashing into this previous little interesting pop area here around 176.20. The way that Tesla's moving, it could just be like, and just continue to the downside. But I'm watching the book. As I say that, we did dip a little bit below, so I think Tesla's like, yeah, I don't care. But I think this could be an interesting level. Those whole dollar levels are always interesting as well, especially given how long Tesla was sitting pretty by that 177 level. So I think this 176, and as I say that, we pop back up. So 176 Tesla could be a bit spicy. I don't have a direction to play that in yet, but man, I will be watching. TQs continuing to do that range. So that's something I have an eye on. I keep missing my opportunities to short the SPY pop. So that's a little annoying. I need to be spying that a little bit better. But also PDD, kind of aiming for another PD drop here. That could be a short. That could be an opportunity. Really proud of myself. Only trading 4 names. Up on the CELH, flat on TQs. Slightly negative on Tesla, but I'm really proud of those last couple of trades. So to me, I think that aspect outweighs the P&L. And very much down in AMD. Man, did I have a bad read on that stock. But I'm not trying to force it. You just have to learn what happens and learn from what you can do and trade the way that you want to trade. Trevion, Richard, we do have that auction coming up in just a few seconds here. Ooh. Sometimes it does take us a couple of minutes to get that, so be aware if you are in any kind of a lot of these NQ or SPY trades, that's going to be something to watch out for. But also coming at 1 p.m. is going to be, we have this segment that we've kind of talked about a bit, which is going to be usually Sharif at the green screen. That will not be Sharif for now because he is away. But I think it's going to be Brendan at the green screen. So basically what you want to do is, let's say you have a ticker that you want to look at. We all have tickers we want to look at. That's why we're trading. Man, I have not introduced the segment very well. So it's like, for example, let's say you want to look at GME. You're like, I just really want to see Sean and Neil talk about GME for a good concentrated period of time. What you want to do, you want to go into the chat. And what you want to do is go !join space $, and your ticker of choice. So in this case, TSLA. Thank you so much to Ramin for setting that up. Or you might want to go $GME, $AMC. We know what tickers are. Whatever ticker you want to use, just go !join space $, your ticker, and that is going to start at 1 p.m. So starting now, and that will end at 1:50. So you have a good 50 minutes to get involved, get those tickers out there. If you have a stock that you want to see messaged or chatted about up close and in person on that green screen there. So shout out to the green screen, shout out to this new segment. Hopefully you guys are loving it. We do love audience interaction here in How to Trade and just also in Trader TV Live in general. We're always very grateful to be here with everybody. So that is one new update that we're doing. Also, I will let you guys know when I see that auction. I am not seeing the results right now of that 5-year auction as of right now.
Yeah. So again, yeah, I do like this this new segment. Gives people a chance to kind of interact with Sean, Neil, and Brendo, just to show kind of what they're interested in and get involved with the stream as well. So yeah, it's definitely good. Make sure you drop those tickers in the chat, and they will be looking at those off of the poll, right? I think it's a poll that happens.
Yeah,
right?
it's a poll,
So,
yeah.
so the more hits a certain ticker gets, I think they will be chosen. They will be the chosen ones for being or getting reviewed by the big dogs themselves. But yeah, so yeah, this number is it?
Sorry, about the auction, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you want to go with
So
it?
yeah, 5-year note, bid to cover 2.33 versus 2.39 previous. 5-year note high yield 4.553 versus 4.659. So it's going to be lower than expected here. Seeing a bit of a move down there in the Qs. The Qs are recovering a little bit better than the SPY, which is kind of in a full state of damp to borrow and edit a Sharif. So thank you, Daytrader Cut, for putting this in chat as well. Yeah, a bit of a move down there.
Okay, yeah, we got a little bit of a flush on that move there. Let's take a quick look at a shorter time frame here on the NQs. Just to point that out, you can see that nice little pop and drop on the NQs there off of that number. So again, nothing too crazy. Let's see what it continues into. ES taking a drop right there to its lows. So we saw that it was attempting kind of to push a little bit higher. But again, you look at this, a little bit of lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and now we're poised to make some more lower lows potentially here. If we break down, what's the low here? I see in and around that 53.17. So it would seem as such that we may be pulling back off of those numbers here. I will pull back some of these tickers here. I do want to watch the broader market to see what we are doing. NVIDIA is still pushing for highs there. 1143.88 is the all-time high as of right now, guys. So long and strong, can't stop, won't stop, is the bid on NVIDIA. Again, I was looking at it last week and I was like, this thing is closing quite aggressively strong on a Friday. Right? Going into a long weekend, and I'm like, what's the probability of continuation coming in today? We gap up. I was looking at the 4 a.m. print. 4 a.m. print was like 1106 and change. I was like, damn, we went to 1100 right in the pre-market, and then coming off the open, we did pull back a little bit down into the 70s, but then reclaim that off of the open, holds VWAP, continuing trend straight to the upside on NVIDIA. And yeah, very, very strong is the tech sector as of right now. So I'm curious to know, how many of you guys are long NVIDIA from, and at what levels are you guys swinging it? We know that AI has been a big theme of the markets over the past year or so, just a little bit more than that as well. But yeah, nice little chart patterns happening on some of those lows as well. That consolidation, that was absolutely beautiful. That 500 range high that we broke out of on NVIDIA, and then we just kept on going. And then now, past that 1100, they're talking about a 10-to-1 split, Adara.
Oh,
so
yeah, I'm excited.
That's going to be interesting, bringing it back down to hopefully in and around $200 in terms of the stock price, and that would be interesting. I'm gonna think that that's gonna bring in maybe even more volume as more people will like to get involved at a lower price. But again, not really changing the market cap too much right away on that one. NVIDIA. Okay, I gotta take a look at this one. 24 is coming right back in on GME. So oh boy,
what a
here
trade!
comes
Yeah, shout out to
VWAP.
you.
Thank you.
That's an awesome look. Yeah, I mean,
Watch this tape.
A lot less interesting is going to be PDD, which has been, yeah, I mean, I'm in it. I'm not going to be like, oh, like, boo-hoo, this stock. Like, I do like the look. It's just, it has been moving at a little bit of a glacial pace as of the last, like, hour. But I did like that we're still below that 90 MA. Then I got in and I was like, well, Adara, we did actually have like a higher low, or sorry, higher highs, higher lows. This might not be the vibe, but I was like, I think this could be a curl to the downside, and that's what it ended up materializing. I was only risking 20 pennies on this. So the top of that little baby consolidation range, 150, 125. So we got to 150, 120s, and then we dropped. So I said, okay, this ended up being the right vibe. I'm gonna get out half the position, 150, 40s. Why 150, 40s? I will tell you, it is that area that we had that little intense pop and drop, or I guess drop and pop around 10 a.m. So that support to me is pretty strong. For whatever reason, we're finding some support around 150.80, and I say for whatever reason because I'm not seeing a lot in the chart to support that. But I mean, I don't want to sell too early. I want to get a little bit better at just taking my time with these positions if I really do like them. And I think PDD, especially with that little PD drop we got, I think is a pretty nice look. Something I am certainly pleased as punch about. Let's take a look at AMD, aka a name that I will not be trading unless I see something I love because I've had a really bad read on it. Look at this, is interesting. I was just gonna talk about this 172.83 level. We get near it and we pop right back up here. So AMD could be finding some support. This name has been really strong, much like its pal NVIDIA, which Opie was just talking about there, the strength in NVIDIA. So these semiconductors have been great. Let's look at another one pretty strong earlier today, Micron, with this potential investment in Hiroshima for an advanced DRAM facility. This is higher highs, higher lows. This is a pretty nice look here on Micron. I do like this. Let's look at Dell as well. I'm just looking at anything in that AI, computer, online space. Okay.
Dell.
Okay, Dell.
Yeah.
VWAP bounce at Dell, okay. I like this. This is, okay. Also, we had that previous support here in the pre-market coming in 166. Then we have that resistance at 166. Then we bounce off 166. Now are we bouncing off? Okay, I guess this is more like 170. 720, but on a wick basis, it's near 166. So 66, not 666, but 66 could be a bit of a nice number here for Dell. PDD is kind of, it's not doing much. I have nothing to say, but I'm happy and pleased as punch. And again, just trying to get better at taking trades I like with that confidence and that viciousness. And I think, and I appreciate what you said earlier about your Apple trade. You said, you took it with the right amount of aggressiveness. And I think that's something worth noting. I'm always talking about the market moves with aggressiveness, but it's like, you have to be that aggressive too. You also have to come at it with, if you like something. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get better at. Again, like if I like the trade and it's working, you got to try to be like aggressive as fast as possible to get the best prices. Because if it kind of continues being aggressive and it keeps on going, then your average might not be the best, right? Yeah, GME kind of coming right back into VWAP, bouncing back up into 24. So I am kind of watching it here. I did piece off a little bit on VWAP. That was the initial target. It might have been the only target as of right now, but again, I am expecting. Again, we talk about players being offside, so we did take off players that were long off of that pre-market high break. Again, very distinct pre-market shelf that we had in the 2430s. We saw those wicks. We saw a nice little flat top, and we did break out of that flat top. Shout out to Sharif there, and coming right back in. Those players definitely a little offside, maybe. And I'm just gonna make an assumption and say that a lot of these GME participants may be short-term players, but that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for that offside. So initial VWAP cover there, as most of that average volume is sitting in and around that VWAP. So let's see how much further this can go. Again, maybe not the best. Like I was looking at, I was kind of reviewing this trade again mid trade as I'm going through this, and I'm like, okay, what were some places that I could have definitely sized up a little bit more on this? Got a little more aggressive. Again, we see that 25 push through, and I even talk about this. And I was like, okay, well, 25 might be a little interesting area. Again, 26 halves as well. We did kind of push back in towards those highs. We made lower highs along the way, distinct trend back into VWAP, right? So it's like, all right, anybody and everybody who was chasing this long, getting in for the GME push. Again, I'm not expecting it to go back to 80 right away. This is not doing the same amount of volume or the same amount of hype, nor did Roaring Kitty tweet this morning. So you know what I mean? I love
that so much.
The kitty did not say hello, and I'm not expecting as aggressive of a move either, right? So definitely something that I do like to consider. In competitive gaming, chasers get punished. Shout out to Rocket League. I haven't played Rocket League in a while, but if you have chasing habits in Rocket League, more often than not, sure, sometimes they work. Sometimes they work well because you should be chasing, but more often than not, chasers get punished. So if you're holding for too long on the chase, yeah, you might be a little offside when it does come right back in. Again, with the ebbs and flows of price action looking as beautiful as it has been on a GME. So just looking for those players offside. Again, something I want to note is that volume candle on GameStop that happened on VWAP. You can see right there. Look at that strong volume candle, right? So no volume, like the volume's like going down. We had expanding volume through the break, and look at that. We made those highs into prior support turn resistance. The next bus stop, if you want to call it, that I was saying, okay, maybe there's some players there we might want to drop off and pick up, right? And then comes right back in, makes lower highs. Got a little lucky on the read as it starts to work, but that volume very distinctly different from the push in as it starts to fade. But look at that volume that comes in on VWAP, boom, very, very strong. Right there, strong volume candle, so definitely a lot of participants, a lot of volume being transacted in and around that VWAP level there on GME. So let's see if it has any further legs to the downside. I am holding on to just a little bit of the position, just a skosh, as Adara likes to say, of the position to see whether or not it can bear some more fruit there towards the downside. Again, some of these support levels, some of these resistance levels, let's see if we can knock those players out of the park as well on GME. Let's see what the chat is saying. QSR short. Google. Oh yeah, Google. So Manuel is asking Adara, Google VWAP retracement?
Yeah, I mean, I can look at that. Also, just got out half the PDD, so that is pretty darn delighting. I don't know, pretty darn delightful. Google. Okay. Okay, I thank you for bringing this up, Manuel, because I mean, this is the type of chart that has me like go back in my chair. I think this is a fascinating look. Google VWAP retracement. Okay, so what's interesting for me here is not just that we're at VWAP, which we are, which I think is something worth noting, but sometimes as well, it's about confluence, to borrow a term from the person sitting to my right. And
I should have taken more on that.
This resistance that we did have here at 176 earlier is now roughly where we are here at VWAP at that 176. So for me, it's not just that we're at VWAP, it's that we're at VWAP and that previous area of resistance.
You asking?
We're kind of having this chop and turn. I think the fact that we can't decisively break above that 176.10, which is also, if you want to look at it too, where we had those wicks to the upside, I think regardless of the fact that it's a VWAP bounce, I think what we're seeing right now is still some chop and churn at some previous resistance levels. That's my take on this, Manuel. I think the fact that we can't break above that 90 MA or that previous area of support of that 176.20, which was a nice little smiley face earlier at that 90 MA, and those wicks here earlier being pretty strong resistance for Google. Yeah, I have to say, I'm not seeing a lot of strength right now. I think Google's still searching for more downside. I'm going to be honest with you here. I could be wrong, but I think just that VWAP hold in confluence with that earlier 176 rejection, I think to me this one does look like there still could be a little bit more downside that Google is searching for. And Tesla's kind of similar too, because Tesla's another one peeking its head up at VWAP. Although Tesla's a little bit different because I would say that Google's a lot closer to VWAP than Tesla, and yeah. Google's like clinging to VWAP like a little koala or something on a tree. I don't know why I couldn't say koala there. But Tesla is a little bit more above VWAP. Tesla also has, for the most part, with the exception of that kind of Christmas tree-ish retracement, shout out to Randy, we have had generally higher highs. That's not right, higher lows, right? So I think for me, Tesla, if we're gonna say like one of these trying to be stronger at VWAP, I think Tesla may be compared to Google, but I do think, yeah, shout out to you, Manuel, thanks for bringing this one up. I think this is a really interesting chart. Right now, I think Google still a little bit weak. Yeah, we're gonna get that lesson started soon. Right now, I wanna talk about PDD again for a second. Happy with this short, got involved 105.0. That's not where I got involved. 151.05. And then the second I get in, we pop a little bit. I'm like, kind of nervous. We did have these higher lows, but I was like, Adara, wait till 151.25. If you're only risking 20 pennies, just wait to see if those whole 20 pennies come to fruition, right? And in this case, they didn't. We got to 151.20s, then we sold off a little bit. So I was like, cool, please just punch. Got out. Initially, I wanted to get to save the whole position until that 150. 40 area, but then I saw what we did at 150.65s and just said, Adara, get part of the position out here. For some reason, there was an odd area of support that's happening, so just deal with that. I don't know what PDD is doing at 160s, but it's doing or 150.60s, but it's doing something at 150.60s. I'm not getting out of the rest of this position here. I do think we have some more downside. I also do like that general 150.80 area of rejection, so keeping an eye on that. That is for sure. Yeah, I certainly am. We're going to get that lesson started soon because I think we're just going to let PDD hopefully continue to PD dump as that lesson happens. But also, what really matters is voting. that got unnecessarily political, but I do mean for our join our ticker thing. So if you want to see, if you have a stock that you're like, hey, I want to know Sean and Neil's takes on that. I want to see Brendan talk about it on the green screen. How do you get your say? There's a way. What you have to do is you have to go in the chat right now. Yes, right now. You go exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever your ticker is. So TSLA, GME, AMD, NVDA, SPY, SPY, whatever ticker it is. Don't have any unnecessary characters. Don't spam. You only have one ticker per day, just like real life voting. So choose your ticker wisely. Choose a ticker that you want Sean, Neil, and co. to take a look at, because we are trying to switch it up. We're trying to, of course, always change things for the viewers. So if there's something that you want to look at in the afternoon, we are trying. This is a bit of a viewer's choice segment happening from 2 to 2:20. You have your say of what tickers we all take a look at. ScarJo Rabbit, that's going to be happening until 1:50. The segment itself happens 2 to 2:20, but you can vote from 1 p.m. to 1:50 p.m. And shout out T.I. Bryant. I'm happy for you. Please, this punch apparently printing on GME shorts. Yeah, shout out to Opie as well on that GME short. But you know what we're going to talk about right now is futures. And let me get my lesson. There we go. There's the lesson. Let's talk about futures trading, which is going to be, I just added a slide to this presentation. Apparently, I have like the tech savvy of an 80-year-old, so good times. But let's talk about trading futures contracts. This is futures week. The futures themselves today are not looking pretty bright. In fact, they're looking pretty range bound. But your future can be bright with futures trading. So let's talk about it. Also, I do want to shout out Eclectic Passions, who was asking some questions about options trading in the futures. Some people in the chat who know more than I do gave some great response. I know very little, so I did do some Googling. It looks like it's pretty similar in terms of trading stock futures. I would also guess with options too, there's different timelines, right? So if you want, there's the 0 day to expiry or longer term timeframes. It's something I definitely want to do some more research on, but I did get a quick look here on Investopedia, and it's something I definitely want to read more about as well, because there's also time decay or theta for options futures, so that's something to account for. Yeah, it's something I want to read more about. So shout out to you. Yeah, ScarJo Rabbit, yeah, I did not mean to insult 80-year-olds. I think I'm probably less technologically savvy than anyone of any age, so I do apologize for that statement. The point I'm trying to make is, yeah, apparently PowerPoint and I are having a bit of a battle. But yeah, futures, how do you get involved in trading futures, and what are some important things to know? So futures contracts are basically just going to be these standardized agreements to buy and or sell an asset at a future date and price. And they're, there we go. Trading, they can be traded on exchanges and can be for commodities, financial instruments, or some other things like orange juice, right? Cocoa, lots of different things can be traded there, that is for sure. And here are some key concepts to talk about as well. Leverage. So this will allow traders to to control a large position with a relatively small amount of capital, which can help, get your bulk up on those gains. It can help with your gains, but it can also intensify your losses. So this can go both ways, for you and against you. Also margin. So this is going to be the collateral required to open and maintain a futures position. I forgot what words were for a second there. Initial margin is required to open the position, and then maintenance is required to keep said position open once you have it open. So let's talk about some of these futures as well. E-mini or S&P 500, which is going to be the ES. This will represent a portion of that S&P 500 index, which makes it a popular choice for large cap exposure. Each tick is going to be worth $12.50 with a minimum price fluctuation of 0.25 index points. So if the index is at 4,000, for example, one ES contract would be worth about 200K. I know you've traded the S&P 500 from time to time. Is there a reason you kind of prefer that to the NASDAQ, or is it just opportunities, just kind of choice? Or?
I would say, okay, so right now, I think that trading the futures doesn't necessarily align with my risk appetite. Even though I would love to trade the ES, it's pretty much very similar. It's trading the SPY or trading the ES, and then NQ as well, right? But again, risk appetite depending might not be the best as of right now. But again, when the market is in play, I do like to take a look at some ETFs, and SPY being one of them. Again, I write down every morning on the top of my notebook right here, one of the main lines, it says, "SPY is my compass."
I like that.
So just a reminder to myself, being like, all right, that's one of the big dogs, and I have to kind of I have to respect the price action that's kind of happening there. If there are distinctly different moves happening on the spider, I do have to kind of respect that and use it as a guide to guide in terms of like confluence, price action, maybe a market compass, as you will, to my trading. But yeah, no, it's just not necessarily a preference, but like I am kind of watching the ES and the NQ every day, and eventually when I do have a little bit of a wider risk, I will be more than willing to take on risk on the futures for short-term trades. For sure, but again, until then, I like the Nvidia, I like the Spider, I like SMH, like other ETFs that kind of act somewhat similar to the futures. Again, being strong constituents or holding strong constituents of said futures. So.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you for saying that as well, because that also brings back to something that I appreciate that Neil will say a lot, which is like I know Neil will talk about trading AMD and then using Nvidia as the futures for that, right? So if you have that move up in AMD or a move up in Nvidia, you might get that move in AMD, right? So I think there are different metaphorical ways you can look at futures as well. So I really appreciate you saying that. There's also the NQ. So we talked about the ES, the NQ, or the E-mini NASDAQ 100. This one will track the NASDAQ 100 index, which is going to be heavily weighted towards these tech stocks. So if you're trading a tech name, the NASDAQ might be your little buddy there. If you have any like NQs and A's while you're in your trade, will this go higher? Will it go lower? The NASDAQ could work in your favor. Also, though, it is worth noting, sometimes you'll see counter trend moves. So if you have the NASDAQ moving up and the name you're looking at is moving down, that could also be something worth noting, that things are moving counterintuitively. So that is also, of course, something to note. The NASDAQ, or with the NQ, each ticket is going to be worth $5 with a minimum price fluctuation of 0.25 index points. So if the index is at 13,000, one NQ contract could be worth $260,000. Let's talk about some other futures as well. You've got crude oil, or CL. This is one of the most heavily traded futures, which provides a direct way to trade that global oil market, and each contract will represent about 1,000 barrels of oil. Gold, or the GC, this is used to hedge against inflation and currency fluctuations. Each contract will represent about 100 troy ounces of gold. Agricultural futures, there are quite a few. They include corn, ZC, soybeans, ZS, or cocoa, which has been pretty hot lately. Definitely making some fondue with that cocoa, that heat there. CC is that contract there. So let's talk about some basic strategies. Day trading, right? We do this all the time over here. Buying, selling intraday, not holding overnight, selling within the same day to take advantage of these shorter term price movements. Within that, you've also got scalping, and I want to shout out Big Cal Burdett, who's in our chat, who does scalp the futures quite a lot. And yeah, I think there's like certainly different strategies depending on how you want to take it, which I think is really cool about trading in general, but especially with futures. Swing trading too, which involves holding for several days to several weeks and aiming to take advantage of these longer term price movements. We also have hedging. This is going to be used by, you want to be confident. That's also something you want to be. You want to be confident. You want to have those moves you really like, and that can always help your trading. And something that I've talked to Sean about this. I do feel like being confident has helped me. Don't know why that button was up there, but I love that button. So hedging, basically used to lock in prices and manage risk by producers and consumers. So other tips include risk management. You might want to consider some stop loss orders to protect yourself against losses and diversify your trades. So you got a couple eggs in each basket instead of all your eggs in one basket or one like morning breakfast. And resources as well to keep an eye on. Lots of resources on this here internet. Shout out to, we did a week on futures trading you can check out here on how to trade, but also there are websites like Investopedia, which is great when you're first starting trading, or the CME group. I know as well though, in Trader TV Live way back, they did some lessons as well on specific types of trading, so definitely check that out. Lots of resources here in this community as well. And how is your GME? The game is not stopping. The game continues.
I have no idea. I'm kind of just watching. But yeah, thank you, Adara, for the lesson there. Yeah, no, definitely interesting things to learn on the futures. Again, this whole week is going to be futures trading, how to trade, and more information with Sharif and Adara. Sharif will be back tomorrow. And yeah, so make sure you stay in tune for the midday show for that. GME again. I was looking at it. I covered most of it. I only got a little bit, just a breadcrumb kind of left here. And we're holding some of these pre-market lows. You can see that nice distinct bid. You can see that strong volume that flushed into VWAP, and then another leg down. Could have been maybe a little bit more patient with that initial cover there, but it is what it is. I did have that VWAP as a target. Initially, when I did start shorting, I was like, all right, well, if this pulls back, what's the probability of it pulling back to VWAP and maybe having some consolidation, which is just underneath that pre-market shelf, right? So it's like, all right, how many players can we take offside on this move? So on this slight intraday overextension. Now again, not saying that the game has stopped. This is a multi-day move. This could be a multi-week move, right? But I'm just trying to day trade the move and read the tape as well. I was talking to Sean just a few minutes ago, saying that there was some size chasing down off of that 25s, and again. Reassessing this trade. Again, I'm going to be writing more about this in the journal tonight, about how when I'm seeing that size chasing down aggressively after we've seen an overextended move, that's definitely some reason to get some more into the trade. You can see participants are clearly attempting to sell, and it's not really filling them, and they kind of start chasing down with multiple lots. Maybe not even the same size that we saw pushing in or getting filled on the way up on a lit or even an inverse gateway. So, it's an interesting price action, just trying to make better decisions based off of what the chart is telling me, based off of what the price action and the tape and the book has been telling me as well. So again, it's an effort to get a little bit better every day, and hopefully we are well on that path there. So let's take a look at some of these other tickers I did have on watch today. PNG doesn't really, I was looking for the reversion on that one, didn't really come in as of right now. We bid up a little bit. Let me pull up a higher time frame on this one. We bid up a little bit, so we did get a reversion to VWAP, I guess, but comes right back in. So it is quite heavy. We were talking about that technical breakdown happening on a larger time frame. So again, intraday players, watch out. There may be bigger fish in the waters today on the PNG move that may potentially be bringing it a little bit lower. But again, what do I know? I'm just making that potential assumption there. Another one, what is the ticker for this one? INSM. Yeah, so I did have quite a short bias on this one, but again, I don't know what the ticker is going to do. Going off of the open, I can have whatever bias, but I got to stay as fluid as possible with the biases. But you can see that when it did break that 50 mark, it did sell off quite aggressively. You can see how strong that 50 hold was in the pre-market. Again, doing significant volume in the pre-market. If I can just pull that up. Why does it say 0? I think.
Yeah, if you have any more tickers too that you want to look at today as well, sorry there. Definitely vote in the chat. You've got another 20 minutes as well. Oh yeah, apologies for that. But yeah, so basically what you do, if you have a ticker that you want Sean, Neil, and co to look at in the afternoon show, ! Join space, your ticker of choice, TSLA, NVDA, SPY, what have you. You have 20 more minutes, guys. Definitely do that. We love audience participation for this part of the show. Definitely make sure that your voice is heard with your ticker being put in there. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't forget that. Only 20 minutes, guys. So make sure you get those votes in. Make sure you make it known what tickers you guys want them to cover, and they will hopefully pick a lot of those there. I'm seeing a lot of GME. I'm seeing a lot of Costco as well. People talking about Costco. Oh yeah, Costco was pushing all-time highs as of last week. And did it already have earnings last week?
It reports on Thursday.
It reports this week. Yeah. Sometimes I'm losing track of time, and I'm like, was that last week or was it this week? Sometimes it's all a blur, So Costco pushing towards all-time highs there. I think 816 is the all-time high as of right now. If we check on the weekly, yes, sir, it is. And yeah, absolutely beautiful. Look at this chart, long Costco, and yeah, I know. I definitely like going to Costco every now and then for some of their food items, food and drink items, and nice good samples as well. A lot of interesting stuff happening at Costco. Costco and IKEA, I don't know. Those are the two. I like that. Maybe IKEA definitely, because they kind of set up their store as like a maze. Have you heard about this? It's actually been made as like a maze. It's hard to leave. It's always interesting, but IKEA is pretty cool. I don't know if they trade. I don't know if they trade on on our markets, but yeah, probably. I'm pretty sure they do. Actually, nothing is coming up. All right, maybe they don't trade. Yeah, so I don't know. Anyways, I don't know why, a little bit of a tangent there. But GME coming right back in. Some size actually sitting at 22. His buddy was flashing some size there at that 22. So let's see if we can come down there. You can see that nice little strong trend to the downside happening as of right now. And yeah, we've pretty much given back a lot of the move that happened in the I guess earlier in the midday session there, right into previous resistance, and then we get a nice little reversion back into and through VWAP, back through pre-market range highs as well as pre-market range lows as well, in and around just underneath that 23 mark. But we are holding there right there as of right now. So let's see if we can come in and grab some of that liquidity that seems to be showing itself at that 22 mark. I have no idea, but again, I'm just trying to see what's on the tape there and just make maybe some speculations, but I don't know. I'm going to stay vigilant to what the chart and price action on the tape is doing as of right now. No real reason to cover. I did kind of prematurely cover this a little bit here, maybe not the one at VWAP, but this one here on top of the 23. Again, I kind of might have been anchored to that opening price. I was like, oh, are we bouncing off of opening price? Opening price being 23.10, and yeah. But we're continuing to go a little bit lower there, so let's see if we can come in and grab, I think it was 200 lots that I saw, maybe a little bit more, sitting at that 22 mark on GME. What is the day low, you may ask? I am definitely asking 21.15, so I don't know if we're gonna get all the way down to 21.15, but the trend is my friend on this trade as of right now. I do have to remind myself that, like I said earlier, I don't necessarily take trend trades as often, but the fact of the matter is, mean reversion is kind of a trend trade if you think about it. It's the end of one trend and the beginning of a potential next trend, and if you're continuing that in itself, this is also a trend and making it a trend trade. So that's something I have to kind of maybe work on better defining, because I'm like, oh, I don't really take trend trades that much, but no, buddy, the reversion trade in a sense does become into a trend trade, and then maybe that's why I have to get better at adding to the trade, and then that way I can get better at the trend trade as well. So I don't know,
I like that.
some trendception going on there.
Inception. Inception. I like that. That was good. You know what's the real inception is when you have a name that was your best name of the day, and then you make not one but two eyebrow-raising trades on it. That's going to be CELH. You got to laugh about stuff. I always say this. This is kind of my approach to life. You can take things seriously and also recognize when you just made like a, Homer Simpson kind of decision, and that was what happened here in Celsius. I'm so proud of these shorts. What I did here does not undo what I did in these shorts, other than in the P&L, where it very much undoes what I did in those shorts. But basically, I like this short. I was like, oh, we're below the 90 MA. Oh, it looks like we're gonna reject. And then I'm like, like in retrospect, I'm like, Adara, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, green candles, probably questionable move. I was not able to get out fast enough just because of the spread. I took an L on it, undid all the gains in that name, so that was a little bit unfortunate, of course. But then I was like, oh, but actually, maybe it's just flipping long. I saw we were holding 78.20. We're actually still holding that level pretty well, except for when I got in the long. So I get in the long there, and then CELH just dumps. I'm like, okay, I don't have a good name on this, read on this anymore. Gotta say goodbye. To say, Rihanna, take a bow, get out. That being said, the 78.20, I think it's still kind of interesting to me, but I don't want to force it. I don't want this to become a revenge type situation. Right now, I don't feel like it was. I just feel like that long was just questionable, and I did take it with smaller size, so moments. But it is always sad when you want to do a nice little move there, but it's like, you can't trade based on P&L. You got to trade through progress and learning. That's my P&L. But so yeah, that's what you got to do. PDG, I mean, if you want to keep going to the downside, yeah, pretty darn delighted with this, what's happening here. I'm okay with adding if we get back to 55s, because we've been seeing these lower highs, but I mean, I'm okay with this position. I have no planned outs on this until I see resistance on the book. That being said, if we can get below 150, I'd be so happy. I'd be so happy. But let's see what happens here. Let's take a look at Meta as well. Paula Blackford wants to take a look at Meta. Okay, Meta. Oh, Meta is rangy. Ooh.
Yeah, very rangy.
I'm getting very excited. Meta, like I said, I find harder to trade because I don't really understand how a stock above $1,100, looking at you, NVIDIA, has a better range than META. That is something that's kind of shocked me. That being said, right now, Meta has like a 12-cent range, so not bad. This one was kind of rangy below the VWAP and the 90 MA. Now it's kind of rangy above VWAP and 90 MA. Certainly, this is interesting. I think this, sorry for zooming in here, but there's some odd wicks going on. I think this 477 area that was kind of a bit of support, both on a candle basis and on a wick basis here, could continue to be interesting. I want to see what we do here on Meta, but also, you know what I want to see is what tickers people are looking at. But how do I do that, you may ask? Well, you could do it by going in the chat right now, and for the next 14 minutes, heading into 150, $, join, no, sorry, exclamation point, join, space, $, your ticker of choice. So for example, Dell, I'm seeing Ike Anderson mentioned Dell, which I can pull up here as well. But if you want the big kahunas to look at Dell, and if you want to see Dell on the green screen, what you have to do is go exclamation point, join, space, $, Dell. So yeah, Dell, I mean, remember that like insane laugh. This Dell is gorgeous. Every time you think Dell might want a little bit of a nap, or if you think it might be the death knell for Dell, Dell's like, nah, I have some more energy in me. So nice look here for Dell, trying to curl its little head back above that 90 MA, still below those previous highs and generally lower highs from that peak we made around 169.70 earlier, but still not a bad look. Decisively above, squarely above VWAP here. Couple wicks here into VWAP showing that we will stay higher. Great look for Dell. I also have two New York cents asking, where will the softy end up today? Up or down? I mean, you know, I can't say that for certain, but it's always interesting when a stock's basically flat in the daily. Okay. Microsoft, I've been neglecting you. This actually could be a nice little dip buy here on the 90 MA. I think Microsoft, for me, trying to work its way to the upside. Obviously, you know, we are slightly down in the day here, but I'm not seeing a lot of catalysts or not a lot of looks here on the book or the chart that we're going to reverse. We did just have this really nice candle here to the downside, but not a lot of volume here on MSFT. Kind of feels like the neglected Meg 7 sibling right now. I'm going to keep my eye on this. This could get a little bit spicy in this Microsoft. Also, I was able to add to the position here on PDD, so that's nice. But yeah, I think this Microsoft, thank you for bringing this up, 2 New York cents. I don't want to make an assumption on this. I think right now, though, it looks like we do have this nice little uptrend. Yeah. How are you doing in GameStop?
I'm still kind of watching it there. It hasn't really done anything too crazy as of right now, but I am watching Apple. Apple did break down, now a little bit disconnected. We were talking about some of these constituents disconnecting from the futures, and Apple definitely a little bit of a disconnect happening as of right now. As the futures kind of start bidding to the upside. Excuse me, Apple breaking below that 191. Now, I did pull up that CLA. Did this have some sort of news today? I wasn't aware because it is doing some significant RVol here, relative volume on the day. And yeah, it definitely seems like the longs might be a little bit feverish as it's over 100 degrees down to the downside there. Celsius definitely dropping it like it's hot with this extended RVol. Look at that 10x RVol on Celsius. Nice little downtrend as well below VWAP. You can see that it kind of just mingles with VWAP initially right there off of the open, and then just starts to just bleed to the downside. So definitely longs maybe potentially feeling a little bit sick there. I have no idea if we're breaking some sort of key level there. I don't know what the news. Definitely looks like some sort of news because we've sustained this relative volume throughout the day, and we have given up. Oh, okay.
Morgan Stanley notes. Yeah, Morgan Stanley saying that there's some data showing that their year-over-year sales growth had slowed on a sequential basis.
Okay, all right. So Morgan Stanley coming out and giving some potential bad news there, and you can see that we are pushing back into some of these earnings levels. You can see off of earnings, we had a little bit of a quadunk, reverted that into the open, chopped sideways, and then slowly bid up. Let me take out this VWAP right there so we can get a little bit of a better picture. Go to the hourly as well. But yeah, nice look there. This one definitely slipped my radar today. Doing significant relative volume again on that Morgan Stanley note, it would seem, and we've pretty much given back a lot of what we did post earnings. So maybe people were getting in thinking that, okay, well, all right, well, look at that, a little bit of a double bottomish action there as the earnings reaction drops down to prior earnings reaction lows, and then you can see what happened off of that, and that bid kind of comes right back in, testing those highs. So maybe a little bit of a range on a higher time frame happening there. But with this MS comments, it seems like we are selling off quite aggressively. What's the average volume happening today? So average 30-day volume is about 4.65, and today we've done about almost 12 million on the day. So very, very interesting, very extended to the downside as well. But yeah, a beautiful short off of the open there. So yeah, nice there. That was a good look there. And you only had shorts on it today, right?
Well, yeah. So initially the second short is kind of where I went awry, and then I tried to go long, and it did not work out. But yeah, I want to shout out Joseph in the chat for mentioning that as well, because I would have not have seen that, because that was when I was trading on earnings, and Joseph was like, hey, Celsius moving again. So thank you, Joseph. Also, thank you, chat. If you have things you want to see, you have just 9 minutes left to vote. Just go in the chat right now, type furiously, ! Join, space, $, your ticker of choice. TSLA, AMD, AMC, GME, FFIE. Whatever, we know what tickers are. Whatever ticker you want to see, type that in there. Thank you so much, Ramit and Fabian, for putting that up there. And thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, for crawling all of that. Yeah, and we're going to see Sean and Neil discuss these tickers from 2 to 2:20 p.m. We're trying to switch it up. Instead of having the little chats at the big desk, we're trying to switch up the format, trying to get some audience participation involved, because who does not love audience participation? We do. And hopefully you guys do as well. You can only vote once per day, so choose your ticker wisely. Preferably no spam, no little comments, just your ! Join, space, $, and a ticker that you want to look at. So thank you so much, everyone, for putting that together, and thank you, everybody, for putting your tickers in there. Right now, yeah, Tesla, I did like that long off the 90 MA. And I'm taking it into 80s. Why 80s? That was definitely an area, that 176 80s, that I noticed when I was in the short. That was interesting. So it's like, I want to play it both ways. Now, though, Tesla's being like kind of stingy. I'm like, okay, I see you. If you want me to just take 20 pennies and leave Tesla, by all means, I will take 20 pennies and leave, okay? You won't have to tell me twice. So that's what's going on in Stressla. Yeah, I wish it the bestla in its track to the upside, but I don't know. Right now, it looks like we could be reversing a bit, so I don't love that. But PDD is still kind of chilling. I have no reason to leave this trade. About 50 pennies in the money on an average basis, so please just punch with PDD. I mean, and I say that, and then PDD is like, oh, did you want to go up? I'm like, I did not, but thank you. Thank you, PDD, for keep going. Sober, SOBR, Garov mentioning this one. It's a penny stock, not one that I'm familiar with here. Let me find the deets. Oh, wow, this is a nice look. This SOBR, wow. Yeah, this is not too sobering. I would say it's pretty exciting here. This is SOBR Safe is the name of the company. Not seeing any news on this, but nice look up here. Kind of nice dip buy opportunities. Right now, though, we're running into a little bit of resistance here at the 72-cent level. Lots of these wicks to the upside that are unfulfilled. Now, what this could potentially be a little bit of that flag type pattern where it's just kind of waiting to have that further upside. I don't know, but this SOBR, definitely not a sobering look right now. Nice look for SOBR. How is your GameStop going?
It's still kind of chopping and churning here. Again, still within trend relatively, I think, to the downside, but it has started to slow down. Again, on the 15-minute chart, a little sideways, starting to get a little sideways. In and around some of those pre-market levels that we were talking about here. So I'll show you guys what I'm looking at over here. But again, Apple, like it did a slow bleed to the downside. So again, I got to do a little bit better at holding at some of this position from earlier there. A bit of a continuation, again, distinct action, slamming the 93, slamming the 92s, and then holding below VWAP. And then now we're continuing. We've disconnected from the futures, and continuing to bleed to the downside back into that 190. So again, gotta learn how to hold some of those trades for a little bit longer, because the price action again is very distinct. Got a little shaken out of the whole position on that initial move. Maybe not the best decision making, but we will get better tomorrow with that. But okay, so yeah, GameStop right here. You can see that consolidation low right here. Nice little double bottom in the pre-market coming on from, what is that, after 7 a.m., right? Right there, 7 a.m. volume comes in. That 8 a.m. volume comes in as well, and makes this a little bit of a distinct low here just underneath this 23s. And we're just chopping underneath VWAP in that area. You can see this consolidation that we had as well before we accelerated and got that expanding volume to the upside. That took us through those pre-market highs and then took us to the next station right there at that 26 and some change for an attempted attempted test at prior levels there. But okay, so there's 500 lots on the bid right there. If you guys can see on, you know what, I should probably change this to GME because that's what we're, actually no, it's already changed. That one is Apple, this one is GME. Do I have a size filter on this one? Not yet. Let me throw that on for you guys. So there was some size chasing on the bid right there. I did not see if it got filled. It seems like it did get filled. Okay, so there was an announcement earlier, something about MEMEX not working, but I'm seeing some MEMEX gates starting to print. So maybe they are kind of working right now. So somebody just slapped 1,500 shares on a U gate, which is again a MEMEX. So maybe the MEMEX is back on these meme tickers today. Yeah, the MEMEX on the meme tickers. You got to do it for the lulz, you know. But this 190 coming right back in on Apple. So with the market pushing back down, look at the ES pushing for fresh lows. It did just make some fresh lows on this 15-minute candle. And the NQ, let's see if it can come back into 18.9. Taking a quick look at some of the top constituents here. What is the weakest of them all? It would seem that it's Apple. So, oh boy. All right. Well, NVIDIA though, super. What is going on with NVIDIA? Like we gotta get long, stay long on NVIDIA. Look at this. Like you can get in on a shorter time frame and then be like, all right, well, let's go up to a 30-minute. Look at that. No trend break on a 30-minute. Absolutely holding. Like sure, the 15 is choppy. A lot of people use the 15. I can understand. 5-minute, definitely choppy. A lot of people use that as well. Definitely choppy. 3s and 2s, definitely choppy. But overall, holding a trend. If you throw up a moving average on this ticker, is it holding quite beautifully? And 1150 is holding as of right now. So we broke that 10 mark, that 1,000 mark. We go straight to 11s, and now we're going to 11 halves. So can we get to 12 halves? That's the next question I'm asking. If we kind of continue this strength to the upside on NVIDIA, that 12 might not be too far away. Again, closing extremely strong last Friday. Here, let me pull that chart back up to kind of show you what I'm looking at. So closing quite strong on Friday, near highs, bids up into the after hours, and then gaps up in the pre-market as well, holding above these brand new highs, breaking that pre-market high as well, and then catching trend off of an opening range high break on the 15-minute. Very strong trend, to say the least, on NVIDIA there. But again, that sentiment maybe not as reflected on the NQs or the ES as the other constituents pull back quite aggressively, or maybe not having as distinct of a move there. Apple, again, being one of the other top constituents of the markets, and Softy as well, not really going anywhere. Apple bleeding to the downside as well. So let me pull up. I've been taking a look at the constituents as of late in terms of composition. So let me just pull that up for you guys real quick, and we can see who is at the top of the charts as of right now. So, okay, so this is the breakdown of the NASDAQ 100. Softy at the top, Apple second, and then closely followed by NVIDIA. You can see this is portfolio percentage as of, when was this? I don't know when the last update was, but they do pretty well in terms of updating it quite frequently. There, so Softy at the highs at almost 8.7%, and then at 8% coming in is Apple. And yeah, there's only about 20 seconds left, right, Adara? Yeah.
I still can't believe that. We only have 20 seconds left to vote. So vote in the ticker, no, in the chat, $, join, space, exclamation point, join, space, $, your ticker, whatever ticker you want to look at, TSLA, AMD, AMC. The time is running out. Thank you guys so much for being here with us for that. We still have 10 more minutes of the show, mind you, but you only have a few mere seconds left for that ticker. So thank you so much for voting here to see whatever ticker you would like to see, because we do love audience participation here on the show. Do we not? Yes, we do. Yeah, I mean, what a time to be alive.
Oh, yeah.
Robbie V wants to look at Lucy, so let's look at Lucy. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at this range.
Yeah.
It's not like Mickey Mouse. Oh my gosh. Look at this. I have no words. This, what is this? 57-cent base. This top of 62 cents, just below VWAP. Like Lucy. This is what dreams are made of if you're a range trader. Oh my.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
Yeah, sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Traveled the world and the 7 Lucy's. Everybody. Yeah, I mean, great look. I'm going to shush now. On that, PDD was a little sneaky. I'm still in this trade. I have no reason to leave. Like I said, I want to see what we do in 80s. I am still, in the money on this, although I guess I probably won't be pretty soon. But what I've noticed too is it's not about your P&L. It was pretty disheartening to give up that CELH win because that was my best name of the day. But the thing is, I took trades I liked. It's just the issue was I should have probably waited a little bit. Like, why rush into this short when you have all these green candles? You know what I mean? Wait for the bigger picture rather than just a smaller picture that you like. Don't look at the zoomed in version of the picture. Look at the big picture. So that's what I need to do. I mean, yeah, man, this PDD is a little PD disappointing, but it's all good. It's all good. You're gonna see here what we do around 80s. This was such a bamboozler. Should have probably just gotten everything out at that base, but we kept looking like we were gonna play a little bit lower. So I was like, oh, well, we will. Yeah, no, we didn't. It's all good. It's life. Yeah, Vicky and Novak laughing at the gasping. These markets are very gasp-worthy, you know what I mean? We all have our own, like, Sharif has his jeez, and you've got Sean and the bang, and Neil and the wah wah wee wah. Obi will go, oh boy. So we all have our different reactions to these markets. And I like to gas. Michael MB saying we should add a karaoke segment. I don't think anyone wants that, but thank you for shouting that out. PD, are you a karaoke person?
No, I mean, I've been, but I haven't necessarily been like, okay, I want to go out for a karaoke. But I know I have a few friends that are like, yeah, they go karaokeing every now and then. I'm not too sure. The thing is, like, I don't know songs that well.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But yeah, no. When I was in school, there were the local bar had a lot of karaoke nights. So definitely some good times there while that was happening. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah. Again, in the Caribbean, so it was a nice little vibe as well. Karaoke night almost every Friday, Thursdays and Fridays. So yeah, it was good times for sure. But yeah, I mean, I should probably go back and visit sometime.
Times.
Market is flushing.
Yeah, I was gonna say this mark. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this S&P 500 just Qs, like the Qs are weirdly still kind of holding up a decent range. With S&P 500's like, what is range? I don't know. Downside, downside, downside. Oh my gosh, we have these two little kisses of VWAP, and then the SPY's like, I gotta go before I get turned back into like I don't know, was having a Cinderella moment, had to run away at midnight. Running down here from VWAP, this S&P, SPY very big. Don't know if big Kyle Burnett's still involved in this short, but if you are, shout out to you. I don't know why I typed in NVIDIA when I wanted to look at the Qs. I think that's pretty telling that I meant to type in the Qs and instead I looked at NVIDIA. So yeah, that's something else, man. These Qs though still
pretty much
holding.
The same thing.
Yeah, you're right. They pretty much are, but I think NVIDIA is a bit stronger here. These Qs still holding VWAP just beautifully, and not just VWAP, but also this. What is this? As I say that, they dip lower, but that 458-ish level, kind of interesting start. My contacts are having a moment. NVIDIA, though, totally gave up that earlier support and resistance of that that 1139. Now we're at 1136s. This is weak. I mean, I can't believe we only have 5 minutes left. How are you doing with GameStop? Anything else you're looking at heading into the afternoon?
I am now. I have pulled up NVIDIA as it's finally broken its trend, and I'm like, is the short in? Now is it time to short? We're getting that confluence with that market tailwind, and we're starting to break trend on multiple time frames on NVIDIA. So it's like, maybe are we poised for a little bit of a pullback? The 30-minute, not so much. The 5-minute, yes. The 3-minute, for sure. The 15-minute, I would think so. The 15 minutes is right there. So okay, all right. So maybe I'll give it a little bit of room. Maybe look for lower highs as well. Again, we've seen what the futures have been doing, especially the DAC, kind of very choppy on both ends, very wicky. So might not be ready just yet. But I did pull up NVDL just for a reversion back to VWAP. Can we lose some of this strength again? Let's take a breather, NVIDIA. Come on, like you're gonna do a full ATR, maybe more than a full ATR all day in a very tight trend. Those longs got to take some profits every now and then, right? So let's see. Again, I think 1050 is a great place. We failed to follow through. Didn't really try to test it, but we got, what's the high there? 1149.38. I'm seeing is the high on NVDA. and can't really get past that 150 mark. Again, I do like to work with certain psychological levels, certain levels along the way that are fresh levels that we may see some participants, I guess, move some stock, move some inventory at, and it seems like a nice little pullback off of the 1150. But being the strong trend that it has been having, or has had, I want to be a little bit more patient if the move really is there, and if longs start to puke along with this market trend. It will be distinctly different, and I want to wait for that distinct difference to start to get involved here on the NVDA. Don't want to get in front of a freight train. Again, volume is pretty much the same, hasn't necessarily increased, hasn't necessarily done too much, but maybe we're poised for a reversion to VWAP for a little bit of a healthy move. Again, we're looking for that, for the ebbs and flows of price action there as the market pulls in towards some of its lows as well. Not the day low yet on the NQ, but the ES definitely pushing some fresh lows. And let's see what GME does. I'm still holding on to just a skosh of GME here, pulling back into the 22s. Let's see if that size at 22 that we saw. There's some size at 2270s, as you guys can see right there. Buddy with 200 lots gets slapped right there, right through, but then bids right back up. But there were 300 lots at that 22. I don't know if that'll come in. Day low again being just above that 21 mark on GME. So let's see if we can get there. I have no idea, but I'll be patiently waiting. Got a little lucky with that short as it did come into fruition back in and through VWAP. But nothing else on my docket for the rest of the day. Going to be patient. If anything sets up, potentially NVDA, we'll see. I will take the trade for the reversion. Nice. What do you got on watch?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out your trade for once because I think, like you said, luck, but I think it's more than just luck. It's about being in the right place, looking for the right thing at the right time. You had those shorts, so you were ready for that to strike. You already had secured the shorts. So I just want to shout out that trade because I think that was a great GME look. So yeah, no game stopping there for Obi. I am trading Meta, and I say it like that because I don't love the spread on Meta. I have talked about this ad nauseum. I feel like I find excuses to bring up the spread on Meta. I am really hard on the spread in this name because I'm sorry, if Nvidia is over $1,000, why does it have a better spread than you? Asking for a friend. But all jokes aside, I had been talking about that Meta 477 hold. When I saw we had that 477 hold still after that drop, I said, Adara, it's worth a try. Highest we've gotten since I've gotten in is like 477.30, so about 15 pennies in the money. Not too shabby. Tis what it is. I don't know how this is gonna go. Like I said, I generally hold trades, and I definitely don't actively trade after the midday ends because, other things that are done. But I mean, wow, Meta, if you want to get that move up, I'd appreciate it. However, to the rest of the market, as requested by Big Cal Burdett, I would like to say a Sharif style, damn it. So hopefully the market can get that move to the downside. Hopefully it's not too agonizing there of a move. But yeah, I mean, if Meta wants to give me that little pop into the end of my trading day, I'd be pleased as punch about that. Yeah, I've learned a lot. I am down, on the day, and it was, I had some wins on Celsius earlier, could have secured the bag a bit better in PDD. But it's, you have to learn as well. I am still up on PDD. Am I? Wait, is that a lie? No, I am still up on PDD. So yeah, I think I'm trying to trade less on P&L because you don't learn if you're just actively only trying to get winners. You learn from trying to get that whole market on your side, which is also why I love that that GME short. I think that's a really nice look. But yeah, I mean, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else to say here as we transition to the green screen?
No, I definitely agree with you on that. Like, if you're I find that my biggest hits are when I'm trying to trade P&L, right?
Like
P&L, very extremely, maybe not even priority, but decision making definitely number one priority. And that's again, shout out to Greg. I remember we had this talk. Our previous manager was just like having this conversation with him. It's like, yeah, P&L is a byproduct of your process, right? Process and decision making. So if you can get clean on that, then P&L will it's just a byproduct, right? It's a byproduct of whatever decisions that you are making. So again, P&L is never priority, but can you make better decisions? Can you win on your decision making and get better with that? And then obviously the P&L could potentially follow. So I definitely agree with you on that one. But with that, we have come to an end for today's How to Trade session. So thank you for joining.
Thank you so much, Obi, for helping with getting all the notes together for the lesson. It's been a great day. Hope you guys have had so much fun. Thanks to Obi for being here. Bears for Bull shouting out Adobe. So yeah, Adobe bringing you into over here. But I'm going to see you tomorrow with a whole nother lesson about futures. Same bad time, same bad channel. And we have Brendan at the big desk.
See ya.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. You get me today. Sorry, Sharif back tomorrow with the day off today, the extended long weekend. Hope he's enjoying a Tuesday. But yeah, let's get into a few things here that are moving around this afternoon as we head into the final couple hours of trading. I was just going over both the US dollar and some of the yields back to the upside in a pretty big way. This afternoon specifically, 4.65 right now on the 30-year. That's the US dollar kind of chopping around here, 104.5. Still up on the day, but only just after being negative to start things off. Yeah, monster day today for Virgin Galactic. Back above $1 and then some, 21-ish, we'll call it, % off the highs. But I didn't see anything on space, but having quite the day back above $1. Good to see for Virgin. Apple holding 190 right now, hasn't really done much, kind of grinding on its way back to 190 all day, basically flat now on the session. But yeah, it's been all about these guys, NVIDIA, QCOM, AMD, and Micron, just absolute monsters. We'll get to a few of those coming up here as you pick what we are about to discuss here this afternoon. That's the overall market there, a bit of a downtick as we head to 2 o'clock here, but overall, yeah, stocks to the upside in a big way on the back of semiconductor strength. So let's get into a few things that you decide. If you haven't seen the final hour of the midday show yet, remember to go check it out from 1 o'clock to 2 p.m. You make the choice. You decide what we talk about for the first 30 minutes of, or so, the first 30 minutes of the closing show, the afternoon here. GME was top of the list this morning. It will be top of the list. Pick number 1 for the afternoon here. We had a huge move after the close on Friday. If I zoom out here a little bit on this offering notice, 93 million coming through, 93 million for GME on the offering after the close Friday. We got this huge run up to 24 in the pre-market this morning. Tops out at 26, guys. 21.3% for GME today. It was a two-way street, however, for action.
So GameStop. 21 seems to be like the number today. Not only is 21 the exact percent, more or less the percentage that it's up right now, 21's also the level that it bounced off this morning. 21's the level that it bounced on during the aftermarket show, the market recap on Friday. So this is 21 right at the end of the market recap with Sean Adera. It held 21 even, it double bottom at 21. We talked about the roundy face, the upside, and now it's 21.21 a second ago. So yeah, fun times on GameStop. I did try buying the dip initially on this, but we got the rounded bottom eventually, took VWAP long, got a breakout above 24, gonna sneeze, hold it. But it's just, actually you saw Obi talk about this, where it was a clean trend reversal once it got back underneath that 26. So there's your big monster volume wick top. And the longs were fantastic. Like every single one you could take that, like any setup pretty much was working. Then you had the big volume spike followed by the big red candle wick through 26 even. Once that happened, you've been trend down. All that said, the VWAP break was opening range 22.5. It's right back bouncing off 22.5. I think if you can hold on to this, you have a chance at a second salvo on GameStop. And we talked about the whole notion of when a stock gets those massive runs up on any kind of a squeeze, it started in the single digits. The big push was later through 18, 19. It pulled back, finally made that bottom, lulled everybody to sleep, and then today was, I guess, the culmination of that lulling to sleep there in GME. Can it hold on to 22.5? That's the big story. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for this afternoon. AMC,
And you knew it was going.
we're not really going to talk about AMC specifically, but it did its best to follow GameStop and actually a little bit weaker. So it tried to break out. When GameStop fell, it fell. If GameStop loses 22.5, I think AMC short under $5 is going to be a hold all afternoon.
Okay. All right. Wow. We tried to ride with the apes for a minute there, and we did. We had 21.50 all the way up to 25 80 right there. So we took about $4.50, but then we just kept on trying to buy all of the dips, and none of them really worked. We tried again, and we tried again. And right now, though, I'm thinking it's getting ready to ramp up again, and I like this 2350 break right here. We haven't been able to get above it. Now you're finally, we could take a little piece now because we're finally breaking the 50-period moving average, but I'd rather just wait until we break this area here. So let's get that garbage out of here and see if we can get back up to the upside right now. The thing is, I mean, I knew the perk was fake, but I still ate it. And it was all the way up to this high here with GME. So shout out to Kodak Black. I mean, we were a super gremlin today on GME, and we're going to try to get back into it at some point, breaking 2350. So that's my play to get back there. We just put Shopify on the board again, for those of you looking at that, and we're short Alibaba and long Palantir. So we'll go through the rundown. Next up, a name that we've had lots of fun with today, Tesla.
Your pick number 2 this afternoon, Tesla, almost actually was number 1, but comes out number 2 just by a couple for Tesla. Downside initially this morning, it was actually right from pre-market. We saw some selling coming in, reversing essentially all of that nice move back higher on Friday. So we're all the way back to that Thursday low out of the gate this morning for Tesla. This was actually out yesterday. But worth noting, researcher suggesting that Q2 deliveries for Tesla this year will be well below 2023 levels, continuing the trend here, possibly anyways. Downside, guys, for Tesla.
All right, downside for Tesla. Yeah, we were looking a little bit there.
A little weak.
Yeah, we got the Unity fix. So thumbs up to Fabian and to Ramin there. Everything is all good for me right now. But okay, so we had the long, then we had the short. The short was good. We're up on the name, but we kept on fighting it out. This is with Adara was trading this as well on the midday show. And then eventually it broke higher. And then we got out at 178 break, which was basically the high of the day. We always have trades like this where we get in and we get out. But the bigger trade was right off the open. When we had waited for 174 came in and we took it, man. We took the 173. We were very, very patient with it. It was one of like 3-4 ideas, GME and Tesla, 2 ideas here on the sticky note, and it was to buy the dips. So we did that. That's 173.50. That out right there is 176. So $2.50 that we tried to short, didn't work out. Now Tesla's kind of in no man's land, but hey, I still like the stock. I love this area of support that we're finding on the daily, and we found it again today, right at that same level. That's why we're still write it down every day, 173, 174. Get under the 50 period and we'll talk. But for right now, it's starting to get a little smiley face action. I like this bid here down at 172. We'll see if we can get it again tomorrow. I like Tesla down at those levels.
Yeah, love that support on Tesla. On my note, I actually had it written down for a short off 180 today on Tesla. I mean, I was I felt like the market was going to get us up there. Everything seemed pretty strong in the morning, so this stock opened up and just immediately dipped to 173. It did end up getting to 28. Even at this moment, it's like, yeah, we're going to get the push back into Friday's high of the 180 level, and then we'll look for a short up top. But the higher time frame, as Sean mentioned there, the 50 period's holding very nicely on Tesla. It's a higher low. If you look at the trend bottom that just got put in, it's essentially showing you the higher low, and the next step up would be either a test of 200 or 210. As long as it holds on to 170, it's got a great support down there. It was 73 today, but when you look at it over the 15-minute, like there's been a couple of breakdowns, maybe 171.5 here, but that 73 has held firm once again. So I think all week long, as long as Tesla's off of that level, I think you want to respect it. And it's not just Tesla that's down today. Some other EV names under some pressure. Ford got its butt kicked today. They're down actually more than Tesla. Not that anyone cares about Ford, but that break broke some major support. So all week long, let's look at that 173 after it held again today. Seems like every single day it's testing that, but no 180 for myself. The good thing about having a key price level is sometimes it keeps you out of trouble, right? Because if I had been chasing this, let's find another short down here somewhere, I probably could have talked myself into shorting it on the way back up when it just never gave me the short that I wanted.
All right, let's go on to Amazon number 3 today. Again, your choice here for the first 20 minutes or so of the afternoon show. Make sure you get your votes in. Last hour of the midday show determines what the guys get to look at here in the first bit of the afternoon show. If you want something analyzed, make sure you get your vote in every single day. Amazon number 3, trying to get back to session highs currently. I mean, there wasn't anything significant as far as catalysts today for Amazon. A couple of positive notes from analysts today, but nice day here, almost 0.5%. I guess it is actually 0.5% right now. As I mentioned, trying to get back to day highs here, guys, for Amazon.
Amazon, what a reversal.
I don't know.
For Amazon, because that was in the group of, hey, the things that are looking bad this morning and potentially losing it all. Like Amazon was at the 180 level here. Quickly, let's go to the daily chart here. Like it's underneath the 50 period, so kind of trending back in off of that double top at 52-week highs. But there it is. It holds the 180 level. Now you have a chance for an afternoon break. I mean, 182 looks all juicy and all that good stuff, but if you look to Friday, it's like 182.5 that this needs to get through. So if we start taking out highs, I don't know, get the Frank Pamp or whatever you're supposed to call it, or Frank Pump, or the power hour pump, whatever you want to call it. 182.5 on Amazon looks pretty juicy. Forget about a 180 long. That's all gone now. You got to be looking for the break of the top here on Amazon. So super strong recovery. I'm not a huge fan of taking breakouts into overhead resistance. So I think you got to go dip buy hunting in Amazon. Maybe you get a VWAP into 181. Maybe it's like a 181.30. But if we get any consolidations higher, stair step it up, buy dips into that 182.5 on AMZN just quickly, because I'm only in one position. And a firm looks like it wants to take out 29.5. Been in a firm at VWAP like a couple of times in here thinking it was going to break down, then lost at the exact moment that I needed to be sitting back down to get back in. I did not. Then short a firm, got another stop, jumped right back in this time to the low of the day. But now I'm giving it to 29.5. So a firm is down 1.9%. I was just talking Amazon, but I'll let you come back in there. And a firm, if it breaks 29.50, I'm out looking for this. I just want to be short if we hold underneath Thursday's low on a firm. So I've been taking some shots at it, but this out will be at 29.5. Don't mind jumping back into it if we get a chance. But that's a name adjacent to retail that is not recovering the same way Amazon is.
I just tweeted this out. This is hilarious. Either you're just talking about it. We're supposed to talk about Amazon, and again, I will talk about it. We did hit Amazon, but just on that same note, it's sort of an affirm and a new sort of technology. With Shopify, of course, isn't a brand new technology, but in that vein, buy. There's the high of the day. So sometimes we get bad wicks, but we've just been buying Shopify, and look at this one. We just put this on just minutes ago, down here at 34. It's all the, whoa, wow, that made a move, man. It's all the way back to the 50-period moving average. So we got to probably think about taking something out here. So let's put an offer just a bit higher on Shopify. Good trade back up to the 200-period as that's starting to work. All right, just quickly on Amazon. So this worked until it didn't. We loved this trade early. It was weaker than the market. It battled all the way back up. Then the move came back into 179.60. That was fantastic. We got stopped out right there. We brought it back, and eventually stopped out. So I feel pretty good about this, that we didn't have to hold it all the way to the top. But you know what's happened a couple times here today? And I think it was on GME as well. And then there's another stock. These dark pools, that whatever was going on like between 8 and 808, something like that, that again is the exact high for Amazon there. So GME was something that we had talked about earlier too, and it was kind of like right here, although not the exact highs, but it's still that 8 to 808 area that got it up to like 25.70, and that's pretty much the high. I mean, 26.10s. Anyways, that's just a little bit of an interesting thing there. And then, of course, look what just happened right here. This is how you have to sort of, hey, what's up, John? This is where you sort of have to hold out hope that your levels hold. And this dropped into VWAP. So, of course, we're just hanging around saying, what's up with Palantir down there? So, all right, we're still short Alibaba. But now, for the name, Brendan, that we've all been waiting for. It's a little bit of an undercover name. You may have not heard it before.
I've never heard of it.
It's brand new to date. Ramin, give me this. never been heard before on day trading shows, brought to you by Trader TV Live. Let's go discuss something that I hope is in everyone's portfolio, and that is NVIDIA.
It's, well, yeah. Semler Scientific, first of all, SMLR, just popping up in front of me. I was going to go another way with that, but it's fine. They announced a Bitcoin treasury strategy, so SMLR, moving around here as well. But yeah, let's talk about boring old, plain old NVIDIA. To the tune of 7% to the upside today. I mean, this was part of the reason Elon's Grok and XAI going to build a supercomputer that will be apparently run by NVIDIA chips along with everyone else in the world until they build their own at this point. But yeah, another day, guys. More extension here of that rally that kicked off last week.
Yeah, something doesn't smell right with that SMLR there. I don't know. I'm going to stay away from that bad boy. 7% and it's pulled back a point. That's NVIDIA's day today. It's just an absolute rocket ship. I saw someone in the chat make the point that by the time they get to the split, it's going to be back at $1,000 again, which, I mean, obviously that's not going to be true, but
well, yeah,
feels
that could be true. Why not?
Oh, because I mean, it can't go 10. It's not going to go 10x.
Oh, after the split.
No, they didn't mean.
Oh, it's pulling. I thought it could pull back tomorrow.
No, I think they were joking around that it would be another 10 times.
Ah.
I mean, the split's literally on the 10th, so
Yeah,
it's only a couple of weeks.
Maybe 1,700?
1250, 3450. I don't know. You start picking numbers with this stock, and they always seem unreasonable. But look, it's a rocket ship to the upside. I was in a couple of other names today, so we'll just go over what's happening here. And it did give up. I don't want to say it gave up the ghost, but if you look at what happened at 1150 and this trend up, it was the biggest sell candle of the day, and it's putting in a lower high as the market is. So I don't wonder if we're not on the back end of this afternoon. Like, it feels like it's made a bit of a top on NVIDIA. And when that's happened, you got to be patient for where the dip can be, because it's been longs in the afternoon. The morning resistance was about 11.25, 11.20 or so. That also happens to be VWAP. So I think that could be the level, about 11.20 to 11.25 for any kind of a dip on NVIDIA. I was in ARM and I didn't even let that one go far enough. ARM was a 120 break. We talked about this level last week. So it's also up 7%. A lot of sympathy plays. I mean, you can pick your poison. And what AMD and it got dragged up as well. But I was out of this one way too early. Should have held it for that 125. I think this has also found the other side. The trend is broken. It looks like a short unless it gets back above 124. But I heard something about.
Yeah, so right now I'm in this, potentially the largest hack that I've ever heard of. Ticketmaster, 560 million accounts apparently hacked or something like that. So I'm going to go short Live
Probably
Nation.
mine.
Right now, let's just see what happens. I mean, every single person has a Ticketmaster account, right? So I heard 530 million or 560 million accounts.
That password.
We'll confirm that. Just letting you know what I'm hearing. I'm now short Live Nation into this move. So here it goes right now. Clip it or not, but there's LYV to the downside right now for Live Nation. We're short a little bit. Okay. 560 million users apparently is what we're hearing. So there we go, man. We're in it right now. Let's see what winds up happening. But we'll just go back to Brendo. But that's the story that I'm hearing right now. Live Nation, which is Ticketmaster, heading to the downside for a minute. So we'll watch out for this, see if that has any effect on Live Nation as it's going down to the downside here.
Yeah, there is it looks like they've posted a breakdown of this. I want to read this because I just bought tickets on Ticketmaster, so that could be a bit of a problem. Maybe my Visa is in your account now as well at this point. Who knows? All right, AMD, last one here, guys, on the list. We'll get through the, what is it, fifth in your choice. Again, remember, from 1 o'clock to 2 p.m. every single day, make sure you get your votes in during the midday show. You determine what the guys look at during the first part of the afternoon show here. 3.6%. I mean, a lot of this coming on the back of the strength in NVIDIA today, but 172 trying to hold here, guys, for support on AMD.
All right.
I feel like not saying anything until you let us know what are you going to see, Brendan? Like, you can't leave us hanging like that. I'm just curious. Let me know, Brendan.
Yeah, don't say anything, Neil, until you find out. All right, so right now we have AMD right now trying to go down to the downside. Look, we tried AMD a couple times. We were up on it early and then down on it late. I mean, we've tried these moves before in the past. Thankfully, look, it's never going to end well when it keeps going to the upside and I can't find outs. But we just basically shorted it into the day's high. We did make a move down. I thought potentially we were breaking back down below 172. That's where we got in trouble. So we were out, averaged it in all the way back into 50s. That was actually working for a minute. And then all of a sudden, up to 173.50, and then eventually we got out of the way. So as this name continues to go absolutely ape, again, it was on here for dip buys into 166. And silly me, we missed the 166 again. Same exact thing that we missed on Friday with the 160. So we had it there, we didn't have it, we had it, we didn't have it. At the end of the day, I think it was an easy name to trade, but you had to withstand this. It's the same thing. Like, dip down, you get scared, you don't take it. I didn't notice this one, so that's my fault today. But I really like AMD. This is always going to be on my radar. Always.
Always. Okay, fine. I'll say. Look, sometimes the trade you're the happiest about doesn't always have to be a good one. It can be one that you got away from. Because like AMD, it did a dip into 165. We kind of. It is what it is. 165 was pretty clean. Afternoon support levels, missed that, but it was relatively weak. And so I shorted under VWAP, like a failed break of the high, short underneath resistance at VWAP. It was looking good. I reloaded it. And it's like, no, it's back above VWAP. Let's just get out of that sucker. And it was a good decision to get away from it because now it's super strong. That said, 173 had been previous resistance going back to that massive wick on Thursday. You're back underneath. It feels like you've had a bit of a trend break. So underneath 173, this looks like a short to me on AMD. So pretty weak name overall. Weak name overall on Thursday that reversed the entire move, but it's still back underneath that 173 level. If we bounce off VWAP, great, that's 71. If we break out above 173 again, I'll probably like longs if it's back up here. But I feel like the market's going back in the other direction, at least at this particular point. So AMD might be pulling back into VWAP as we speak. I said ARM is kind of turned around, and it looks like it's a bit trend down, lower highs, lower lows since it made the top at 126. But AMD's got a more clearly defined resistance level at that 173. So it's been an absolute rocket ship for a lot of these chip names. Just feels like they're giving up the ghost a little bit. I wanted to mention Apple breaking 190 here. Apple's now red on the day. Like, Apple was a decent, look, it was a good dip buy if you had the right levels. That 191 held, then it held the previous day's tops. But this is now one of the weakest names out there. 190 just got taken out. I think it's a short back into 190. And if the market doesn't hold on to green, Apple unlikely to. I think that goes without saying.
All right, yeah, we've done well to get out of. We've done well to get out of Apple today. Apple's starting to move down and around a little bit here. Apple actually, as Neil just mentioned, heading a lot lower right now. All right, I just want to talk about my newest position. We're still in Shopify. Shopify is a pretty good banger, man, 30 cents in the money. Alibaba is trying to come back in again. Why don't we just take some more out on the downside? I still think there's more room to go for Alibaba, but we'll bid 40, see if we can get something. Look, so Live Nation right here. You could still get this position right now if you wanted. It's not like it's that great here. It has battled all the way back. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with LYV. But that's on that hack. So we'll get some more details on that, see if that comes through. Just a shot in the dark. We'll get out if it breaks 96. I mean, pretty simple stuff. I mean, that low right now is 80. We'll sit there and see if we can get a piece out at 80 or so. But if you want to take the bid now, news trades are kind of tough to trade, obviously, because you don't know the story and exactly what the details are, and was it an old story that you're just hearing about it, what exactly does it mean. But the one thing that I know is I love my wife more and more every day because I just messaged her that and she goes, oh no, my Taylor tickets.
Oh no, yeah.
So, those were
Damn.
obviously in our account before. So hopefully they'll be back in there. They're only going for $3,000 here in
that it?
Toronto.
Oh, that's what Brendan's
And there's only 5 shows.
Well, well, now we know what Brendan's going to see. Of course he's going to see. I mean, I should have. That's on me. I'll have to fail on myself for not realizing that Brendan was going to do. You know what? Okay, I just noticed that when we're on this shot, the fail doesn't go in the middle like it's supposed to. It goes in the middle of the screen, which is on you.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. It's kind of the middle.
I don't know. Anyways, we'll put the fail on myself, which was what I was intending to do there, for not realizing that Brendan was going to see. What is that? Oh, let me see.
Don't worry, Neil.
Why don't I get to know what? Okay, I see you got some inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Jokes and stuff with
Exactly.
Ram Ram.
May or may not be love letters, stuff like that.
That was my one
you know,
Ram Ram
Keep it at
for
that.
today.
We'll keep it at that.
Any news on Barnes and Noble?
Yes, Barnes and Nobles is going crazy. I just saw that BNED.
Yeah.
So it was up to 66 cents.
I don't
and
hear
starting.
anything.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just starting to go. There it goes, BNED. So we'll find out if there is news about it. But for right now, it is going to the upside now, 70 cents, 80 cents, and trying to continue. That's 80 right there. So I would say if you are a Barnes and Noble enthusiast, then you may know more about the stock. But 80 cents looks to me like a pretty important level. It stopped there a couple days ago. That's on the 22nd. That was the support. And then it looks to be somewhat like resistance there, some top wicks. But nice move today. And again, it just seems like some of these names, like a GameStop today, which is why we wrote down 22, they're coming into levels where there's clearly support. So like this 50 to 53 level seems to be pretty good there for BNED. So good move there. Again, if we hear something more, then we will. So we talked about closing remarks and whatnot in DJT. This has been really not in the trial, not in the stock, but you're going to the upside right now pretty nicely, almost 8%, looking really good this morning. So not a bad little look on the 20-minute chart straight to the upside. And then again, I'm bringing this up because this $55, $56 level, we've been here before. We're not too far away from that right now. So I would say just watch out 55, 56 area for DJT. You could possibly get some selling. And it's just reminded of all this because of basically what happened with GME again. You're going to be where we are looking for levels to do stuff on. Oh, we just got into GME. Okay.
Where is GameStop?
Speak of the devil. There it is right here. We are now back in. So this was the level that we wanted, and we just got taken in right there at the top. So maybe we are, shout out to that movie. I really liked it, Dumb Money. But did I just buy the tops here? Let's wait to see. This was a level that I liked. We said, let's get that garbage out of here. We were talking about, possibly buying it at the 50-period moving average. We didn't do that. So right now, GME in my account here, you can see it. First of all, let's go Alibaba to the downside, but it's GME right now trying to go. Why not? Let's offer, we have a decent amount of shares. Let's offer something at around 75, and we'll take 20 cents. I know it's not a heck of a lot, and then we'll see if we can get above 24, and then we'll try to ride from there because you're still running into VWAP, and you see this little level here. This is where we lost last time defending VWAP, and it was about 50 cents to the downside, VWAP to the 200. So now let's see if we can get it the other way and then break higher. If we could get $1 on this, like that's not a bad spot. But we've been sitting here for a lot of time when GME's done this in the afternoon. There is potential for this to go this afternoon. So that's something to wait for, and we're going to do that now. So there goes GME. Let's see if we can get it back in. We mentioned this would be the level that we're going to be in on. And where are we going to get out? My plan, okay, we just got that 75. The plan was always to wait for this break, but the way I saw that 50 period go, and if we don't actually go here, what about something like this? 22, well, it's basically the same thing. All right, let's ride 22.50. Might as well try that, so that's what we'll go for. And then, by the way, Alibaba. We out of that one. This was a fantastic trade. I know Neil was trading into the long side, and this was just the same thing, basically. Up to 81, back down to 80, make 80 cents the hard way maybe on a stock like Baba, but it's coming right back into these levels. So look at the market fading out right now. We just got more into Palantir.
Palantir?
That's down at 21. So, all right, this
That's a big
name,
level. That's been a big level.
yeah, I'm not sure I like this. Like if I had sort of seen this maybe a little more aggressively there instead of looking at GME, we did fade underneath VWAP, so that's a problem. We're gonna not let 95 break, even though these wicks go down to 90. We can maybe wait for 90s to break, maybe 90s on Palantir, but this is not looking good. Let's just get out of this if it breaks too much lower. We're long Palantir now at 98, so watch out for this one.
So I love the look on Bob. Bob at 80 to 81 to 81 back, hopefully not back to 80 because in the long term, I'm always betting for Baba to go long.
Yeah,
so
yeah, we want
I
that
don't want it to go all the way back.
Way higher.
But Patient Trading in the chat just said, do you guys take nootropics to trade? I don't take any of that brain stuff. It's like it looks like it's like one of those like brain pills or whatever.
I do the opposite of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't really.
I
Eat healthy,
burn.
sleep. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I was trying to be
kill.
happy.
Yeah. Kill brain cells. Don't get enough sleep. All the opposite stuff. So I think I
As
should
long
do
as
that.
your
I
sleep is
think
consistent.
I should do some more stuff.
Some people don't need 8 hours of sleep. 6
8 hours?
Get 4 cycles in. My biggest thing was I used
like I was in a coma if I
used
got
to
that.
sleep 4 to 5 hours. I was really bad with it. And when I've made the kind of shift where the Whoop, get a little more efficient with it, now I tend to pretty easily get like 6 quality. I think that's more important, but I don't try any of that other stuff. Naresh saying 10% haircut is due in AI. They report this week. I'm assuming you mean Okay, maybe you meant AI in general.
I think you mean C3
Yeah,
maybe?
if you mean C3 AI, they report this week on Thursday. We'll double check that one. I know C3 AI sometime this week, but 10% haircut. I believe any haircut possible for these guys because they've not been participating in a lot of the exuberance. Like look at the flat bottom break incoming here on C3 AI. If it breaks 23.5, $20 is support. That's 15% from where it is where the support level is on C3i. So if that's what you meant, then I don't necessarily disagree with you. A lot of times, like I want things to squeeze. I kind of want this to flat bottom break for the trade because I think this is a weak name. When everything else is going up, oh no, I might have missed a chance at Intel, which I'll get to in a second. It's not that I want revenge on the stock.
You do.
But I didn't take my reversal long.
Get revenge.
I spent like all morning saying, I'll reverse long if it goes past this price. Didn't do it. But Affirm just hit the bottom again. 3 times it's tested 29.25. And 3 times it's bounced. If it finally breaks, I think you can trend down into 29, but I want to get back in, it might be a little bit late. That 31 level where I was short this morning, I said I would reverse if it broke out above 31.10. I didn't. It was a pretty good scalp trade for another 25, 30 pennies. I didn't have it. Kind of got up from my desk at the end of the morning show and missed any chance to get the consolidation top. But it's underneath 31 again, and I'm going to be shorting pops into VWAP there. You mentioned GameStop was going. My first thought was if AMC doesn't go with it, I'm shorting 5 on AMC. AMC didn't have any offering for the news. It's following the coattails. They didn't have a great opening weekend for what's it called again?
You mentioned that. What was it?
It's Furiosa, the Mad Max prequel. It's a prequel, right? Yeah, it's a prequel for Mad Max. Didn't do well, like 31 million on Memorial Day.
Oh gosh.
Come on, man. 31 million on Memorial Day is really, really bad, obviously. So it's not great for the movie going. And if AMD is going to go to the downside, if GME does give up at VWAP here, which it just kind of pull back, I'd rather short AMC instead of GME. So I'm going to do that at the 5 level. Give it to like 505 here on AMC. We have to pay for locates here at Real Trading, but I feel like it was 1/8 of 1 cent per share on both of these two stocks. It was really, really cheap to short them both. And I'm just playing it as like if GameStop's not breaking out, then I'm gonna take short into 505 here on, I almost said advanced micro, whatever. I don't know why I'm always saying AMD instead of AMC. So if you hear me say AMD and my position board says AMC, there's a 99% chance I'm talking about AMC. It's just we trade AMD a heck of a lot more than AMC. Let's be real. Like every single day we're looking at AMD. AMC like once every couple of months we'll look at it for a few days in a row. Speaking of which, NVIDIA just gave up 1130, so I'm gonna guess AMD's actually going down right now. Why did that go to NZ? I have no idea. I still want that feature where if I don't have entitlements to the market, why, when I hit enter, is it bothering to call it up there? Yeah, AMD's at VWAP, so that is heading lower, but the new position for me was in AMC. And IK, please, thoughts on Lulu for earnings? Yeah, I'll get into Lulu at the end of the year. So Lululemon, now underneath, Lululemon at $293, let's start it that way, at fresh lows. When this daily chart loads up, you'll see that $280 is, I'm pretty sure 280, I want to say on the daily, is going to be the next support level it has. Sometimes you just got to let things taper out. Like, I do think there will be a bottom. Even at these prices, its PE is actually not even that great. So you just got to wait for it to make a bottom. I'm not guessing that it's going to be next earnings. I think there's signs that the consumer could have things turn around despite some of the doom and gloom. But if it holds 280, great. Maybe that's a load zone. I'm more thinking back half of the year if I'm making a long-term play because the trend isn't even broken on this. Like, let a stock make a roundy face. We talked about this.
Yeah.
Let it do a smiley face. Like, look at Alibaba. Like, how long have I liked Alibaba? A long time. That's the answer to the question. But there's a difference between letting it make a bottom. There's your rounded bottom. There's it breaking back out. I know it's right back into 80, but at least it showed you buyers and showed you strength. Lulu's got none of that, right? Like, Target made a bottom. You could, no, it did.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yeah.
Oh, Target made a bottom. As the market's going down here, obviously AMC doesn't care that much about it, but I wanted to quickly show you because I wanted to finish the thought here. Target made a bottom recently when it had that, what do you want to call it? All the boycotts and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And then you let it make a bottom, double bottom, higher lows, and then it broke out. Who cares if you had it at 105 on the way down? All you needed to do was have it after it broke back out of that low. Just wait for it. It just made another one at the 200 period moving average, but allow something trending down to just break out of the low. And even if you got it late, you could have it 30% late and you still made 25, 30%. That's fine. I'd rather do that than just continuously catch a falling knife, which, if you're a value investor, you can do all your metrics and all that good stuff. So AMC, maybe you should be scalping some out here. This entire range the last half an hour is like 15 cents. So I should probably respect that.
All right, so GME is going to the downside, by the way. We tried to hold on to this, guys. And we're going to get back into it, but we did take the L on that last piece there on GME. As there it goes up. We tried again right here. It did break through that bottom. Let's give it one more shot.
I think I have
Bitcoin tanking right now. 67.4. I will call it up to show you guys, but here you go. IBIT right now, as I don't have the actual Bitcoin chart up right now, but there it is. IBIT, nice downside move again. 38.40 Bitcoin going downside southbound. I'm still waiting to hear anything. If we do hear anything, especially about ETH or anything like that, because we are looking for some kind of, reasons to why this may be happening. We just got in. I actually, again, I have to do better job of making sure I don't have orders just sitting around here. I got to cancel my Babas again. We got in and out. So that's what I said when Neil. He said, "Oh, what's the matter?" I was like, "Uh-oh." AMD just came in and I didn't realize we were bidding in front of VWAP there. So we got in and then boom, and took it to the upside. Then we just made sure we put the same stop there so it would be a flat trade. And there it goes, breaking through VWAP. So right now, we've got to let this settle down just a little bit more than what we have so far. Let's double check in on NVIDIA. Yeah, so downside now, but still up 6. But trying to come back in is NVIDIA. And we'd sort of sniffed out some of this short a long time ago. We had gotten out of, Palantir we just got out of now. No real problems there. We got out of Alibaba. We have one more fill to go here, and if this breaks, we'll get out of Shopify. Not going to reload that anymore. Tesla's probably, I was hoping that we would be more closer to VWAP. And then we've already seen Apple really hit the road
and
here
don't you
today.
come back no more.
They're not coming back anytime.
All right,
soon.
Fistbump, I appreciate you letting me get that Snickers in.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
I just asked Yanni or someone to go get me a Snickers from the convenience store because I couldn't eat. Half of our salad was actually not salad today. It was literally spaghetti on top of our salad. I'm not eating spaghetti on top of the salad, so I didn't eat enough food. I got a little hangry there, so thank you, Snickers. It's even like this one. You know the one you get the 2? What do they call it? Fun size or whatever the heck they call it?
That's not fun. Fun size would be the smaller.
I guess it's not big enough. Whatever.
That's jumbo size.
But they break it into 2 instead of one Snickers. So
like a Kit Kat.
It's kind of except it's 2 bigger.
Except for it's not a Kit Kat. Yeah.
So that's a little Snickers out. I love Snickers, Mr. Big, O. Henry, like old school, man.
I like old school. I like Mars more than Snickers, but I like Snickers.
Really?
Yeah, I still like the peanuts, but I like
all
the
about
caramel goodness of Mars.
So I don't know what's
The
going on.
smoothness.
That market dump that just happened. Again, I didn't hear anything. You mentioned that crypto was headed to the downside.
it's-
But if you look at, like I'm looking at, I always track IBIT, right? It just made, okay, we'll let it load up. The biggest volume candle break of the low. A lot of times when it does a big volume candle like this, if it regains the previous low, you get like a snap trade back up. Like that's what I'd be looking for first, but it doesn't seem to want to hold on. So it needs to get back up above like 38.45 is what it looks like to me. AMC, the inside range here, $5 to $4.90. I just scalped some out. If it breaks $4.90, I'm going to get on the bid at $4.80 and then go from there. Apple, we can pretty much stick an absolute fork in $190 short, at least for now. I was on the offer trying to get it. Should have just taken wherever it was at. It's bouncing off 189, so a bit of a temporary bottom trying to be put in here on Apple. Was there a bond auction? I didn't see. I just saw there Gail Beck in the chat saying bond auction. I didn't see a bond auction for two. I mean, that's a random time anyways.
There ain't no bond auction.
Not 2:30.
Well, there might be.
No, but the big thing that I noticed when we had that last move down was the hammer candle or the big wick in BTC, and then a bunch of other things falling. I'd look at a strong stock to see if it was not a dip to buy. Like AMD makes sense here off VWAP. Like 170.5, it's holding 171. I might look for a long off 170 here in advanced micro devices. I don't know why I said the whole thing. Sometimes it's just more fun. You know when you like a stock, like I just want to like, or you know when your kid's in trouble and you'll give them the full name? I find sometimes I'll do it, it's the other way around for a stock for me. If I like the stock, sometimes I'll just want to call it advanced micro devices. If I'm liking it for the long side of the trade. Kind of like when my daughter's in trouble, you throw the middle name in there just to let her know you're being more serious. It's actually very effective, by the way, because I don't have to raise my voice.
Yeah.
Just throw the middle name in. She knows what's up. You done something wrong, and we got to keep.
Well, my
it real.
kid's done something wrong all the time, so I just.
Well, I mean,
I'm like, yo, stop doing that. And then they don't do it. Oh, so some guy got back to me on Kijiji. What's up, Bruce? Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to buy more pucks. So my daughter shot 900 pucks last week in the backyard. Yeah, she's an absolute, she's setting records. Like this girl is insane. So I'm gonna buy some more. 50 pucks, $50. If anybody's in the GTA wants to sell me some pucks, you know?
I was going to ask you how much you have to pay for them used.
About $1 a puck.
I'm sorry, I was eating the
Yeah, you know, it's like an oyster, you know?
A buck a
shuck. You know, buck a shuck,
Yep.
buck a puck.
Although,
I'm trying to negotiate, you know what I mean? Like, we could start around $35 for 50, and then we'll start to negotiate up. I'll offer cash, I'll offer Bitcoin, and we'll figure it all out.
I kind of feel like in Canada, that's like the one used thing that
No,
you're
it's
not getting great. You wouldn't
Yeah,
get great
there's
deals
not that
on.
much available.
No, but it's not like other. It's not like other. I almost said other crap, but like other sports stuff, you get used and it's like
Yeah.
it's great. All my daughter's baseball gear is used. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah. That's what's
But
up.
yeah, Canada,
baseball
everybody.
tonight. Hey, Ty, is it raining outside still?
I hope not.
Spitting. Light sprinkle.
That'll work as long as the diamond's okay. I don't care.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Sprinkle donuts, says Adara. Oh, man. Okay, what are we doing? All right. Oh, new position alert. And it might not be for that long. I thought this market could bounce. I don't know. So we just went over and I said, you know what? We haven't traded Meta in a while. We're trading off support and resistance. I mean, it has held, okay. It has held 475 all day, except for the very open, and I'm not going to mess, even with that bottom candle. If we break, well, now that I see where that candle is, maybe we could go just a little bit lower than that. So why not we just put our stop now? This might not work, by the way. I mean, heck, most trades might not work if you're going against the trend. But for right now, let's just see if we are lucky enough to catch this falling knife with Meta all the way to the downside. So we did. The reason why we're in this again is we saw a nice little bump back up. It got faded in here. It made that move down into 475.30.
Lucy.
Then it went all the way back. And Lucy?
Lucy Downholt.
Lucy Downholt. Okay.
So
we'll find out
direct
about
offering.
That. Ooh.
2.5 million registered direct offering. for Lucy here from 63, halted down at 49 cents, indicating a 47.5. Trade with stops. We say this every single time. Like if you were longest, I can give you all kinds of reasons why nothing really that bad being long off the 57 level, maybe even off of VWAP. But if you don't have stops in situations like this, like it just gets so ugly so fast. Then you're caught in down halt after an offering. It'll open up in 5 or 10 minutes. It's not a news-based, even though there was news. It's just a volatility halt. So I'd be looking to short this one back at key levels, maybe like 57, or maybe just the 50 level if it opens up down here. Naresh saying DJT, watch out.
Watch out
Trial
now.
came. It just ended now? Okay, it's a triple top at 50 on DJT. I'm not chasing. I can't be long this thing through 50.
I don't understand, like, okay, like if the trial ends and he's like guilty, is that good? If he's not guilty, like I don't know about that stock. I don't know how it's going to affect the stock, you know? I mean, no matter what, he's running for president, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's why you hold the stock.
I forget the comedian, but it was just, I saw a clip on YouTube and they were just like, no matter what, can you just have one debate where he comes out and they do like the stone, like they break the glass. And he comes out to like wrestling music.
I mean, if any one of those guys gets stone cold stunnered, I think we need brand new. I don't think either one of them's getting up from that. You know what I mean? You're that you fall down the stairs and you've broken your hip. I mean, in 2 seconds. I'm just saying this from experience. Like everyone that I know,
I've been
they're
stretching.
both 70 years old.
Yes.
I mean, when I'm 70 years old, I'll probably break a couple of hips. All right, here we go.
You're not breaking any hips.
You get 2 hips, right?
You're not breaking your hip.
This Ramin is too much, man. Okay.
I just got stopped out of AMD here. We're still falling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I was just going to say, Meta just got going. We were in the money on Meta, but with the spread, this is going to be a problem. So we're going to give it a little bit more room here on Meta. I mean, the market is heading to the downside. So, and we don't joke about that Lucy stuff, but that is what winds up happening, man. We talk about that all the time.
Yeah, you just got to be careful.
You got to be careful with it. We are going to be having, we do have Frank on, so that's going to be great. Good thing he's coming through after. I hope Frank had a great Memorial Day, of course, there. So that would be really great to do that. Oh, how convenient. It's Jays White Sox again. We won yesterday, didn't we?
You better believe it.
Yeah, you better believe it. I don't believe it anytime someone tells me the Jays won. What do you mean better believe it? Oh, man. Okay. Tale of 2 cities, although very similar fate currently in MLB.
Chicago has
Paul.
a nicer downtown area. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous in Chicago. I'll take it. I would take their downtown over Toronto.
Okay. Fair enough. Shout out to Paul Konerko. All right, here we go. Now Meta is going back up to the upside. Let's go over to the desk with Brendan.
That's old school.
Chicago definitely takes it.
Oh, yeah.
Frank?
Appreciate it. I'll take anything right now. So downtown, I don't spend a lot of time in the downtown area, but
where are you guys located?
I still haven't been to Toronto. The only time I was ever in Toronto was I was like 13 for a hockey tournament. We went to the Hockey Hall of Fame. That's in Toronto, right?
It is, yeah, definitely. Down on Front Street. You got to come visit. Come visit. We'll show you all the things you need to see. Not the waterfront, though. It's kind of boring. Let's talk about a few things here because, I mean, as you mentioned, there's a few things coming later in the week that are going to matter. But for the time being, it just seems like these Fed speakers can't get out of their own way and can't stop themselves from saying things that I don't know if they've been told to say this, but I mean, Kashkari comes out today and sounds very hawkish once again, saying, you know, they'll stay on hold for a longer period if need be. I mean, that comes on the back of, and you and I talked about this, multiple data points suggesting that we're finally moving in the right direction. Markets at all-time highs, or you know, stones throw away from all-time highs here. What do we make of all of this?
Yeah, it seems like we're getting a lot of honestly really interesting swings back and forth on what I would maybe deem, I haven't looked at the volume numbers in every asset class here today, but it seems to be low volume, big swings on essentially nothing because, I mean, you're going to see some really meaningful swings back and forth come Friday throughout the next 2 weeks. We'll talk about that in a second. But the reason that I point this out is because on Thursday of last week, we jumped on, We talk about now the most important number out there, which is, I believe, I can't even remember it, the services PMI, whatever it was, causes stocks to really roll over on Thursday afternoon. And then Friday, we bounce all the way back pretty much to all-time highs, to your point, Brendan. And I keep checking interest rate markets, thinking that, okay, well, they must be pricing in more of these cuts, right? And they're actually pricing them out as the stock market rebounded to highs at the end of last week and traded higher this morning. And here you have, that SPX, which is very close to its all-time highs. Even though on Thursday, it looked like, okay, this number comes in hot, they're going to price out these cuts, and the stock market's going to eat it, bounces back, and we're still looking at now a more than 20% chance of no cuts this year. And I believe that's the highest that I've come on here and shown. Maybe we got a 22% on some random day after a particularly hawkish number, but we're right there at highs for the last several years in terms of treasury yields, however you want to measure interest rate markets. And now you're looking at a 20% chance or more, depending on when you're looking at it, because interest rates have really bounced back here midday after some of the Fed speakers here this morning. I mean, interest rates were moving lower this morning in complete reversal in the same time that stocks reversed from trading higher to lower. So you're seeing a little bit of correlation, Brendan, but nothing super meaningful. And I don't think you're going to get anything meaningful in terms of like a big sustained move until, yes, the GDP on Thursday, but more importantly, the PCE on Friday, and then next week is going to be crazy. But what do you take from this GDP that's expected at 1.3%? Last time GDP came in lower than expected. If you're looking at this chart, this would be the lowest GDP quarterly growth rate that we would have gotten since the early part of 2022. An interesting number here in that if it comes in hotter than 1.3%, you might read that as hawkish, a reason for interest rates to stay where they're at 5.5%. But it's one of those that doesn't that mean the economy is good? So I don't know how to read this either way, because if it comes in under 1.3% or even at 1.3%, Brendan, that means that the U.S. economy is maybe moving away from the high growth we've seen for the last several quarters. So this might end up being a nothing number, a good scalp either direction if you're playing the reversal off of the initial move. But I have no clue with that number. It'll be much more telling once we get to inflation. But what say you on this GDP for Thursday morning?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, going back to, I think it was the one that came in 2 prints ago, meaning I think it was still a preliminary number. It was 3+%. And that was the one you heard all the commentary about, the economy is still booming, lots of growth, everything's fine. What does the Fed have to get involved with? But now we're talking about, 2 full percentage points down from that. So obviously it's slowed significantly, since that 4 print, since the 3 print. So yeah, I mean, things are obviously slowing as far as economic growth is concerned. I was just double checking. It is still a preliminary number, this not that matters, this GDP print coming up on Thursday, but the final one is typically the one you get the major market move behind.
Yeah, the way that they do it in the U.S., and I'm sure it's similar process elsewhere, is it's a quarterly number that they revise every month of the quarter. And so, yes, the final quarterly number I think will be next month, will be June. But you never know, out of nowhere, these numbers, the preliminary, the second estimate, I think this is technically maybe the second estimate. Last month was the preliminary one that came in much under expectations. Either way, it still can surprise to one direction. But yes, you're absolutely right. Technically, the final quarterly growth rate number will come, I believe, next month. But it'll be an interesting number to dissect, especially after the stock market has picked a direction one way or the other. Because again, it's not as straightforward as that inflation data. If the inflation data that we get on Friday comes in higher than expected, interest rates are probably going to rise, and the stock market has been pretty negatively correlated to interest rates as far as the last couple of weeks go, as far as today goes, for sure. And so that one will be more straightforward on Friday. Whereas, yeah, you're exactly right that the GDP has been a weird one, because it's like, if it's strong, then maybe, that's something that the Fed can lean up against and not cutting rates. But also that is good for the economy. That means the economy is doing well. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, the big number will be PCE coming in on Friday morning. Core PCE has pretty much plateaued here around 2.8 to 3%. They're expecting another 2.8%. I'm pretty sure that's what we've printed the last 2 months here in terms of core PCE. This is one that if we get a 2.7 or a 2.6 under that expectation, you might see them start to price in some more cuts, and you might see that stock market take off of that news. On the flip side, if we print higher, which the core PCE, remember the core inflation data has actually not upticked, whereas the headline inflation data has kind of moved back and forth the last several months. If we got a 2.9 or 3% reading here from the core PCE, you might see highs for interest rates in the last several years. The 2-year right now, I've been watching it, is sitting right around 4.9%. And remember that thing topped out just at 5.1%. And so we're not that far from the highs in interest rates. And of course, you and I have covered this on the show here. Those are interest rate highs for the last decade plus. And so we're close. The stock market seems fine with it right now. But yeah, if you saw this core PCE number uptick, or the headline number be higher than expected, you might see them completely price out interest rate cuts here for 2024.
And then the headline number expected to be a little bit of an uptick. I didn't grab it. I should have grabbed it, but it's interesting. Maybe we can look at it on Thursday when you come by. If you go back even further, pre-pandemic, go back to before this inflation was even a conversation. Once again, what is that normal 2.5% range that we've been maybe stuck in or bouncing off of, going back far enough here, but we've come off so far on that main number, the core number, but the headline number should be still watched here, because we did get an uptick last time.
Yeah, and I'll bring that for the show on Thursday afternoon prior to Friday's reading. If I'm remembering correctly, Brennan, and I think I am, because I can remember, and I'm sure you guys all remember trading in that period of the mid to late 2010s, where we're waiting for interest rate hikes, waiting for the first hikes since financial crisis, right? And inflation was just glued to 1.5 to 2%, because if we had gotten anything in that 2.5% range, like you're saying, we probably would have gotten those interest rate hikes that I just remember every single month waiting for them to hike. It was priced in, 50-50, and then we get closer and closer to the date, they price it out, they wouldn't hike. But I will bring that on Thursday. And yeah, it's an interesting point, because what Brennan essentially is alluding to is the threshold for them cutting rates 2.5%? Because if it is, we're 2 to 3/10 of a percentage point away from that. That being said, it seems like they're really, really sticklers for this 2% number, man, because the markets don't lie. They are pricing out these cuts, even though inflation is supposedly moving towards 2%, Brendan. The market now is, like I say, as close to no cuts this year as we've been in the last half a year's worth of trading. And we're only, 2.7, 2.8%. You would think if they weren't being sticklers, that they'd be fine with cutting after 2 or 3 more months of down ticking by 0.1%. But at this rate, And what the market's pricing in, it's looking like they're going to be sticklers for that 2% even number. And the market not thinking that we're going to get there at least for the next few months. But yeah, I'll bring more of that data on Thursday prior to the PCE.
Yeah, this is, I just found one quickly here, and yes, please do, because it'll be way more in depth than this is, but this just highlights exactly what you were saying. You got to go all the way back to like 2012, even 2010, 2011. Yeah. You know, we were, as you said, between 1.5% and 2%. Right through to 2021, essentially. There was a little blip when we got over 2% there, but the last time, 2.5% came into play was 2008, 2009, which now, we're sitting there kind of hugging as support. Yeah, so really interesting as far as how they're going to break through that potentially and maybe ignite some of these cuts as per usual. Lots to look forward to coming up later in the week. Frank, good to see you.
Thanks, Brennan.
There it is. Thank you.
On schedule.
Frank. Yeah, perfectly done right there. We are now, look, the question remains, what is going to happen? When is it going to happen? And does it even matter if it does happen? And because honestly, the market just keeps on being resilient. You get the Fed out there, they talk a little hawkish, the market bounces right back. Look what we're doing on Meta right now. We're now $1.70 in the money now on Meta. Oh, wow. So, this is a huge move back up to the upside right now. We've got a good call on Shopify. We're now 70 cents in the money on GME here as well. And all is working out right now. Remember the last trade we left you guys with, right before we went on air, was buying this dip. And I said what we were doing. And we always talk about know how you're trading. I am just a support and resistance guy. That's it. So there it is right there. Came in, take the long, and right there, Meta. One of my top stocks of the day, just by buying it at the end of the day. So we've done it numerous times right here in front of you all regarding NVIDIA late on the end of the day, and now we're doing it again on Meta. So again, great trades early, bad trades in the middle of the day, and then better trades right here late, as we just went all the way up. We just went $2 in the money there on Meta clean. So we'll put an offer up, or $2 right now in the money. So let's just put an offer upside. There it is again. So you thought the dollar clubs were over with, but they're kind of just getting started. Let's see if we get another one here on Meta. Now $1.80 in the money. That was a pretty good one. Tesla and Chevron. I don't know anything about that, but
Tesla and Chevron. That's not related. That's Tesla or Chevron. Tesla's merging with Chevron.
Oh, and then they're not merging anywhere. Yeah, don't worry about that.
No.
No. Right there, 93. So just before we go back to Neil there, we only have a third left of this. So we're almost going to be knocked out of Live Nation. So if we get knocked out, we get knocked out of that stock. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention because we already got another piece out when it was barcoding down here before we went to Frank there. So, all right, Live Nation upside.
Yeah. Anyways. Chevron.
There it is, Meta.
Chevron does have that deal with the Hess deals going through. That's actually happening. I got in and out of not Meta, but AMD. It did wick me out while Frank was on. Then it held the support off 170.5. We jumped back in. I scalped it to previous support, turning into resistance at 170, 180. So I'm in and out of that stock. Lucy reopened, and we didn't have free locates on it. That said, it opened up and right away failed at 49 cents. So unless you were shorting right at the open, not much you could do with it. It consolidated underneath 46. I shorted 44. It bounced off 40. I'm holding on to about 30% of it at this point just to see if it can break the 40-cent level. So Lucy, there was an offering. It halted to the downside. It broke the low of the day, shorted the consolidation. I now have a break-even stop here at 44. If it takes it, fair enough. Otherwise, we're going to hold to see if this goes lower. Down 60%, Lucy. In some trouble with that offering. There's also AMC bouncing back up to our entry, or almost to our entry, that 5 level. So if it breaks 5, I think at this point I'll probably just get out if it breaks it by a few cents. But I'm not reloading unless it gets closer to exactly $5. I'd like to get 90. I have 97s currently, 96.5. But I'd like to get something better than 95 between that and the $5 level on AMC, as long as GameStop isn't doing something completely insane. GameStop can be at VWAP, and I would still like the short at 5 on AMC. But if GameStop is breaking out above 24 and higher and big time volume and all that good stuff, then I'm getting out of that short, or at least not reloading it on AMC. So that one's been working. New one was Lucy. AMD, I'd take another shot at the dip buy if you can hold the exact same level. But if the market's rolling back over, I did say I wanted Intel. This can't even get to VWAP. Market bounced, and Intel went 15 cents. That's it. So it looks relatively weak. It's got a 90 level in here as a lower high. I'm going to give it to that and get on the offer. Try to short this one back into 30.90 on Intel. And Ike Anderson, you're right, SLV steady up today. It's been a good day for silver, or leaning silver traders. Gold's been doing the heavy lifting, but the silver market starting to pick up a little bit. I heard some of the boys talking about it this morning, so you know when it gets talked about on the trade floor for like casual swings and that kind of stuff, it's starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, silver's been hot fire for a minute. All right, so
Bitcoin.
What's been hot fire right now is Palantir. I mean, it's not really that hot fire, but we got out and it's right back up. So we did get taken out there, whether or not it's the bottom or not. We got hit on Palantir, but very, very small. We took some profit first, averaged it back in, and then now it's right back where it was. Oh, well. We'll take the $1 and $2 winner for Meta. So, I mean, bottom of the day, that's the low of the day right there. It's always nice when you make it going long, not always good when you make it selling. And then we got right up to the 200 period moving average. So that's like, that's what we're doing right there. So that was a pretty good one as we go. All right, so GameStop is another one right there, 22.50. So we got 2 outs already up there at 23. That's the 50 period moving average. Still waiting up here just to make sure I do have an order. I do right at VWAP. So we can get something in and around 23.50. That would be great for that, and we'll move on. And then the only other trade is nothing. Alibaba, good outs down there. I mean, now it's potentially setting up for a long as we break above VWAP right now, and the market's trying to get going again. So this is a good potential. Breaks above the 50 period, trying to get going now, back above on the NASDAQ. What is the ES? So the NASDAQ is flat. ES still down 0.23. I think we had some problems with some of the.
By the way, I had meant to hit. When you were talking earlier, I meant to hit the market going green thing, and I think I accidentally hit the reds. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. It's the NASDAQ bouncing and going back to green, and that's what I was going to convey. It's this one that the NASDAQ is, but you're right, the ES still holding down. I'm going to guess it hasn't been that great for the banks, and not everything is to the upside. I know tech's having a fantastic day, but Bitcoin did make that turn. When you get these big volume bottoms, these wick bottoms on huge volume, that setup works like a champion. I went over to AMD when Frank was talking and then forgot all about Bitcoin. Like right in here, 38.4 reholds. You could have even had it down here, like 38.5, whatever that corresponds with on actual spot Bitcoin. I'm not really sure, not that it matters, but look at the ramp right back into the upside. So volume dump, you see the rejection candle, and then the long starts to come in on Bitcoin. So things looking like it's back to normal. If that's the reason the market made some lows, I think we can have a bit of a turnaround in here. AMD's nowhere near VWAP for a reload there. But Francisco Infante, thank you for the super chat. This is the second one we've got today about Netflix. Netflix not always the best day trading stock, but got it in the long term, and we like it. Although I want to check out that new. There's like this AI flick out now with Jennifer Lopez that looks interesting. Oh, it's what's it called? Atlas. Yeah, it's basically like every AI movie is exactly the same. AI goes crazy, tries to kill humanity, and then I guess Jennifer Lopez tries to save humanity. But it looks pretty interesting. I'll check that one out. I like Netflix. It's breaking out the highs here. It's about to take $650 clean. Why does that matter, you ask? Well, it's only $1 or $2 away from the 52-week high. So a 50 break is into overhead resistance a little bit. So I'd just be a little bit careful with this because on Friday, like 52 was your top. So there's room for this to go. Love what they're doing here. I moved. It ended up not mattering dollar for dollar, but when I sold my Disney shares, I put them into Netflix, and it was like nothing even happened. They just kind of started moving together. But I decided I like this one better in the long term. Love you some Netflix in here. They're going to get into sports, which I think is fantastic for them finally making that wave. Although, fingers crossed that Tyson's okay, because he had like some kind of a medical emergency on a plane just over the weekend.
Oh, of course he did. Honestly.
Well, but the guy's in his. He's not a young man. I mean, I believe he might have actually had some.
Yeah, so do I.
But he's. got to get paid, and Jake Paul can, like, at the end of the day, the Pauls can absolutely sell. So I understand why people go out there and get paid, but I don't know. I don't want to see the guy get hurt. That's all. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Who? Mike Tyson get hurt?
No, at his age, like, I don't want to.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't want to see him get hurt either. But I think he can knock out.
Of course he could. Oh, of course, his talent level, skill, he's still got the
We're
power.
talking about Logan Paul here.
No,
Logan Paul.
but if one of them gets, let's put it this way, no matter who gets a beating, only one of them would have any long-term issues off that beating. It's going to be the older guy.
Yeah, and then the guy who wants the paycheck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's what happens. Okay, so all right, so we are in GME right now. I just want to see that fight. All right, nice move to the upside right here for GameStop. We're now 70 cents, trying to go. It just tried to break that shelf there. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Just tried to break. I didn't even know anything happened to Mike Tyson. That's too bad. 23.30. So we did have $1 in the money there, but again, not breaking. So it did break. We saw the net start to spike up a little bit there, which is good. I mean, I like to see that. But yeah, not breaking too higher for us on GME. So that kind of sucks for now. All right, we'll wait. Shopify's starting to go. I mean, it's funny because I actually said we did not want to reload that there, but we should have. We should have reloaded it at VWAP, and I guess we still had confidence there, but we were also really long Meta, and we just actually we're going to be up more on Meta than we are on Shopify actually, and we had Shopify 3 times, so it's just I felt way better about this long there than taking it again on Shopify, but we still could have done it. That's too bad. No, that's a good trade there too. All right, what's up, Arab?
Interesting late day small cap runner here in the form of Airwinds Technology, AWIN. This one has run before, as you can kind of see here on the chart. Right now, halted a couple times, up about 100%. Reason why I say this one started running later in the day, around 2:30. Looks like this one reported its earnings 2:30 p.m. today. Pretty nice year-over-year jump here for earnings per share, up from a loss on a year-over-year basis. So nice look for AWIN. They do have about a 700,000 share float, so very small float here. 6.9% of that is going to be short float. Market cap around $3 million USD. So pretty small company, AWIN to the upside, guys.
Yeah, 700,000. Okay.
Positive $12 versus minus 6. A turnaround story?
Yeah, a little bit, but the floats, it's unlike 2 million shares. So this is, as you would suspect, halted multiple times, and it's probably going to halt at least a couple more times after this, so just be careful. Like I said, trade with stops. If you want to get trapped in halts, that's up to you. I'm not going to be touching that one. I just don't see enough liquidity. Like when GameStop halts, or AMC, or I don't know, there's like a host of other stocks that we could put into that category. Like when they make their moves and they go crazy into halting, there's still some semblance of liquidity, being able to get the fills and all that good stuff. Like the ones that you have no idea if it breaks a level, will you be able to get out before it halts? Those are dangerous, and I'm not a huge fan of those at all. So Lucy just got back into the low. I'm going to take some more out here on the bid. I just try to get some 38s. 38 halves. That continues to work to the downside. Offering for Lucy, that's the reason why they're down. AMC right back into 5. Was just able to get some at 96.5 again. So it's right back. It just bounced off 5 even, or 99s. And on the way back, just took some at 96. So I'm always keeping track on GME. If GME breaks VWAP, I might just punch out. But as long as we're underneath VWAP, I'm going to stick with the under 5 short on AMC. So still in that, still in the firm at exactly the same price. And then Lucy was the other. AMD doesn't seem to want our VWAP in here, but it's starting to pull back with this market. So if it can make a higher low, I'll have to get back into this one. It's been an absolute rocket ship, AMD to the upside. Although it does look like a head and shoulders, lower highs being put in. I just preferred the weakness of Intel. Like Intel, under VWAP by a heck of a lot more, almost at the low of the day. And when the market popped, it popped 10 cents. Just not much of a move at all. So we'll play the short in Intel. The other thing that works for Intel is it never even broke the down channel. If you look at the today's bounce, last couple of days, you're still holding a bit of a recent trend to the downside on this stock. $30 has been great for Intel in the general sense in a whole, but it's nowhere close to that now.
All right. What do we want to talk about? Oh, Live Nation. Oh, there it is. Okay, so, yeah. Look, it definitely didn't act the way we thought it would. At the end of the day, we go up and then down and around on this roller coaster. Literally up, down. And I mean, look, this looks exactly boom, there's a down, another right up, and there's a move down. So I'm just going to get out. I mean, we were waiting for a break of the low of the day, but honestly, it's 314 right now. We're just going to do that and then get out. So there it is. It's a good trade, obviously, for us. We're short there at 44, out just in the 13s. Our last fill was 13. Our best fill is O's there. And then we also, actually, looks like we have like a 13, a 15, and an 08 or something like that. So not great. It's still a profitable name. We'll take it. But at the end of the day, not much happening with Live Nation. So we could wait to see if there's anything else going on with that. It does not look like it. I was almost convinced about taking more short here on Amazon. And then I thought, like, the market's kind of flat. We don't really need to take that risk. But if you do get up into this area, this was the other name. There was a net. So I said it was GameStop, but so what was it? Alibaba, I think. And then, I mean, this is the other one there for Amazon. I mean, came right into these 805-ish dark pools. And again, right up to those levels. So we can wait to see. I mean, it does coincide with some levels from Friday as well. But right there, yeah, I mean, that's 4 times to the top there at 181. We should have been here. We weren't here at 11 o'clock, but that we should have been just, well, I guess we were probably here for that one.
You know what's
just at 11. But
random, because you pointed that out, PayPal, exactly the same thing.
yeah, that's what I mean. I know, but it's not. I've been pointing it out to a lot of these.
There's like even like names that you haven't even looked at today.
Right.
It's so many. But this is also, again, it's at another level. So it might be worth looking at going forward. It's not to say just go short when you see one of those wicks, but if it happens to turn there, and you can find, like, that's tight risk. Like, this one's 10 cents worth of risk when you could have got in right in here. Like, it's sitting there, it goes to the same top, and then it bounces at 63.10 a couple times, and that high's at 63.15. So you're breaking 10 down, and it was right at the open. It's like, it's really not a lot of risk for a setup like that, but it's just a theory more than anything else. And when you see a pattern, you want to take that pattern at least as long as it works. So if AMC is going to go 5 back into like 490 and 485, then we're just going to try to rinse it and repeat it. It's 3:15. We got 15 minutes to early looking bounces, and we got at least the rest of the session. But Power Hour has been. Ooh, okay. What was that? I didn't do that. Power Hour so far has been a bounce to the upside. It's a lower high on the NASDAQ, so I do still feel like you could be making a pullback. Weak stocks, I want to be looking for shorts after that move. So that's what we've done. Intel, Lucy had news, AMC off GameStop, and we were already in a firm. But I still think you can have a chance. Some strong stocks might be able to give us some bounce plays again. So we took AMD once, looking to see if this can get off VWAP. A-Win apparently is that halt? Nope. Okay. It's not halting again. It looked like apparently it was going to halt to the downside, and it might take out the top. So AWIN, that of the 700,000 share float, headed back toward the top, or at least $8 after reopening and not immediately halting. So I guess it can't stay open a while. I said it's going to halt multiple times. I still think it's going to halt again. Way too small of a float with this kind of volatility not to get at least one more good halt. Up or down, I'm not here to guess at it. And I bet you we'd have to pay for locates even if I wanted to short this thing. Not worth it. I just saw like a 30-cent spread when it got to $8 there. Nope.
Nope. All right. I mean, that's the thing. When these things halt, you got to be very, very careful, especially with the different sides that are available to trade. Look at this. Not GME, Meta. So we're long at 475.33. I mean, it's $1.80 right now, or $1.50, sorry. We've already took that out. We only have one piece left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 outs. So one piece out already, one piece left. If we break below the 50-period moving average, I think we can just wrap it up. This has been a great trade for us this afternoon. It's really just been our only one. We've been looking at GME. Of course, we did have that break higher. Then we got stopped out lower. So that's a L there on GME trying to hold it back in. And then we realized that, hey, it's bouncing around a little bit. So we did buy it back on GME. And then boom goes the dynamite. We just didn't sell it against that last little wick there. So that was going to be our last out. Let's wait to see. I don't know. We just bounced off 23.30. Was hoping for VWAP. We're still going to hold out hope for that and see if we can get it. And then Shopify is trying to go higher. So I've really liked this trade. Breaking above 58, I think that could still happen, and then we'll get back into the day's high. So Shopify is one of those plays. And Apple already broke 190. I was going to say, like, really like Apple down here at 190, but we've already broken it. So now you're just above the 50 period still. Still think this is a short. I'd like to get it back to this 190.60 area, but that's where the 200 period is. It doesn't look like that's going to be coming in anytime soon. We talked, I know Neil is in right now in Intel. So that was just at an interesting level because it's near an even dollar. And then AMD as well. Trying to trade names that are moving, right? Because with the end of the day, it's 320 right now, so you want to trade something that's moving. What about Alibaba? AMD, we've already looked at AMD a bunch.
Not down
right in the middle.
Where is it?
Yeah, Alibaba. So we shorted. This is one trade for me today. It's a good one. It's a short on Alibaba. This might be my number one trade, actually. It is. P&L wise, this is number one today for me because it was simple, easy. We just put a bunch of shares on here. We are giving it to some of the highs, and then boom, goes the dynamite down into the downside. So for me, my PL number one today will be Alibaba just off one trade, and it happened in the middle of the day. So I like the way that is. Oh, Anthony Fauci again?
Haven't heard that name in a while.
COVID's back, baby. No, I have no idea what's going on there. but
Novavax got a big reversal today.
The only other thing, now that we talk about COVID, I don't know if
you're
it's a segue for DJT.
Oh, I
or
thought you were
not.
going to go to Moderna.
50. I just want to look at this. Oh, yeah, Moderna's another one. We could actually. Oh, before I forget, we have Mike Edwards from True Trading Group coming on tonight.
I'd like to know because
You guys-
Moderna had a big pullback.
Remember, he got out, remember?
I know,
Last
but
time we
I was curious if he's looking to buy
back
any
in.
dips
Okay,
into
I'll
that
ask
stock.
him. I'll ask him. So Mike Edwards going from True Trading Group. Join me after the market. Well, after the show with the market recap, we'll have Mike Edwards on it. We'll just talk about trading. I mean, that's what we do there on the recap show. But DJT is going to break 50. I think this looks like a good long if it breaks it. So
Wow, that stock is.
yeah, I would say if you're short, watch out for that break for sure.
Yeah, I don't like. That's one of those stocks. Like, I'm not buying these tops, but and I don't even like the breakup here at this time of day. I just feel like you don't want to short it because it's been ripping faces off. A couple of times in this chat, there's been questions about Walgreens and CVS. I feel like there's a running theme here. We get a lot of questions about beaten up names in, sometimes it's a retail sector. In this particular case, obviously both of these are like in the pharmacy side. And look, CVS, so Walgreens, I'll talk about Walgreens in a second, but CVS particularly, we always talk about letting things bounce. It's really easy to look at a weekly chart here of CVS and say $52. Why wouldn't you buy 52? Look at it bounce there. This is in 2019 bottoms. Then it's the pandemic low. The other way to look at this is, well, what happens if it breaks down from here? If it closes under, do you really want to be caught in this stock? If it loses pandemic lows on CVS, like that is a dangerous place to be in. So like a stock like this, I'd rather have it if it breaks back above 60, and then I can be long breaking out here, and then my out can be down at the bottom instead of trying to catch a falling sword. And whether it's CVS, Walgreens, the reason I led with CVS is because like at least there's something to look at with CVS where you can say, well, maybe you can bounce here and we like that level. Walgreens, I don't even know. What are you doing with this stock at this point? Like it's through everything and just continuing lower. This is broken, and until it does something spectacular, this is one of the better downward trending stocks you're gonna have out there. So everyone wants to catch a falling knife because you say to yourself, hey, you know, you're gonna get a dividend, you're gonna be able to, what is the dividend? Do I have it up here? No, I don't have the dividend on that one. But anyways, they do pay a dividend. And then you're also gonna have the potential of like a big time bounce somewhere, but just don't catch a falling knife. It's a dangerous way to go about business. Just allow the bounce to happen. I think at least with CVS, you've got the 52, the pandemic low lines up with a 2019 bottom, and if it bounces, you got a little something you can work off of. So just trying to pick up some AMC on the way back in. If this is going to be the range, then we're just going to trade inside the range. Like $5 has hit a couple of times since we've been on. On the way back down, you've been able to get it in the high 90s, and we'll just scalp out, and we can sit there watching GameStop as GME seemingly stalled out that move and is making lower highs, trending back into the bottom. I would suspect that you're going to get a lot of the same thing there for AMC. As long as GameStop isn't doing anything crazy, I think that should be fine. Just jumping back over to Lucy. I love Lucy. But at the same time, I mean, what are you going to do? Like the stock just got nasty after it had that flush. It's Lucy. After that flush, it's holding 40. So it just put in a higher low. I took a little bit more out. It's still stair-stepping to the downside, but I canceled bids, and I'm now going to play it by ear. So if it drops on a big candle, I'll just look to jump on the bid and take some out in that moment. But Lucy's still trending down. After they announced an offering, halted to the downside, reopened, we said we'll short it off of the reopen as long as it's under 50. The first available level was 44, under the 45 level. NVIDIA still up 7% and still going higher and higher. 1140. Wow, that stock is absolutely insane. It just keeps, it's like the Energizer Bunny, man. Although that reference, and no one pays attention to the Energizer Bunny. They don't run those ads anymore, I'm going to assume. Not that I see commercials. Only place I see commercials now is on Amazon.
They still do. That's a pretty
Amazon Prime. I haven't seen any commercials for them there, though.
All right, Amazon. I like Amazon. But not Amazon Prime. I don't really watch anything on that. We've talked about there's been some good shows on there, so we don't have to go.
There's a new one that I'm starting, which is really good with James Brolin. Shoot.
Okay. Yeah, I know the
It'll
one.
come to me. It's like a science fiction, but it happens on the ranch. Shoot, it'll come.
Yeah.
I literally just started. I've watched like half of
Marissa
one
mentioned
episode,
me. Hold on.
and it looks really cool. I'll have to. It's gonna now it's just gonna bother me, but it'll come to me in a second. I'm getting old.
Talk about that.
But actually, for Amazon Prime,
yeah.
like it's seamless. Like usually, I don't want to have ads. And I know with Netflix, I pay to not have the ads. Right. But when they just sort of rolled it, everyone now gets ads on Amazon Prime. Like actually, I'm not even considering whether I want to get rid of them. I can just live with it. It's really not that big of a deal. But it is outer range. That's what it's called. Thank you very much, Ramin. I'll let you guys know how it is. But I love a bunch of stuff on Amazon Prime. Jack Ryan's great. You'd love that one as well. The Boys is amazing if you're into that. I think it's great. Some people think it's a little bit graphic, but I think it's freaking hilarious. Homelander is one of the best villains. He's one of the best characters on anything right now.
Good. Yeah, I knew we would start to talk about that. Micron. Yeah, I'm just trying to see what's going on here right now. DJT falls off that 50. I mean, at least we talked about it. I mean, that would have been a good short there if you had it.
Yep.
Again, you got to pay for shorts a little bit probably for that. GameStop still doing its own thing. Shopify doing its own thing. Meta doing its own thing. We're just three longs, and really the only one that's of worry is GameStop. But we already have our stop in there if we break through 22. That's basically that bottom right there. So I could see this trying to go for a run here into the close. But it tried already, and we got excited when it broke 23, but then it just came right back in. So needs to get going through that, and then we can do it. The one name, DraftKings, I want to take a look at as well. So DKNG here, 3680. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get up to there. You're now down 10%. We had looked at a short for this. We really liked the short for DraftKings. It's just you had to get it right away. Other than that, playback to VWAP probably would have been fine there. I don't think that would have been a stop out, and I don't even think that's where VWAP was at the time. And then now just looking here, you're now above and trying to make highs. But look at that. That's kind of a unique little bottom there because on a name that's down 10%, this is probably almost exactly 10% right here at $36. So looks like you're trying to bounce off 36 whenever you see things like that. You know, we look at those levels for tomorrow. So a little break tomorrow morning maybe to the downside, especially if we start red in the market. I would look to sell that off DraftKings tomorrow morning down through 36 if we do get that. Meta's doing this, and I'm starting to get, you know, a little bit. Well, actually, our stop is already still here. So our stop is at 40s. So this is now looping up, giving me a better stop if you want to change it. You could change it to 60 and save yourself maybe 30 pennies. We've already got out a whole bunch of this, so just trying to look at where we're talking about because it's 3:30 right now, and there's not very many big names today. There's Kava that should report after hours.
Yep.
Again, this name is only up, I think, 300% or something since IPOing. Is this the next Chipotle or not? It seems like it is. Just continues to make moves to the upside right here. Since IPOing down at 30, it's a three-bagger. So all the way to the upside right there, like tripled up, man. So 300 times, right to the upside, 300% straight up. I mean, I don't know if it touched 90 or not, but there it is. I don't know. I guess it went down from its IPO, so I shouldn't say it's 3 times from its IPO, but from these bottoms of 30 all the way up to 84, 85, looks like it's trying to work out. Kava right there. We don't have them around here, but again, Mediterranean food, fast foodish. So that was a good one there.
I mean, it's probably one of the best. I mean, it's probably the best performing IPO. There've been some great ones. Obviously, ARM has
Yes.
had, I mean, look, ARM has been pretty darn successful as well, but percentage-wise, I mean, Kava's been, I think, better from the bottoms. I don't know since the open. I'm not sure about that, but since the bottoms for sure. ARM's been a beast.
It's just a double from the open because it was 41 or something.
ARM,
82.
what was ARM? 55 maybe?
Yeah, or 60.
Was it 55 or 60?
Yeah.
No.
ARM is probably better from open.
Yeah, it opened 55 and is at 120. So I guess it's still a double as well. The actual move top was 3x. If you go 55 to 165, but either way, both of them fantastic. It just hit 330. Talking about playing inside the range, we just got 90s again on AMC, but I did want to give you guys the early looks. Procter and J&J probably don't matter. If those are 1 million shares, those types of stocks on an early look and balance, it's not that significant. If they're 3, 4, 5 million, that could matter a little bit more. Roblox is an early look buy of 740,000. I think that would be the only one worth monitoring. I haven't even looked at Roblox today. It's not a huge imbalance, but let's say 750 at 350 turns into 1 million, and this is coming off the bottoms. There could be a little something on Roblox. So it's just a small buy right now for RBLX. Pretty decent day it's having. It's a good consolidation after the earnings drop. Like higher lows. Maybe this is going to be a 34 break this week. That's one I hadn't looked at. Previous resistance, earnings bottoms, kind of like a quadruple top or whatever you want to call this 34. Yeah, that's a level worth watching this week. We like things when they settle down after earnings, give you a defined level, break out from that level. So I'm just going to put in the iPad RBLX 34. You could also just set some kind of an alert in your system. Mine is just going to be to write it down. And if we break it, maybe we'll get a 34 break on Roblox this week. Probably needs a catalyst to do it, but you never really know, and you're not paying attention to it if you don't, call it up, go over it, or already know the stock. Roblox isn't something I own, so it's not a chart that I look at on a regular basis. So thankfully, it was on the imbalance locator, and we had a gander.
Yeah, we got dinged twice this weekend for Robux, so yeah, it's nice to see that
Twice?
stock going. Yeah, it just re-ups every month for them. All right, so yeah, we like Roblox, and we talked about that on getting hit there on earnings as well. All right, so again, not a mistrade because we got out of it, and got out of it when we wanted to, so it's not like I'm going to say, oh, we got wicked out. We didn't get wicked out of anything. We got taken out of Palantir on purpose when it broke lower, and we should have just been a little more patient with it, but at the same time, this is when this market was doing this, and
What's
this.
Bitcoin doing?
So it wasn't looking great there. But it's nice to see Palantir back up and doing better than the NASDAQ. I want to keep this one on our radar for the next couple days and say what's up to that with Palantir, because I really like this name, and I think this is one of the names that we got to buy on dips. And it's really, look at the daily chart. I mean, if this was if this was a 3-5 minute chart, I'd be buying these dips. So I'm going to do it on the daily as well. We do have support at 19 or so with the 200 period moving average. Whether or not that's support or not, I mean, it held there. Hard to tell maybe where it was at this point. You could have to go back and try to chart it. But at the same time, it feels like it's been holding some of these dips. And then here's one right now trying to hold again. So upside, dip, hold, upside, dip, hold. Huge upside, dip, chips, and dip. So that looks pretty good down there for that hold. We'll wait for that one. GME, I mean, running out of patience a little bit. It's 50 cents in the money. I'm debating taking it and not calling it a day on this or anything like that. But again, it's been a pretty good trade here for us on GME, just buying these dips. And the only time we've lost on it is when we've waited for it to really get going. So good trade here, 50 cents in the money. We'll discuss it more when we get back from Madeira, who's over at the big screen.
We're going to take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making some larger moves today, and they all are going to be to the downside, as a lot of the market is, including Pepsi here, PEP, PepsiCo, one of a few drink names here, including Monster Energy and Celsius Holdings to the downside. PepsiCo potentially trading lower off the Celsius related dip, which has to do with some cooling and some Nielsen data. So PEP to the downside. LU, another weekday here for Lululemon, trying to curl a bit here, but still down about 2.5%. Stifel and Goldman Sachs both lowering their price targets for the company ahead of its earnings, which are going to be coming up next week. So some weakness for Lululemon. We also have GIS here to the downside. General Mills getting a price target decrease from JP Morgan. Also coming out today as well that apparently there's been an increase in their short float since their last earnings report. So some negative sentiment towards GIS here, guys.
General Mills.
Yeah,
Huh?
have to acknowledge what's going on in Coinbase and I mean everything in crypto land. I mean, Robinhood's making a move as well, but Coinbase just broke the high of the day, and it's starting to continuing to accelerate. So when you got that wipeout bottom on IBIT, remember we said it broke the low of the day, big volume candle. That turn, it went ham in Coinbase as that's just ramping to the upside. You had Robinhood at VWAP, which is continuing like this. It's another V-shaped bottom. So I think most of these names are doing the same thing. It's 335. I'm going to take a shot off 2050 on Hood. I don't want to chase Coinbase, but if we have a move that's going into the close, and it's just because we made that weird volume bottom on BTC, I think there was something that happened on Bitcoin, but I don't know if there was a story or if it was just one of those somebody big dumped and it caused a temporary bottom. But whatever it is, it's starting to drag these back into the upside, and at least Hood has room to the high of the day. There was a halt in that A-win again. It halted down, it halted up. It had a flat tap. So, if it opens back up and halts again, it's not going to surprise me. Still not going to trade it. But if you guys want to know what the tap is while it's halted, just throw it into the chat. We'll let you know, but probably not going to trade it.
Right, most of the time, patience pays, and it does a little bit here with GameStop because there it goes. So hopefully we can now drop down a little bit more cash than we had in our pockets before this trade because we'll take out some at 23.10. So we were just sitting right there. We said that we'd get some out before it got into this area, and it's into this area right now again. So there's our out rate. I mean, we don't have the best out, but it's starting to go back up. So I just put another offer up here. We can get something, let me just make sure that is where I put it. No, $24, sorry. Right ahead of 24. And then we'll still have some shares, and if it wants to moon, it can moon. But there it is. Nice move to the upside right here. It is now another Dollar Club member right there for GameStop. So again, we are a little bit greedy here, trying to hold out for GameStop. I mean, we talked about that. Greed can be good. And I think in a name like this, you got to have a little bit of it because that's why we're trading it. You'll lose when you lose, and you got to win when you're in the right position. So we'll take some more out. We still got 40% or so of the trade. So I like it. We'll see if we can make it work out for us here on this name. So far, so good here with our thoughts on GameStop and just making sure that everything else is all lined up, which it looks like it is. So GME just touched the 200 period. That's that. Was trying to look for Meta. We still have that same break spot, but look where Meta is now. I'm still giving it down to here. I mean, this is pretty loopy. I don't know. We could stop out here, but let's give it a little more love and see if we can get something to the downside there. Shopify trying to get back into the Dollar Club. This is one of my best stocks of the day. Look where we are on Shopify. We might just want to take this out. I mean, you want to talk about almost a picture-perfect opportunity. Fell back in, probably to the 50 period. We bought it. Fell back into VWAP, and then there it goes again. So, I mean, we're right here right now. Big time trading. GME, nice upside. Shopify $1. Meta almost $2. And DJT apparently is back to 50.
It broke 50.
Oh, it did break 50. Just
Yeah,
NVIDIA break 50 as well? No, 11.50 right now.
So it's a muted break on DJT, although we just heard it's like, oh, back to the highs, but it went 18 cents or so.
Yeah.
And the volume, not huge, but it's still holding above 50. Like I said, I'm not going long or short this. I definitely wouldn't be shorting this late in the day on whatever we want to call this catalyst. But yeah, the volume definitely tapering off. I did grab in front of the 2050 level on Robinhood. It just punched into the 60s. The top of the day, ignoring the big move that happened at 9:30 into 21 on Robinhood, I'm looking at this 2080 area, like 2075 into 2080 as a top. So I want to scalp into that high of the day on Robinhood, keeping a close eye on Coin as that just continues to go higher and higher. I thought, okay, Coin's going to get up here and start to slow down. Let's get something that has a chance to go into the highs. Whatever the heck is going on in these crypto names, like IBIT and BTC just stalled out and stopped running, and Coinbase said, let's just keep on going and going and going. So up 3.5%. There was no story that I know of. It looks like a technical breakout here on Coinbase. Next stop could be the 260 level. So Coin is absolutely flying, and Kathy's got to be happy at least about this one. There's been there's definitely been some beats, but this one is absolutely flying into the upside. They like some Coinbase in there. Just to double check on Lucy, I'm going to move. It's 340 right now. So if this was going to die after halting down, I feel like it would have happened already. So I won't let this go all the way back to 44. I'm going to trail it into 42. So it can't turn into a losing trade. Offering with loosely, that's why it's down today. Just from any time you're trading one of these low float runners, just understand that they can drop one of these as long as they've already filed for it. Now, if the stock goes up a bunch, then they have to do all the paperwork and get the filing in. They can't just do it at any moment. But a lot of times they've got these locked and loaded. They can drop on you at any moment, and you want to know that if you're swinging it. When you're day trading, all you have to do is trade with the stop. But if you're swing trading it, you can get yourself caught if it happens, say in the pre-market, and your stops are intraday, and you don't have pre-market stops. You can find yourself caught in a gap down on some kind of an offering. So just be careful when you're trading names like this. So as I said, Robinhood was the newest entry for me. Just looking for a bounce into 65. We're risking 5 cents on it. So we already gave 5, then we want 10, and then we're looking for 20 at the absolute top here on Hood.
All right, yeah, good call. I really like trading Robinhood. It's been a good name to do that. It's good because not super expensive, but does have those moves and a little bit of a short float as well for Robinhood. I mean, it's funny that we're talking about Robinhood, and I was just the only thing that's really doing anything right now. GME is trying to go higher here. You know what? I might just get out of that Shopify. I was just staring at it. And I want to talk about GameStop, but then I was thinking, like, you know what? These imbalances are going to be coming out soon. So, oops.
Oh, shoot, I have a...
All right, well, there it is. Props it up. We're out. So I just offered and got filled instantly there on Shopify. So I don't know what that little move was there, but so far, so good. Coming back in, Shopify, boom. We just bought it at 34s. We just got out at O's. That is 80 cents or so. Sorry, 04s bought at 34, so 70 cents. Nice move to the upside for Shopify. We'll hold out on that. Live Nation, just another update here. It is trying to go lower. Wish we still had it, but not really. Too much brain power spent on that with nothing happening. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I just wanted to say that Ethereum, we did talk a little bit about crypto there. It's breaking now.
Higher?
So, yeah, even though this is only 3,800, ETHE is now above. So we talked about this before, that there is a premium built into this name. So there it goes, breaking when, we already know the high is 41 or so. 42, 41 and change. So that should be coinciding with this, but it's not. It's already taking it out higher. So there goes ETHE, and then part of the strategy that I would use would be to short this as we come up into view up. I'm not going to do that. I don't use these lines or anything like that for crypto because I just haven't looked at it yet. And honestly, I feel like it's just so based off of news right now and just momentum that I would rather play with a story or some kind of momentum trade. And right now, you're obviously dying upside there, and we don't have that downside move. So for me, it's a breaks on right now for ETHE, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because although we don't have Brian Shannon on today, we have Mike Edwards. Brian had brought this to our attention all the way down here. And then he's such an honest trader. It's awesome. I mean, that's why he comes on with us. But he mentioned that he doesn't have it all the way up here. He has a couple coins left, but he doesn't have ETHE, and he got out of it already. So he could have just said he's still holding it, but that's what it's all about. Yeah. You hit your targets and you get out. I feel like his targets were in here somewhere, but a nice move to the upside regardless now for Ethereum.
35%.
Yeah, like I said, yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. 35% up.
And that's what, if you go back to the chart.
And was still holding the actual coins.
But
he was buying it down here.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a couple of weeks.
We had him, whatever the Tuesday is down here, he was here. So 21, 22 to 35. I mean, come on, forget about it.
You do a couple of weeks, 35%. You do that 3 or 4 times a year. That is a swing trader. I mean, as a swing trader, that could be your year. But so the move up to the highs in ETHE might better explain what's going on in like Coinbase and that. Because obviously that's still going ham. But we talked about Coinbase,
news,
but I didn't hear anything spectacular there. But MSTR, there was a question about MSTR, thoughts there. But like everything else related in the space, it's at the tops. Not really looking at chasing tops at 344, but like everything in crypto land, whether it's in, we talked about Coinbase is only pulling back now. You know what? If it's, okay, so MSTR is at the high. We just saw Coinbase starting to pull back. Yeah, this is already stalling out. And it's just not moving enough. And Robinhood, I was admittedly late to Robinhood. Admittedly. Like, we didn't get it till it's over VWAP, thinking there was room for it to continue going. But now suddenly this looks pretty tight. If we're going to pull back going into the close, and it's 345, yeah, we're running out of time on this one. I'm on the offer now. I'm going to go break even stop on this. I didn't even realize it was that late. And then AMC, we got one more leg out. At this point, I'm just going to hold AMC in case it breaks 485, and I'll look for something at the bottom. I'm going to have a break-even stop on this as well. So we were getting 96s and 97s at best. Our reload was at 96. So if it gets back up to that high, we just get out of AMC. And then Lucy, you know, we'd mentioned on news. We like those news plays sometimes if it sets up. So sometimes when you get like a news play, like there's like good luck being short at 57 when they drop the offering. The only play is to let it open and then find a short. If you had taken the reopen trade in hindsight's always going to be 20/20, but taking the open print and then just putting a 50-cent stop on it would have been great. But that's not what I was looking for. When we didn't take that, the only trade was shorting it back into the previous low. So it opens up, tanks. We get one bounce right into the previous low. Once it fails that, this is the setup we like. We then short the next consolidation to this high, and then it trends into the downside. That's a setup I like long. If it's a reverse, it's a setup I like short here for Lucy, but I'm going to move my trail into 40 cents. It can't do any worse than that. We're short at 44. We had some at 44. And then some up here at 45. So I actually had 44.5 as my average price, but the second entry was at 44, and that's what we have left. So Lucy's still working to the downside. You're right about this, John, in the chat. IBIT is still going higher, and the next time we see this setup, we gotta have it. Gotta have it. Biggest, anytime Bitcoin does its, any point past the open, or hopefully in the afternoon, usually when it happens, you get a big dump, and then the largest volume candle is like a bottom wick candle. Just get the first long available. Take this long when it gets back into the low, give it to the bottom, and watch it go. I feel like when you have something which is in a bull run, those types of setups are great. The daily in here speaks for itself. It's trending back into the upside. It's that whole wipeout bottom. Like somebody just comes in and sells, it wipes out the bottom, and then once they fill it back in, it's just buy, 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 buy. And that's all we've seen in Bitcoin, Coinbase. Obviously now ETHE, as Sean mentioned, is going as well. So next time we see that pattern, just got to have it. 2 minutes till the imbalances. As I said, I've tightened up the stops on all three of the positions that I am in right now. I know overall crypto can be down, but when I see a reversal like that, I still call that, it's just strong to me. You're back at the highs. You essentially just made the low of the day 1 hour ago and then right back at the highs. I think that's a bullish reversal, even if technically speaking it is down.
All right. Just looking, making sure, yeah, we do have Mike Edward coming through from True Trading Group, so that should be really exciting. And yeah, we got stopped out, but I mean, we'll fire off the hot dog for that one. Meta. So just on this trade, like Meta does become right up there for me today. It was a good one. We took a shot there at support and resistance. And again, we always say that, but you got to take shots, man. If you don't take shots, then you're not Little John. You know, shot.
Yay!
Everybody. Man, Little John was on Apprentice. Man, Apprentice used to be.
Wait, what?
I
don't watch. I mean,
yeah, man, one of the original Little John for sure. Am I going?
No, I watched like two. I watched two series. Like the first two of The Apprentice are the only ones I know. I know the first.
Celebrity Apprentice, obviously.
I never watched any of the Celebrity Apprentice.
Yeah, those were the best ones, man.
Can I watch them old now? Like where would
Yes,
I?
of
But
course
where
you
though? Like I don't have.
I don't
have
know.
Cable, man. All right, somebody tell me where I can watch the Little John
You don't
on
remember
Apprentice.
Little John on Apprentice? Well, you obviously don't. Okay.
Dude, Little.
Am I losing my mind? Maybe people in the chat.
No,
I'll check it out.
it's not that I don't. I believe.
No, it's not that
you
you don't believe me. I'm just one. Now I'm starting to. He was on.
Big Patty Ice says he was.
Yeah,
I want to
Big
see
Patty
Little
Ice
John.
confirms it. I'm pretty sure he was on it. Okay, so there it is. So a little bit of an out there on GameStop, and just trying to find something else. Shopify, bang. I mean, we can't do any better than that on that one. Amazon. So I said this would be something, but now we're only a minute away. This is a good short. Should have probably had it, but not in the zone right now for that. So nice move to the downside right there for Amazon. Still not really that nice, but we'll have to look at this tomorrow. 180, 180x change, something like that. That's going to be a good little top there for Amazon. And if Neil's already talked about it, of course, but this is what the imbalances look like. I'm going to get rid of all these brokers. There's not much on there right now. So when you get rid of them, you only have the New York and the NASDAQ, which will populate very, very shortly. And then we'll see some action. So I only have the only stop order I have out right now is GameStop, and that's nowhere near triggering. So in 2 and 1, we will get another imbalance coming out. So here it comes right now. So series on there. Don't know why that is. Apple's on there. I know you're out of Intel, okay, but that Intel sell was there. There's Apple buy. Doesn't look like it's moving around. Let me just zoom that forward a little bit so we can see the charts a little bit better. So there's Apple, Intel, Comcast. Neil mentioned Procter before because it was an early look. Roblox was an early look. It looks like it stays. So I don't know why that's red, not doing much. So yeah, unless there's a name on here that I'm missing.
Nope.
Of course, Meta's a buy.
Series of $2 stocks.
So Meta goes, look, see, this is where we would have got taken out of Meta all the way down there. Good
Back
look.
to the chart.
That's it. So no, nothing else. I'm pretty happy. I'm almost out. I mean, there goes GME, by the way. GameStop is trying to moon a little bit here. I say moon, but gotta watch what you say because I don't want to get people too excited. But into the 50s right now for GameStop. Let's take it. We're $1 in the money. Let's take it. So we'll offer here 39s right there. Blast through us, well, or it doesn't. We get the fill anyways. There it goes. Out some 39s there on GameStop. That's $1, roughly 90 cents. So now we'll just wait to see where we can go on this one. So far, so good here on GME.
I'm glad you mentioned that that's mooning to the upside. Happy for you, but that means I'm punching out AMC. The last thing you want to have happen is at 3, you get one of those 350 squeeze ramps to the upside that GameStop just takes, and then AMC's breaking 5, and then it just goes in. So I'm just going to get out. We'll be happy to be out of it. I got out of Lucy as well. So we're done with this one for today. It broke 40. I said I'll get out. I trailed to 42, then moved it down into 40 when it consolidated. Might be in play tomorrow after the offering, but you never really know. Robinhood, I put my trail back to break even. It bounced off of that, but not much of a move when you compare it to Coinbase. I mean, ultimately, Coin had the bigger rally through the high of the day. I just felt like Robinhood's had some room to go. Part of it's, I mean, Robinhood's had some good moves. This could be still trying to break out this top. I just felt like this would make a better challenge at like 2080. Maybe 21 tomorrow gets taken out. The last time we were up here, it's a double top on Robinhood. And if it can take that this week, I think it would be, one of the kind of things that could go. Good higher low here, good trending stock. But the thing about a breakout is you can stare at it at all you want. If it doesn't break, you got to find other ways into it. So on the way to 21, maybe we're playing off a 20 level, which held like gangbusters today. Maybe we're finding it at 20 and a half. But Robinhood into that local high, I think that can be good as long as we hold some strength in some of the crypto names. Matt Carnes asking about INSM. Let me just cancel. I don't know why I have some orders out. Yeah, don't need to be there. And there's some stop orders that shouldn't be hitting because I don't have any positions on, so just get rid of those. But INSM, this was that, I think it's the biopharma name. I actually thought this was going to do a bunch of halting based on the move that happened, but it's very calm. Like, look at how clean this double bottom is. So this was a $22 stock that went to 60-something in the pre-market, dipped into 44 change, then bounced at 230. This bounced exactly where the morning low was. Not kind of where the morning low was, like exactly at the morning low, and then popped $3 into VWAP. So obviously, it's not nearly as volatile. I mean, it's a volatile stock. It's moved a ton, but that is ridiculously clean. The reversal on this. So INSM, like if you were watching this and you weren't looking for a long, like in here, like that's 45 into a 44.50. 50 cents worth of risk, that consolidation long to the bottom on a stock which at the open was at 51 and essentially went down $7. So it's got the volatility, it had the move. I wrote it off when it tanked in the morning thinking, yeah, that thing's done. Like once I saw it through 50, I'm like, yeah, put a fork in that, it's probably going to halt down. If it can't hold 50 level, it's going to get nasty because it had that big 50 refresher in the pre-market when that got taken out. Thought it was going to be done for the day. But good luck on INSM.
All right, yeah, good looks everywhere. We only have the one position left. So the only thing really to talk about right now is where we expect GameStop to go. And I don't expect it to go anywhere. So I'm just going to get out when it closes. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here with GameStop. I mean, $24, $24.50. I'll sit over here for a couple more minutes just to see where it goes. And then we'll just punch out there at the end of the day. I was looking here. I didn't like dig into it, but I didn't see anything significant here as far as a imbalance or anything for GME. But we can sort it just for something to do.
That's not what I meant to do.
There it is, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, M, E. All right, PPP, we're getting closer. There it is, GME. So it's the small little sell. So nothing going on right now for GameStop. I think that's less than 100,000 shares in total, or exactly 100,000 shares in total. Some sell getting a little bit bigger, but it's starting to go upside. So there's GME right there. And these are what the imbalances look like. So it is kind of a hot dog kind of a day. Although we will hit the market recap. Join me and Mike Edward from True Trading Group coming through tonight. And that should be coming out pretty soon here. And then I think the only big one, we have apps. Reporting? I don't know. And then we have Kava, which is the big one. I mean, I could go over here and just quickly look to see what is going on the earnings board today. Today, of course, is May the 28th. Oh, yeah, it's
digital crypto.
Oh, we had Bank of Nova Scotia this morning, did we? My bank, okay. Let's see if I can get some better rates going on there. Futu before market, yeah, there's Kava, so that's gonna be the big one. Oh, Box, okay. So there's a few different names that are reporting here on open, or sorry, after close there today, but nothing much. There's Apps, Digital Turbine. I mean, really no names that we'd,
That's some.
Oh, we have Faraday Future, do we?
Oh, snap.
Oh, damn. So we'll see about Faraday Future right now.
Over $1?
Its expected move is just a small 35%. So we will see, therefore, Faraday come in right at you.
4 consecutive closes over $1 for Faraday.
It has?
Yeah, 4 in a row.
Okay.
At least according to my. I mean, like I'm just trusting the chart because you can see here. Yeah, that one's above clearly above $1. And it's at $1.15. This thing is not exactly running away from $1, but the longer it holds up here, the better for them. But you got to report, and then you got to see the actual numbers. We'll see. Randy's had some decent things to say about them. We'll ask his opinion. We'll ask Randy's opinion on them when we get some numbers through these bad boys. In 3 minutes, we'll go. What else we got going on here? Matt Carnes says, watch out for Sedge. Yeah, that's worth a look at some point. Solar Edge. I have not looked. I should have looked at TAN again after the recent run that we've had. First Solar has been the better one. Okay, come on, chart. Solar Edge that bad that you don't want us to. I mean, it's a good-looking chart. You should load up more quickly when you see this thing breaking out the top. The daily chart is showing you a nice little bottom being made in Solar Edge. But you can always tell the best of breed when a stock is in the sector going higher lows and higher highs, and the other one's still in a downward trend. FSLR has generally been the one that you want. But it's more sexy to find a bottom, I guess, for some people. So good luck on Solar Edge. I like things when they've already started breaking out, as opposed to trying to catch that falling knife. And we talked about that with CVX running into some pressure. So 2 minutes to go. There's First Solar. It finally loads up. I just want to show you this chart for Solar Edge. It's one of these things is not, one's not like the other.
All right, just real quickly, I'm going to go move over right there. So we'll wrap it up right now. We did get out of GME right there. So we're out right now at the VWAP. I mean, pretty good trade along there, 22.30, out 23.50. I mean, I don't know if anything's going to happen here into the close. So right now the NASDAQ's trying to go back upside. It is going upside. And it will close out a decent day, man. I mean, 0.2, it's not bad. It was a heck of a lot worse down near that bottom. So again, join myself and Darren, Mike Edward from True Trading Group. We'll talk all about different opportunities, stocks, and after that, any potential opportunities that we see in the next couple days. So Alibaba, just checking back in on that trade. Oh, my blotter has to be reloaded. Okay, so let me see. Alibaba, can I click on it? There it is. Alibaba, good bottom there at 80. So we'll have to see if that's going to hold out tomorrow. So a couple plays for us, and then that Amazon top that we wanted to short. We didn't because of the close, but that's something else to look at for tomorrow, 182. All right, good day here today so far, and it's about to get even better.
Go get him.
We're going to go get him. I just hope it doesn't rain too much here.
Be sure to ask Mike his thoughts on Moderna if he wants to get back into that. It was a great trade, but with the pullback, you never really know. Just one note for all you people that are trading AWIN or looking at AWIN, it halted within the last 10 minutes. 4 o'clock, it should reopen. It's a volatility halt. If it happens in the last 10 minutes, 4 o'clock is like the close and the reopen of that one. So we'll let Sean get onto the desk.
Yep.
We got the bell. Great start to a holiday shortened week. I was about to say it's Monday, but it is Tuesday, which means only 4 days to pack it all in. And we started with a good one here today. Lots of great opportunities as this market is just constantly giving them to you. NVIDIA, rocket ship, Coinbase, rocket ship. The market, rocket ship, AWIN, apparently rocket ship as well. GameStop was a rocket as well. I mean, not a heck of a lot to dig into to the south side. Apple, though, making a bit of a reverse as we get the camera from me on over to Adara to drop this countdown. We got it on a Tuesday in 5, 4, 3, 2, and there you go. And as I said, AWIN opens up. It's holding. Apparently went from 9 to like 990 there and right back at 9. So if you're in this one, congratulations. It's going higher in the aftermarket. The other thing, just very quickly for you guys, GameStop closes 25% to the upside. So big move for them. The market green, NASDAQ half a point, and then the ES, of course, got green as well. Flipped it when Frank gave us that move. Big shout out, as always, to Fabian and Rameez, making us look and sound good on the ones and twos. Shout out, of course, to Brendan. Fantastic interview with Frank, as they always do. Great knowledge from Frank. What a great combo that is, leading us into Tuesdays and Thursdays. And got a shout out, not just Adara, for the midday and learn to trade, but also Obi stepping in for Sharif, who's celebrating his birthday over the weekend. We'll welcome him back in tomorrow's trade. But you know what time it is. It's Tuesday. We got some kava. You got some box as well. But more importantly, you've got Sean Adara at the desk and Mike, the guest of the day. Let's get to the market recap show. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, traders? Yeah, we are here with the market recap show, and wow, what a day to recap again today. I mean, we had some violent moves throughout the day, but it seems like the NASDAQ just ends up 0.2 and the S&P a little down as well, as we had some bank stocks moving around. We had some bad news from DraftKings today. We had Apple, which started long and then ended up short. Some of these other names, crypto moving around today. It was a pretty exciting day to trade, that is for sure. NVIDIA. Look at this candle, Adara, 14. Like, where do we stop on this? I mean, there's earnings, and it was just like, that's nice. Oh, you didn't buy the earnings because you thought they were overdone? Well, you know. Now we are back where we are right now. That is NVIDIA. And again, a big close for that name. Let's just go over to a 1-minute chart just to see where exactly we closed. How much off of 1050? Yeah, so we did have that high and pull back off of 1150. Nice move to the downside there. It's hard to judge this, like $25 down for NVIDIA. It's only up 81% year to date there. Adara? So
Only. Yeah, just a little bit.
we're almost halfway through.
That's crazy.
So if it has the same second half that it did first half, this is a $2,500 name.
Or a $250 name after the stock split.
At some point it will be split, and that is the June the 10th.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for reminding us right there. Adara. Okay, let's go. So that's NVIDIA. Nice move to the upside today, but that was also followed with AMD. AMD got going too. Although it did pull back, AMD up 3.28%. That was a good one. Did you get that rundown done?
Oh,
we always forget
sorry.
that. I'll have
that
to
was
get back on that.
I will do it right now.
Okay, let's do that. We'll get that going. There isn't too many earnings out, so if you are joining us, watch out for that one. There's Kava right now trying to get going, 83 and change. We can watch out for GameStop today, as that's up to 23 and change right now. Good move, but a little bit of a pullback into the close. We're able to cover some of that. We will talk more about it. But what sectors are moving around today, you may ask? Well, if you didn't, I'm going to go over them anyways. We talked about silver. Michael Noss called this gold's crazy cousin, and yeah, that might be exactly what it is, because it is off to the races today, up 6% or 5.5%. You don't get gold moving like that too often. There goes silver. Nice little upside move today for that one. OPEC out with news. USO, United States Oil Fund, bouncing off the 50-period moving average down at 74, and now, sorry, the 200 period, now going back up to the 50 period and looking half decent there at 78 in change now for USO, also OIH. I love copper. I mean, if that continues to work out again, just great sort of transmission there. A lot of solar using copper. Of course, a lot of the EV space as well, getting through on copper. So that's COPX right now, the miners ETF, a nice move back up to the upside there. Gold, 2.38%, starting to go a little bit. Nice move there for gold as we get a flight to safety, as we can watch the US dollar. I know Mike likes talking dollar, so maybe we could do that with him. Cannabis today. Oh man, I don't know what strain this is on, but it's definitely on a sleepy one right there. Down to $8. What's up, my guy?
You wanted to see cannabis.
You wanted to see that cannabis play? Yeah, MSOS down to $8. We said stay away from this. I've seen so much sort of destruction in many names, you know, including CGC, like names that I hold as well. CGC, if we flip this over, look what it's down. Actually, sorry, up year to date, 68%. So depending on where you got it, $5 up to $8. Look, that was $5 all the way to 14. So these cannabis names continue to be good trades, but you have to be specific with when you're getting in on them. Wait for a time to get into some of these cannabis plays. And I think we're getting close to that. Did DJT do anything right now? So after hours, or I guess just before we close, this is called Trump Media and Technology Group, all the way up to $50, trying to go higher here. DJT, again, another nice name year to date, up 24%, but struggling right now. We have that closing cases. So I don't know if it was closing remarks, don't know exactly what went down there, but right now, nice move for DJT, trying to get breaking through $55. So something to look at right there. Bank names, again, S&P 500 in a little bit of trouble today. So the XLF pulling back in here, down to $41. Look, what goes up must come down. But for right now, XLF, I would buy any weakness, and we'll see. As we know, rate cuts are coming. Banks are better in the environment we're in right now. Rate cuts, going to have to reshuffle their net interest margin. I could see bank stocks coming a little bit lower, but I love JP Morgan. If I was going to take one, of course, with Jamie Dimon, though, he's not buying his own stock. So I say, ayo to everybody that's here from TTG. We're not buying yet. JP Morgan. Maybe I'll talk to Mike about that as well. Box is out of Dara, but doesn't really look like it's moving much. What is going on with you right now?
I am good. We did just get the APPS earnings, which I guess are not.
Apps? Digital Turbine came out?
Yeah, I mean, you can get your entrees, you can get your apps, but yeah, we did get APPS.
All right, what does that look like?
We got that one. So basically here I am seeing we got Q4 EPS beat. Adjusted EPS beat. So adjusted EPS 12 cents versus the estimate of 7 cents. Q4 revenue coming in lower than expected, 112.2 million versus the expectation of 117.7 million. So that is going to be a miss. We also did get EBITDA coming in as a beat for Q4, 12.3 million versus the expectation of 12 million. So that a bit higher than expected here. So EPS beat and EBITDA beat, but revenue miss here for APPS. This one continuing to fall a bit to the downside.
All right, so we talk all the time, and welcome everybody, any new viewers we have. This is what we do live on the show. You could imagine the energy that we have, and then when you get big earnings like Meta or Nvidia or something like that, we go pretty nuts right around here. But here's apps right now. Womp womp, a little bit of a fail action. Boom, there it is, slap to fail. Oh, I'm not logged into Stream Deck over here. Let's get that going right now. But you could see this after hours. Right now, down 8% is Digital Turbine, so fail, there it is. We'll put a slap of fail on that one for now. Hey, it's only down 65% year to date, as we can see this move all the way to the downside right now, down into $2. Looking to print a little bit lower now, 199 and change. We'll look out for 190 coming through on apps right now, but not much going on there. Let's just take a look again at some of the big movers that happened today. I want to look at some of the individual stocks now. We'll still wait for Kava. If Kava comes out, we will get that absolutely immediately. So get my mug off here for 1 second, because we're covering up the big boy right down here. It's NVIDIA. So what was a pretty choppy day here and range bound for both. Again, it's a holiday shortened week, so we have to remember that. But we took a turn for the worse in the afternoon, starting around 2 p.m. We had some more hawkish talk, but NVIDIA continued today up 7%. The market initially, good consumer confidence print there at 10 a.m., 102 versus 96. Neil Kashkari speaks all day, tries to make it to the downside. Oil prices rise more than $1 ahead of OPEC meetings. Of course, that happened, ahead of the OPEC meeting on Sunday. Right now, major tech sectors upside. Eli Lilly and Merck today. You can see J&J there. Eli Lilly still holding up for it. But you know what? So shout out to Mike, who's coming through again. This is another name that we had talked about on our show, and that was Moderna. So today, hey, yo, Mike. Good call on Moderna, pulling back down 8% right there. He highlighted it on Friday or Thursday.
Friday.
Was it Friday when he came on? And again, look, we can have great ideas with trades, Adara, but you got to exit them.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you're holding all the way back in, and be disciplined with your trades. And I know that's what True Trading Group's all about, and that's what we're all about here as well. Make sure you have your ins and your outs. I mean, we had multiple trades on GameStop today, but very responsible ones.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you need. So Moderna right now, down into 150. I think we buy this dip. Let's ask Mike when he comes on what he does think of Moderna. Any outs from Kava yet? I don't think that's coming through.
Well,
right
I have
now.
a thing with Robinhood, though. Robinhood
I see that with Robinhood. What's up with
so
that?
basically announcing a $1 billion share repurchase program.
Oh,
saying
yeah.
they expect to execute this program over a 2 to 3 year period, starting in Q3 2024. So this program has not started yet. They're planning on starting it as of Q3 2024. $1 billion share repurchase program over the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so we are waiting for Kava, who's coming on very, very soon, hopefully, with that report. But we're going to call Mike in 1 second. I just want to bring something up to everyone's attention right now. So this is Robinhood.
Oh, we got Kava.
Right now, Robinhood is up 100% on the year. But look at where the RSI is, 86. Looks a bit extended. We do have Kava, so I'll get to that in 1 second. We talked about buying Robinhood down here when all the meme craziness had started. But right now, Robinhood upside, taking it out. We like that billion share buyback program right there. Not billion share, $1 billion buyback program. And Kava, nice little upside move, just moving 3%. But Adara, you said the numbers are out.
Oh, yeah.
So give them to us. There's Kava. Right now, Kava, come to the screen here. Kava turning downside right now. Again, this name up 300% from its lows, but now trying to give some back on Kava. Hit us up with the news, and then we're going to Mike.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers here are good. We did have a revenue beat. I'm seeing a couple different numbers for the revenue expectations, but regardless, Q1 revenue, $259 million. So some of the estimates here, I'm seeing $245 million or $235 million. Regardless, their revenue, $259 million. That is resoundingly a beat. We also did get EPS beat here, 12 cents versus the estimate of 4 cents. Some interesting comments, though, coming out from the CEO here, saying that consumers are becoming increasingly discerning about where they spend their dollars, and they're clearly choosing to do that at Kava. So a little bit of sass here in this earnings report from the Kava CEO. Also, though, saying that they do not have any planned price increases coming for the rest of the year. So interesting comments here from CKVA. I do love that little bit of sass, though, in that earnings report, saying they're clearly choosing to spend their money at Kava. I was like, okay.
So it's not an ebullient report.
Well, I guess it was, because they did have that beat. I just thought that comment was like maybe a little bit more ebullient than it needed to be, I guess. Probably. A little bit saucy.
Shout out to ebullient movies coming to AMC, of course, is what they used when they were talking about that. But I just want to say quickly, before we go to Mike, who's coming up right now, Kava's expected move was 20%. So we're not getting anywhere. Like options of what I was looking at here had a 20% expected move. So CAVA not really on the radar. But you know who is on the radar? It's Trader Talk, so let's go. Hey, yo, we got you on the big show now, Mike. We're here. It's Mike Edward from True Trading Group. Thank you so much for joining me here on the biggest and the best show that we have on Trader TV Live. So I was like, you know what? If we're going to have Brian Shannon, JC Peretz, all these crypto, everybody come on this show, I got to get Mike on here. So thank you for spending the time coming out here right now with us. It's Mike Edward. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. It's another wild day. NVIDIA all-time highs. We got some good earnings that are coming out just now. I see you guys doing some great job covering Kava, Robinhood, a bunch of numbers that are coming through just now. So I was just listening to you guys breaking down the news for us. So yeah, awesome stuff.
You can imagine, like, it gets wild when we have like the Super Bowl of earnings. Fabian, switch it over. Or I mean, yeah, right there when we get like Meta, Microsoft, Apple, like all in the same day. You can imagine how insane that is. Hey, we're not lucky enough here, Mike, in Canada to have Kava.
You guys are missing out.
That's what I was going to ask you. What's up with that? What is the order for you there?
So I don't even know what it's called. My wife usually gets it for me. She's
like
the one that
that.
introduced me to it. But I got to be honest with you guys. I love the stock.
Yep.
I love the place. It's a stock that we put in the long-term portfolio in True Trading Group not too long ago.
Okay.
And it is every time I walk into this place, it's packed.
Right.
It's literally Chipotle with just Mediterranean food.
Okay.
That's why I like it, because Chipotle has already proven the business model. It's just a different type of food. And they're not all over the place. They're not nationwide yet, but they're in my area. And I got to tell you, I've never spoke to someone that doesn't like the food. It's always busy. So I like the stock. I like the company. I like it long term.
Is that something that you do? Because that's something that I do as well, is channel check. I mean, if I'm going there, like the minute my wife 15 years ago says, hey, I'm reloading the Starbucks card because every drink is $6 or $7, I'm buying the stock because I notice that these lineups are happening and I buy that stock. So good little channel check there on Kava. Looking forward to getting it around here. And Chipotle, of course, coming with that split. I mean, if we just look at... Yeah, if we come over to the screen here, look at this Chipotle stock. We had earnings right back in here, announced split all the way to 3,200. We'll wait for that to come through. But Mike, you mentioned NVIDIA, and I mean, come on. What are we even supposed to do? Like, I guess this is, and take something away from Kramer here, this is, I guess, a hold, don't trade. Like, every time you get out of this thing, you think you won because you're like, aha, you know, that was good, this is probably the top. And then maybe it was for a day or two, but look at this name continuously going higher. What are you advising right now with NVIDIA? Is this something that we just continue to watch? Is it getting a little top heavy? I mean, just year to date alone now, it's 81%. You can see over here, 81% year to date now, Mike. I like the name, and honestly, I'm not getting out of anything NVIDIA related.
Yeah, I love the name. This has a permanent position in my long-term portfolio. Right. I am never going to not be a shareholder of this company. I really do feel for people that don't own the stock, because I get questions. I'm sure you guys get questions all the time on social media or on the channel from viewers. If I don't own it, right, do I buy it now? And I can't tell anyone with a straight face. If I'm not willing to buy it myself, then I'm not going to ever tell someone, yeah, it's a great time to buy it, because it feels so extended. It feels so expensive. $2.8 trillion market cap. It's this close to jumping Apple. I just can't, I can't bring myself to buy the stock up here. It's just, for me, it's a hold. It's a good trade, you know, but not a lot of people trade it. It's very expensive. The options are expensive. And a lot of people are really looking forward to that stock split. It's really going to open things up. The options will be cheaper. The shares are going to be much cheaper. So I feel like a lot more retail traders it's going to be in a lot more people's risk tolerance zone. So that's exciting for a lot of people to finally be able to trade it with a little bit more comfortability. But for me, Sean, you hit it on the head, man. It's a hold. I'm not selling it. Honestly, you could have looked at this thing $600 ago. Yeah. And at any point you could have been like, oh yeah, this is a good place to take profit. This is a good place to take profit. And yet here we are now at 1150. So it's a hold. Don't mess with it. If you believe in AI, as I do, just hold on to the damn thing. And when it drops, which it will, you'll have 20%, 30% pullbacks. People forget the stock was down 60% in 2022. Like, it will pull back at some point. Just, you got to dive in. You got to buy the stock when that happens.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think anything on a pullback there for NVIDIA, but you know, it's like you never want to pull that trigger at the top. You did a great trade on Moderna. I want to talk about that in a minute. You a Starbucks guy or no?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I love Starbucks as well. A lot of us, Adara's giving the big pump. You know what I just started with? There you go, there, Adara, you're on the screen. Yeah, there you go, pump it up. We like the matcha. I like the matcha tea. I don't know if you've had matcha. I know, I just started drinking it. It's kind of like grassy tasting a little bit, but we're getting a lot of people around here like that. What's your order at Starbucks?
For me, it is the vanilla sweet cream cold brew.
Yes,
light cream. That's me. That's my go-to.
Because you know what I saw here? Look at this Starbucks inflation. It's on my screen right now. I don't know if you can see the show or not, but flip over.
See it.
Yeah, so it's like, 80, like this is how much they've increased over the last decade. 80% on a bagel? Like I'm trying to find like normal coffees around here. 22% on a nice little latte. A cake pop? I don't know if you have kids or not, but my kids crush these things. I wish we would have gone back to 2014 pricing. Now $1.50. But pick one on here. What if I could say, hey Mike, you could get any one of these foods. You get a bagel, a little sausage and cheddar, you get a cake pop here, a wrap, or one of these paninis. What are you going for here?
Well, for myself, I'm going with the panini. But
Yeah, okay.
My nieces love the cake pops,
Yeah, oh.
so I probably buy those more often. But I do have my first kid on the way, Sean.
What? Yes, sir. That's it. Attaboy, Mike. Yeah, we'll get the baseball going on there. You're gonna be loving that. I actually got to go at 4:30. I'm right over. So I head coach two little league teams. One's a house league team and one's a rep team. And honestly, it just makes me full, basically. Like, and awesome. I think that's going to be awesome for you. So again, congratulations and thanks for letting us know about that. That is awesome. The reason why I bring up Starbucks is not just because we talked about kava and because I think I need a little bit of a caffeine boost.
Oh, yeah.
You've been on the air for all day here. Starbucks, a great little level. And Mike, we can screen share as well if there's anything that you wanted to share with this. But I just wanted to go over Starbucks because I consider myself like a support and resistance trader, but with companies that I like. I don't want to be going back and forth with GameStop trying to hold on to that because it gets to $20. I'll trade it as a swing, intraday, hold it for a week. But a name like Starbucks or some of these Lululemon, Ulta Beauty, there's been a couple names that have gotten absolutely destroyed lately, but are household names.
Yeah.
So I like picking some of these stocks up on weakness. Is that something that you guys look for? Again, you talked about channel checks. What are some things that'll make you pull the trigger on some of these bigger names?
I like these big brand names that have good, strong brand loyalty. The reason why you've got some of these stocks like an Ulta, a Lululemon, a Starbucks is just what I think you saw happen. Starbucks also got kind of caught up in some political stuff, which you've seen before with Disney. You saw it with Target. Starbucks got caught up in a little bit of that with that kind of boycotting Starbucks, but Starbucks isn't going anywhere. I feel like you have on Starbucks, you have this massive support level down there in the low 70s. Yep. That was the double bottom low from 2022's crash. And then you guys can see right here. So you had that little nice support level there. And you go back further to the 2020 crash, and you formed a nice little base down there in 2022 as well. So after the recent drop that you had, you found support right on that major level. I loved that support level. Yep. We actually talked about it on our YouTube channel a bunch. People were asking me about it because the stock was down so big. But the reason why this stock is down, just like Lululemon, just like Ulta, is just concerns about the consumer. And when you take a look at, is the same reason why Nike was down not too long ago. It was because are people going to spend $200 on a pair of sneakers when they can spend $85 somewhere else? Are they going to spend $125 on some leggings at Lululemon, or are they going to spend them somewhere else? You're going to spend $6 for a cup of coffee, or are you going to spend it somewhere else? People are thinking that these higher price consumer discretionary names, the consumer is going to start to pull back from them a little bit. You also I heard the breakdown from the Kava earnings where they said, hey, the consumer's pulling back, but the consumer's spending money here. And you said you like that sassiness from the CEO, which I like that also as well. But I just feel like that's why these stocks are down. And when the consumer does feel better, when the consumer does have discretionary, these are the brands that have the loyalty. I do like buying them on those reasons for weakness.
Yeah, I mean, that's exact same thing as me. I like to look to see where's the high quality names and what can we actually look to get into. Just a quick overlook here on Kava, down 6%. I mean, if you come over to the chart, it looks like it's trying to go a little bit lower right now, trying to break some of these lows. I'd buy this name a little bit on weakness. What the kind of levels I look for, 50-period moving averages, so maybe down in here into some 70. If we get something to 60, I really like that look as well. Mike, give me your opinion on Uber, because I've been nervous about this, and we've had some, again, pulling right into the 200. This is normally a good buy zone. We just talked about brand loyalty, and Uber's, I mean, Uber's should be in the dictionary now, right? 15, 20 years ago, we didn't even talk about that. Now it's like Uber this, Uber that, Uber Eats, Uber Freight. I don't know, are you doing helicopter business yet?
Uber
I have no idea.
yeah.
As we go right now. But Uber pulling back in. Are you worried at all about some of this robo-taxi talk? For me, I am, which is why I'm not pulling the trigger on some more positions here. Any opinion on where Uber is right now? Down quite nicely here, basically flat, heading into their print, but not great from earnings. Uber trying to bounce off 60 if we can get that low.
Yeah, it's funny. I just every Sunday evening, well, yesterday it was Monday evening because markets were closed Monday, but every Sunday evening I do like a live stream at 8:30 at night Eastern time, where I always go through like my ideas, like stocks I'm putting on the list, like what I'm looking at. And I just put Uber on the list for a potential long idea back against the 200-day moving average and the previous all-time high. I don't know if I see the robo-taxi as, I know maybe at first glance it seems like it could be a negative for Uber, but I feel like it's a technology that I think they're going to adopt.
Right.
And I don't know if it's necessarily something that is going to be so much of a competitor as I think they're going to integrate into the platform. So what I'm looking for is to see if I get a buy signal. And when I say a buy signal, I'm looking for a confirmation candle at a support level. And when we talk about support levels, thing that I always try to teach people is that support levels are not finite prices. Like you can't say, oh, support is 62, so if it gets to 61.80, it's broken. No, support and resistance levels are zones. And the more volatile the stock, the wider that range is. It's our job as traders to determine how wide that range is. But I'm looking for this low 60 support level on Uber. It was the previous all-time highs back here in 2021. We paused at it. Here at the end of 23 before eventually taking it out to make the new all-time high. Then you dropped back down into that level. And now here we are sitting against it. What I'm looking for, honestly, Sean, is like a hammer tail off of that 200-day, like maybe a gap down day and the stock finishes green and you get a candle that might look, I'll draw it out. I love drawing out the candle.
Yeah, like
you might get a
little
candle
wicks
that
at the
looks something
bottom.
like this. And that for me would be a nice little buy signal. And at that point, I would look for a little bit of a recovery. But I'm waiting, like you said, little nervousness on this pullback. There doesn't feel like there's a lot of buying pressure, but you're coming into a big support zone. I'm looking for a kind of a bottoming tail in this area to give me a little bit more upside.
Yeah, so I look for that exact same thing, and it would be awesome if we got volume with that candle as well. Like if that was on a nice print, definitely well worth looking into Uber. So good. I'm glad we're kind of on the same page here. Look, you don't get too many stocks, Mike. I just looked. It's literally flat on the year. Like it's like 0.5% one way or the other. So you don't get too many quality names like that have pulled back and giving you everything back in the last 6 months. So well worth a look. Any other names you might want to talk about that we could review the next time you're coming on? And by the way, we're flashing at the bottom there. Everyone join you up there at True Trading Group. You do have that promotion on. So we've been flashing that. They can find you also on X, which is on board as well. So before we wrap, is there anything maybe that you want to get off your chest or any sort of idea that you want to discuss?
Yeah, I took a brand new position today on Coinbase. So I'm long Coinbase from 234 and change. And I'm already out of about 75% of the position. So I just want to be clear, full transparency. I'm only in about 25% of this, but I'm looking for a little bit more upside here on Coinbase. And one thing that I like to, when I look for setups, I like to say, okay, when I see a level on a daily chart, I get my ideas. Well, I want to be long, I want to be short. I get them from the daily chart. So when I see a level that I think is going to be support, I then look for signals intraday that confirm that level, and those are my buy signals. So for me today, and again, I talked about this on my, when I talked about Uber last night, I talked about Coinbase last night on our YouTube channel. I'm also going live at 4:30 on our channel. If you guys want to check us out there, you can check me out on X. Also, you can check us out on YouTube. I'll be live at 4:30 on the True Trading Group YouTube channel. But this level you guys see right here, all right, used to be a beautiful support level that you had there in the beginning of April. It broke to the downside, and then it became resistance, and you have this dark blue line on my screen, which is the 50-day SMA. Okay, it's a 50-day moving average. And I said, if we get above this level, I think the stock has room, because I don't really see any structure until you get to 260. So I feel like I'm bullish on Bitcoin. Bitcoin, recently pushed back to 70K. If there's a breakout there, I want to watch this name. So I said to myself, I want to see if there's support against that 50-day moving average.
Right.
So that was my game plan, support against the 50-day. So when I go intraday, I'm sorry about that, my dog's going crazy. The Amazon is dropping off a package. But if we go to the intraday setup, and I break it down to a 3-minute chart for you, which is what I like to trade off of, the 3-minute. I also use 5 and 15 minutes, but the shortest time frame that I use is 3 minutes. This level that I just drew on my screen, that was the 50-day on the daily chart. It was also a nice little level for us on Friday.
Yep.
So when we opened up today and we dropped into it, I want you to see this nice little double bottom, kind of triple bottom type of price action. And that little hammer tail right there was my buy signal. I took the trade long right there, just above 234, and I scaled out, taking profits into the 240s and then into the close up here around 246. But I'm still long about 25% of the position. I'm going to try to see if there's a pullback into 240.
Okay.
Maybe I can reload the position with a final target in the low 260s.
All right, and then your out would be basically a break of that support that you were talking about. So playing with house money at this point. You know what, Mike? I got to let you go because you only have a couple minutes before everyone could join you live. Come over to my chart. I thought you were going to say, I actually drew this area right here thinking that Mike was going to come in and say he saw that wick right there at 230 and then blasted that to the upside, but you were already in down here. So great trade there. Mr. Mike Edward, everybody can go find you at True Trading Group. Details at the bottom. So thank you so much for joining. I hope you had a good time. And promise me you'll come back.
Always a pleasure, man. I love coming on the channel. Love talking it up with you guys. Two things I'll never get tired of talking about: stocks and sports. We do them both. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to do it again soon.
Hey, and pretty soon fatherhood.
Yes.
Let's
August,
go.
man.
It's
August.
Mike Edwards,
August.
Trader Talk. Ciao, ciao, ciao. See you, my guy. Oops, we did it again.
Just like Brittany.
We're not stopping. I
No.
tried to tell people that we're not stopping.
No.
We have guests coming through with great ideas, huge personalities. Thank you so much to Mike Edward for coming from True Trading Group again. You know, professional through and through. I love that we're talking support and resistance. Like, I feel like that is right up my alley. A lot of the signs that he was giving, we talk about 50-period moving averages all the time. I actually institute that on a 1-minute chart. How loco am I? So we use that kind of stuff over and over and over again. So a big holler and thank you to Mr. Mike Edward for coming through one more time there on our show. And maybe, hey, if he wants to invite me, I'll go over to TTG. You know what I'm saying? Right there, yeah, I'm a little busy guy, but you know. All right, so you want to talk about support and resistance, check this out as we'll just go over the sticky note real quick right now. But one trade that we had was Shopify today. What a good trade that was, breaking higher early, buying the dips, boom, there, buying it again, and out at the end of the day there. So a couple ins and outs there on Shopify, ending our day right there. Big trades that we had on board, we were looking at Tesla today as well. And for those of you watching right now, thank you so much for doing that, everybody from TTG. But what is this sticky note idea that we're talking about? Well, every day I put this out, and it is our sticky note. It's just different ideas. Apple long, we can go over that. AMD long at 166. Are you kidding me? DraftKings today, we like that short. GameStop, a couple outs on GameStop, and then the Tesla as well. So a couple different ideas. I don't know why that's still, hold on a second, Tesla.n. Oh, you know what? We might be down now on our chart server. No, there it is. So there's the long there early on Tesla once the chart loads. There it is. There's that 173 and change. We waited for that at Dara. So we get 173.50 out right there, 176. $2.50. Tried the short there, but did get stopped out when we did break through 178. So that was up and down and around. And then AMD, another name that we really nailed early, but we... Oh, that's still Tesla. Come on, AMD. But we didn't put that 166 on. I was waiting for 164. We shorted it again before it started to rip up to the upside. So a couple decent trades coming through there. But the trade of the day for me was Alibaba. And you'd think it was probably long, but it was actually the other way around. We waited for that move. Nice upside into 81 there. Give us some support and resistance from the open. Alibaba all the way to the downside as we had a pushback in the overall market. Who is FFIE out or what?
I didn't see anything.
All right, let me just double check this. $1.20. No, for everybody asking in the chat. We do not have Faraday Future out, but we'll have that tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have it in the future.
It'll be at some point in the future.
Yes, for Faraday Future.
And it won't be while we're live because we got to get out of here. So
yeah.
Thank you to everybody for watching. A big thanks to Mike Edward. A big thank you to everybody from TTG who hopped in there as well. Hey, look, it's just Tuesday. It's a shortened week. We've got a bunch more to come. And it's coming tomorrow at 8:30, so make sure you join Adara and myself. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV Adara on all your socials. Thanks, Adara. That was fun.
That was
and
so
we
much
will
fun.
be seeing everybody tomorrow. Ciao.
Bye.